Welcome, dear friends, to this tranquil corner of stories and dreams. As the gentle embrace of spring envelops us, let's take a moment to unwind and cherish the peacefulness of the night. Thank you for choosing to spend your precious time here with us. We hope you've savored the beauty of the day, and now, as the stars twinkle above, we invite you to let go of your worries and simply be. Remember, for those seeking uninterrupted tales, you can enjoy our stories ad-free on Patreon. May your night be filled with soothing dreams and serene moments. Story 1. The old cottage perched on the edge of Whisperwood held secrets in its sun-warmed stones and sighing floorboards. Its sole inhabitant, a quiet boy named Leo, felt most at home amongst the dusty bookshelves lining the parlor, worlds away from the bustling village square, where his shyness often felt like a heavy cloak. Leo loved the woods, but he walked their familiar paths mostly alone, observing the rustling leaves and darting squirrels with a quiet intensity that missed nothing, yet rarely shared his thoughts. One blustery autumn afternoon, while seeking shelter from a sudden downpour in the cottage's seldom-used attic, Leo stumbled upon a forgotten trunk tucked beneath the eaves. It was bound with brass clasps shaped like curling leaves, and dust motes danced in the single shaft of gray light piercing the gloom. Inside, nestled amidst faded velvet and brittle papers, lay a pair of spectacles. They were unlike any he'd seen. The frames were a dark, warm wood, polished smooth by time, and the lenses seemed to swirl with captured smoke, reflecting the dim light with an inner luminescence. A faint inscription on the inside of one temple read, "To see what truly is." Curiosity, a rare boldness for Leo, overcame his usual hesitation. He wiped the dust gently with his sleeve and perched the spectacles on his nose. The world didn't sharpen, it shifted. The dusty attic remained, but overlaid upon it, shimmering like heat haze, was another reality. The cobwebs glistened with intricate silver threads, the dust motes pulsed with tiny, rainbow lights, and the wooden beams of the roof seemed to thrum with a deep, slow energy. Leo gasped, pulling the spectacles off. The vision vanished. He put them on again, and the hidden world returned, vibrant and alive. He'd found the Whisperwood Glasses. That night, under a moon like a polished pearl, Leo ventured into the woods wearing the spectacles. Whisperwood transformed. The ordinary trees became towering, ancient sentinels, their bark etched with glowing runes that pulsed softly. Moss glowed emerald green beneath his feet, and fireflies weren't mere insects, but miniature lanterns carried by tiny, shimmering creatures with gossamer wings that hummed gentle tunes. The air buzzed not just with insects, but with the soft, harmonious resonance of the forest's hidden life, the deep murmur of roots, the high chime of dew forming on leaves, the rustling whispers of the wind carrying secrets between trees. It was breathtakingly beautiful, yet overwhelming. Leo felt like an intruder in a grand, delicate symphony. He wandered deeper, enchanted and a little afraid, until he reached Moonpetal Pool, a place he knew well in the daylight. Now, under the spectacle's magic, the water shimmered with liquid moonlight, and water lilies glowed with soft, internal light. It was here he saw her. Perched on a large, flat stone at the water's edge was a creature unlike any he could have imagined. She had the delicate form of a young girl, but her skin was the deep, dappled brown of tree bark, her hair a cascade of vibrant green leaves that rustled softly. Her eyes, large and luminous, were the color of moss after rain, and small, intricate patterns like fern fronds traced her arms. She was weeping, silent tears like liquid silver tracing paths down her bark-like cheeks. This was Fern, a dryad, a spirit of the ancient oak Leo often sat beneath. Startled by Leo's approach, though he thought he'd been quiet, Fern flinched, her leaf hair bristling slightly. "Who sees me?" she whispered, her voice like wind through reeds. Human eyes are usually blind. Leo, heart pounding against his ribs, stammered, I found these glasses." He gestured lamely at his face. "They let me see everything. Are you all right?" Fern studied him, her moss-green eyes wary but curious. "You see truly," she murmured. "And you see my sorrow, the heartwood oak, my tree, my home." She is sickening. Her voice trembled. The deep rot creeps through her roots. It steals her song, dims her light. If it consumes her. She didn't finish, but the devastation in her eyes was answer enough. Her own life was intrinsically tied to the ancient oak. Leo felt a pang of empathy so sharp it surprised him. He knew that oak. It was his favorite reading spot, its massive branches offering cool shade, its presence a constant comfort. Seeing Fern's grief mirrored his own fear of losing that sanctuary. "What can be done?" he asked, his voice steadier now, focused on her problem rather than his shyness. Fern wiped a silver tear. "The cure lies in the singing sap of the elder tree, deep within the whispering caves beneath the northern ridge. But the path is perilous, guarded by the grumble stones who dislike intruders, and shadowed by the murk moths who steal light and courage." She looked at Leo, a flicker of desperate hope in her eyes. "I am bound close to my tree, I cannot journey far, and few humans see or care." Leo looked down at his worn boots, then back at Fern, at the shimmering, sorrowful world around him, revealed by the glasses. He thought of the oak's sturdy presence, the quiet strength it offered him. He thought of the hidden beauty he now saw, a beauty worth protecting. A spark of determination, unfamiliar but warm, ignited within him. "I care," he said, the words feeling surprisingly solid. "I'll go. I'll find the singing sap." Fern's eyes widened, then softened with profound gratitude. "You are kind-hearted, Leo, who sees truly, but you cannot go alone. The glasses show the hidden, but the path requires more than sight." She plucked a single, perfect leaf from her hair. It glowed with a soft, green light. "Take this, it is a fragment of my spirit, a beacon of life. It will guide you when the path is dark and warn you of the murk moth's approach." And she hesitated, then reached out a slender, bark-skinned hand. "May I?" Leo nodded. Fern gently touched the wooden frames of the Whisperwood Glasses. A warm green light flowed from her fingertips, sinking into the wood. "Now," she whispered, "they will not only show you what is, but sometimes what could be. Use this sight wisely. Trust your heart as much as your eyes." So began Leo's journey. Guided by the glowing leaf clutched tightly in his hand, he ventured north, deeper into the transformed Whisperwood. The glasses revealed wonders, trees that walked slowly on root-like legs, conversing in rumbles, streams where water sprites wove liquid patterns, meadows where flowers sang harmonies to the sunlight. But they also revealed dangers. He saw the grumble stones, massive boulders that seemed asleep, but through the glasses he perceived their deep, grumpy consciousness. Fern's leaf pulsed warm when he neared them, and he remembered her advice: move quietly, show respect, leave no mark. He tiptoed past, whispering apologies for the disturbance, and the stones merely shifted slightly, their rumbling settling back into slumber. Deeper still, the light faded. The vibrant colors leached away, replaced by grays and deep blues. The cheerful forest sounds grew muffled. This was the murk moth's domain. Large, shadowy shapes flitted silently between the trees, leaving trails of chilling darkness. The leaf in Leo's hand pulsed urgently, a cold warning. Fear, cold and sharp, clawed at him. He wanted to run, to hide, to take off the glasses and retreat to the ordinary world. But he thought of Fern's tears, of the heartwood oak's fading light, of the courage it took for her to trust him. He remembered the glasses' new ability. Focusing on the path ahead, he concentrated. The lenses swirled, the smoke within shifting. For a fleeting moment, he didn't see the oppressive gloom. Instead, he saw a potential path, a faint, glowing line winding safely between patches of deepest shadow, illuminated by the determined warmth of his own spirit. It was a path of courage. Trusting this vision, trusting the warm pulse of Fern's leaf, Leo stepped forward onto the glowing trail only he could see. He moved with quiet resolve, focusing on the image of the healthy oak, on Fern's hopeful face. The murk moths swirled closer, their chilling presence making his breath fog, but they couldn't touch the light of his courage or the beacon of Fern's gift. They dissipated against the warmth like mist against glass. Finally, he reached the base of the northern ridge. A dark, yawning mouth in the rock marked the entrance to the Whispering Caves. The air hummed with a deep, resonant sound, like the earth itself singing a slow, ancient song. Fern's leaf glowed brightly, a tiny star in the cavern's gloom. Inside, the glasses revealed a breathtaking sight. Stalactites and stalagmites weren't just stone, they were frozen music, glowing with internal light, vibrating subtly with the cave's hum. Crystals embedded in the walls pulsed like captured stars. The path wound deeper, guided by the leaf and the deepening resonance of the song. In the deepest chamber, bathed in an ethereal blue light, stood the elder tree. It wasn't a tree as Leo knew it, but a colossal formation of living crystal, its roots delving deep into the earth, its branches reaching towards the cavern roof like frozen lightning. At its base, welling from a crevice in the shimmering crystal, was a pool of viscous, glowing liquid, the singing sap. It pulsed with a soft, golden light, and the purest, most uplifting melody Leo had ever heard emanated from it, a counterpoint to the cave's deep hum. It was the sound of life, pure and potent. Filling a small, hollowed gourd he'd brought, revealed by the glasses to be perfectly suited for the task, Leo felt the sap's warmth and vitality seep into his hands. The journey back, though still requiring caution past the murk moths and grumble stones, felt lighter. The sap's song resonated within him, a quiet hum of hope. Fern was waiting at Moonpetal Pool, her anxiety palpable even without the glasses. When Leo emerged, holding the glowing gourd aloft, her face lit up with pure, radiant joy. Together, they hurried to the heartwood oak. Through the glasses, Leo could see the deep rot insidious, shadowy tendrils creeping through the tree's magnificent root system, dimming its inner light. Fern placed her hands on the gnarled trunk, whispering words Leo couldn't understand, a song of healing and home. Leo carefully poured the singing sap onto the earth, where the largest roots emerged. The golden liquid sank in immediately. A visible wave of light pulsed outwards from the point of contact. The shadowy tendrils of the deep rot hissed and recoiled, dissolving like smoke in sunlight. The heartwood oak's bark seemed to sigh, its inner light flaring brightly, then settling into a strong, steady glow. The forest around it seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the hidden symphony regaining its full, harmonious strength. Fern turned to Leo, tears of pure silver joy now streaming down her face. "You did it, Leo, who sees truly. You saved her. You saved us." She placed a cool, gentle hand on his cheek. "The forest remembers kindness. You are no longer just a visitor. You are a friend." Leo removed the Whisperwood glasses. The vibrant hidden world faded, leaving the familiar, beautiful, but quieter woods. Yet something had changed. He still saw the ordinary trees, the squirrels, the sunlight dappling the path. But now he felt the life humming beneath the surface. He felt the connection. He saw the heartwood oak standing tall and strong, radiating health, and he knew Fern was there, woven into its essence, watching over him. His shyness hadn't vanished, but it was no longer a wall. It was simply a part of him, like the quiet strength of the ancient trees. He had ventured into the hidden world, faced his fears, helped a friend, and returned not just with a cure, but with a deeper understanding. That night back in his cottage by the crackling fire, Leo held the Whisperwood glasses. They felt warm, alive. He knew he wouldn't wear them constantly. The magic was precious, meant for moments of wonder and need. But the lessons they had shown him, the beauty hidden just beneath the surface of the world, the strength found in kindness and courage, the power of an unexpected friendship were etched onto his heart, as permanent as the runes on the ancient trees. He placed the glasses carefully in a small wooden box on his desk, a reminder. As he settled into his favorite chair with a book, the firelight casting dancing shadows, he listened. Not just to the crackle of the logs, but to the gentle sigh of the wind outside, carrying the whispers of the woods, the song of the healed heartwood oak, and the quiet, enduring friendship that now bridged two worlds. He smiled, a quiet, contented smile. The adventure was over, but the magic, the true magic of seeing and belonging, had just begun. And as sleep began to claim him, the comforting, resonant hum of the forest felt rather than heard, wrapped around him like a warm, living blanket, promising safety, wonder, and the enduring power of kindness. Story 2. The village of Mossbrook nestled in a valley where the air always smelled faintly of damp earth and wild thyme. In a small cottage at the edge of the whispering woods lived a young weaver named Rowan. Rowan loved the familiar rhythm of his days, the soft clack of the loom, the feel of smooth wool beneath his fingers, the predictable patterns emerging row by row. Change, however, fluttered at the edges of his mind like a trapped moth, unsettling him. He admired the vibrant tapestries others wove, full of daring colors and complex designs, but whenever he tried to step beyond his simple stripes and checks, his hands grew clumsy, the threads tangled, and a familiar knot of frustration tightened in his chest. He felt like his own tapestry was stuck on the same, safe, dull thread. One crisp autumn morning, while gathering fallen willow branches for basket making near the ancient Glimmerstone, Rowan noticed something unusual. Nestled amongst the mossy roots, glowing with a soft, internal light, were flowers unlike any he'd ever seen. Their petals were translucent, like thin slices of moonstone, and they pulsed gently with colors, soft blues, warm golds, gentle pinks that seemed to shift and change with the breeze. He learned from Elder Hemlock, who tended the village herb garden, that these were glow petals, rare flowers said to bloom only where deep magic pooled, like water in a hidden spring. Their magic, she explained in her crackly voice like dry leaves, was subtle. They didn't grant wishes or fly. Instead, they reflected the inner light of those who nurtured them, changing color and intensity with the caretaker's heart. Perhaps, Elder Hemlock suggested, her wise eyes twinkling, a little unexpected magic is just what you need, young weaver. 10 to 1, see what it shows you. Hesitantly, Rowan carefully transplanted a single, small glow petal into a simple clay pot. He placed it on the wide windowsill beside his loom, where the morning sun could kiss its petals. At first the glow was faint, a timid silver. Rowan treated it with the same meticulous care he gave his threads, watering it with rainwater, speaking softly to it as he worked. Yet whenever he looked at the complex pattern sketch he'd pinned to the wall, a design of intertwining vines and stars that both excited and terrified him, the glow petal's light would flicker towards a nervous, pale grit. His best friend, Juniper, a gardener whose hands were always stained with earth and whose laugh was as bright as sunbeams, noticed his struggle. "Staring at that sketch won't weave the cloth, Rowan," she said one afternoon, plonking a basket of ripe berries on his work table. The glow petal pulsed a warm, encouraging yellow at her arrival. "Remember when I tried to grow those finicky moonblooms? I killed 3 before the 4th even sprouted, but I kept trying different spots, different soils." She nudged him gently. "What if you started smaller, just one new stitch, one different color?" Rowan sighed, looking at the timid gray glow of the flower. "What if I ruin it all? What if the whole piece unravels?" Juniper popped a berry into her mouth. "Then you learn how to weave it back together or start anew. The wool doesn't mind, and neither," she added softly, "do I, or Hemlock, or anyone who matters. We just see you trying." She pointed at the glow petal. "Even your little friend there seems to think it's worth a shot." Indeed, the flower had shifted to a soft, hopeful blue. Taking a deep breath, Rowan decided to try. Not the whole complex pattern, but just a single, small section, a cluster of stars woven in a slightly different, more intricate stitch he'd admired. His fingers trembled. He dropped the shuttle twice. The threads snagged. Frustration rose like a bitter tide, and the glow petal on the windowsill dimmed to a dull, disappointed ochre. Rowan felt a familiar wave of defeat crash over him. He was about to rip out the offending section when Juniper's words echoed, "Then you learn how to weave it back together." Instead of ripping, he paused. He took another deep breath, inhaling the scent of wool, wood smoke, and the faint, clean scent of the glow petal. He looked closely at the tangle. Slowly, patiently, with fingers that still shook but with a new determination, he began to unpick the snarl, not with anger, but with careful attention. Thread by tiny thread, he eased the knot apart. It took time. The light outside shifted from afternoon gold to evening lavender. But he did it. The section wasn't perfect, but it wasn't ruined. The glow petal, observing his patient effort, began to glow again, not brightly, but with a steady, persistent green, like new growth pushing through soil. This small victory gave Rowan a fragile courage. The next day he tried the star cluster again. It was still difficult, but less so. He made another small mistake, but this time he didn't panic. He remembered the feeling of patiently unraveling the knot. He fixed it. The glow petal pulsed a warmer green. He added a single thread of deep indigo, a color he usually avoided. The flower shimmered with a streak of violet. Word spread quietly through Mossbrook about Rowan's glow petal and his weaving experiments. People didn't crowd him with advice, but they offered quiet support. Old Man Birch brought him a special, smooth shuttle carved from applewood. The baker's wife left a loaf of honey oat bread on his doorstep. Elder Hemlock stopped by not to instruct, but simply to admire the growing tapestry and the increasingly vibrant glow petal, murmuring, "Ah, the colors deepen, both here and there." Their kindness felt like warm sunlight on his back, encouraging but not scorching. The glow petal became Rowan's silent companion and mirror. On days when frustration threatened, its light would soften, reminding him to breathe. When he managed a particularly tricky section, it would flare with brilliant gold, filling his small cottage with a warm, celebratory light that smelled faintly of honey and sunlight. When he felt uncertain, its steady blue pulse felt like calm reassurance. He learned that the flower's magic wasn't in forcing change, but in reflecting his own inner journey, the fear, the effort, the small triumphs, the growing patience. Its transformations mirrored his own internal shifts, showing him the beauty in the process, not just the perfect result. The complex tapestry grew slowly. There were sections where the pattern flowed beautifully, and others where the stitches were slightly uneven, bearing the subtle marks of being reworked. But Rowan no longer saw these as flaws to be hidden. He saw them as part of the story, evidence of learning, of persistence. The glow petal, now a radiant beacon of shifting blues, greens, golds, and violets, seemed to agree, its light dancing over the woven surface, highlighting the intricate beauty born of effort. One starlit evening, as the first frost began to silver the grass outside, Rowan wove the final thread. He stepped back, his heart pounding not with anxiety, but with a deep, quiet joy. The tapestry was complete. It depicted the whispering woods under a canopy of stars, the glimmerstone radiating soft light, and nestled near its base, a cluster of luminous glow petals. It wasn't flawless, but it was alive. It shimmered with the colors he had dared to use, the complex patterns he had mastered stitch by stitch, the story of his own transformation woven into every thread. He carried the tapestry to the village hall, where a small fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Villagers gathered, their faces warm in the firelight. As he unfurled his work, a collective gasp, soft as falling snow, filled the room. Then silence, filled only by the crackling fire and the scent of wood smoke and pine. Elder Hemlock stepped forward, her eyes moist. "Rowan," she said, her voice thick with emotion, "it is magnificent, not just for its beauty, but for the journey it shows." She touched a slightly uneven star cluster. "Here I see courage." Her finger traced a deep indigo vine. "Here, daring." She gestured to the luminous glow petals, and here, the gentle magic of patience and self-discovery. Rowan looked at his friends, their faces reflecting the firelight and the glow from his tapestry. He saw Juniper beaming, tears sparkling in her eyes. He saw Old Man Birch nodding approvingly. He felt not pride, but a profound sense of peace and belonging. He had changed. He had grown. And it hadn't happened through a sudden burst of magic, but through the quiet, persistent magic of trying, failing, learning, and trying again, supported by kind hearts and reflected in the gentle light of a magical flower. That night back in his cottage, the completed tapestry hanging proudly on the wall, Rowan sat by his own hearth. The glow petal on the windowsill pulsed with a serene, all-encompassing white light, warm and peaceful, like moonlight on snow. It filled the room with a soft radiance and a scent like fresh air after rain. Rowan picked up a new skein of wool, a deep forest green he'd never used before. He looked at a blank space on his loom, not with fear, but with a quiet thrill of possibility. He knew there would be challenges, tangles, moments of doubt. But he also knew the rhythm now, the breath, the patience, the gentle unraveling and reweaving. He knew the light within him, reflected in his magical companion, would guide his hands. As the fire crackled and the glow petal's peaceful light mingled with the golden flames, Rowan began to weave again. The soft clack-clack of the loom was the sound of peace, the sound of a heart that had learned to embrace change, stitch by beautiful stitch. The magic hadn't transformed him into someone else. It had helped him discover the vibrant colors and intricate patterns that had always been waiting within, ready to bloom. And in the cozy warmth of his cottage, filled with the gentle magic of growth and the quiet comfort of friendship, Rowan wove his next beginning. Story 3. Leo had always wondered about the whispering woods beyond the meadow, where the dandelions grew taller than his knees. His grandmother spoke of it with twinkling eyes, calling it the place where moonlight turns to silver thread. One twilight, as fireflies began their lantern dance, Leo tucked a polished riverstone, his courage charm, into his pocket and stepped past the last familiar oak. Immediately the air changed. It smelled of damp moss and crushed pine needles, cool as a porcelain cup. Above him, the canopy wasn't leaves, but thousands of overlapping ferns, each glowing faintly like stained glass lit from within. The path unfurled like a ribbon of crushed pearls, guiding him deeper. Soon he heard soft chimes. Rounding a boulder draped in velvet moss, he found the source, a grove where willow trees wept liquid light. Beneath them, creatures no larger than thimbles skittered, their bodies like blown glass filled with swirling stardust. Lumenfolk, Leo breathed, recalling Gran's tales. One detached from its glowing vine and hovered before him, chiming like a tiny bell. When Leo held out his palm, it landed softly, radiating warmth. The lumens guided him forward, their light painting rainbows on dewdrops. But the pearl path ended abruptly at the river of reflections, not water, but liquid mercury, mirror still and humming. On the opposite bank stood trees bearing fruit like crystallized honey, their scent promising sweetness. Yet crossing seemed impossible. The mercury rippled whenever Leo's shadow touched it. As he hesitated, a voice like stones tumbling in a brook spoke, "Lost your way, wanderer." An enormous turtle emerged, her shell patterned with constellations Leo recognized from his bedroom globe. "I am Terra," she said. "The river mirrors your doubts. Stare too long and you'll forget why you came." Leo confessed he feared sinking into the shimmering depths. Terra nudged a flat stepping stone with her nose. The stones appear only for those who step without hesitation. Watch. She lumbered onto the mercury, and where her flippers touched, solid emerald stones bloomed like lily pads. Trust your feet more than your fears, little one. Taking a breath, Leo focused on the honey fruit trees. He stepped onto the first stone. It held. Step by step, stones materialized beneath him, each glowing brighter as he moved. Halfway across, his shadow stretched long in the mercury, whispering, "What if you fall?" But he clutched his river stone, remembering how it had weathered endless currents, and kept walking. On the far bank, the lumen folk chimed joyfully. The trees offered him a single honey fruit, warm and humming. As he bit into it, flavors exploded. Wildflower meadows, summer rain, his grandmother's laughter. Tara nodded approvingly. Courage tastes sweeter when shared with the unknown. The journey back felt lighter. The whispering woods seemed to recognize him, ferns parting gently, Mercury River stones glowing preemptively. When Leo emerged into his moonlit meadow, dawn was brushing the sky with watercolor pinks. He placed the honey fruit seed beside his bed. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the seed sprouted into a tiny vine with buds like captured starlight. And Leo knew, as dreams carried him back to glowing ferns and chiming lumen folk, that the greatest adventures begin not with the absence of fear, but with a single step taken while your heart still whispers, "What if?" Story 4. Deep, deep in the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of silver moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, beneath gnarled roots and within hollow logs polished smooth by time, thrived a community of creatures bound by an ancient pact of balance. Among them was Thistle, a hedgehog whose spines held the soft patina of countless seasons, and Pip, a young squirrel with eyes like polished acorns, brimming with boundless curiosity. This particular spring felt wrong. The air, usually thick with the sweet perfume of waking earth and the first blush of honeysuckle, hung heavy and cold. Frost clung stubbornly to new fern fronds, and the brook that normally chuckled over smooth stones now flowed sluggishly, its melody muted. The great bloom, a magnificent silverwood tree whose blossoms were said to ignite the true warmth of the season, remained stubbornly bare, its branches etched starkly against the pale sky like skeletal fingers. A profound shiver, deeper than the chill, ran through the hidden world. "Little Pip," Thistle murmured one morning, her voice like dry leaves rustling. She sat near her root cellar home, sipping dew from a tiny thimble cup carved from an acorn cap. You feel the forest holding its breath. Pip paused in his frantic nut hiding, whiskers twitching. "It's so cold, Elder Thistle. The bluebells near the moonbeam glade haven't even peeked out, and the fireflies, they usually dance by now." His small voice held a tremor of worry. "Aye," Thistle sighed, her dark eyes gazing towards the silent silverwood. "The great bloom sleeps too deeply, its heart song is faint. Without its blossoms to catch the first true rays of the sun's warmth, spring cannot truly awaken. The balance, it wobbles." The news spread through the forest network carried on the wings of anxious sparrows, tapped out by busy woodpeckers on resonant bark, whispered by the wind through the tall pines. Fear, cold and sharp, began to seep into the cozy burrows and woven nests. The ladybugs fretted over their unhatched larvae. The frogs, usually loud with springtime chorus, croaked listlessly from the frigid pond edges. Pip scampered up to Thistle, determination replacing his worry. "We must do something, Elder. We can't let the cold win." Thistle nodded slowly, her gaze thoughtful. "You speak true, little one, but rushing headlong into the frost will solve nothing. We must seek wisdom. Remember the stories, the tales of the season weavers." Pip's eyes widened. "The ones who spun the first threads of spring and winter, Grandmother Squirrel spoke of them, but they're just stories, aren't they?" "Stories," Thistle said gently, "are often memories wrapped in wonder, and deep within the crystal caves, where the roots of the oldest trees delve into the heart song of the world, the echoes of the weavers linger. Perhaps an answer lies there. The journey to the crystal caves was not undertaken lightly. Thistle, though wise, was slow. Pip, though swift, was small. They gathered companions, Borin, a sturdy, patient badger whose broad back could carry supplies, Luna, a watchful owl whose keen eyes pierced the twilight gloom, and Fern, a wise old tree frog whose knowledge of hidden paths was unparalleled. Together they formed a fellowship bound by shared concern for their home. Their path led them through landscapes touched by the unnatural chill. Fields of early snowdrops, usually nodding cheerfully, were bowed under icy shrouds. Spiderwebs, usually glistening with dew, hung heavy with frost crystals, sparkling sadly in the weak sun. The air tasted metallic and thin. Borin dug through crusted snow to find dormant roots for nourishment, while Luna soared ahead, scouting for safe passage. Fern, perched on Borin's head, croaked low warnings about patches of treacherous black ice hidden under fallen leaves. As they ventured deeper, the forest changed. The trees grew taller, their bark etched with glowing, silvery lichen that pulsed faintly. The ground felt warmer beneath their feet, a gentle thrumming rising through the earth. Finally, they reached a moss-covered cliff face. Fern pointed a webbed finger towards a crevice almost invisible beneath hanging curtains of ivy. There, she croaked. The whispering door. Inside, the crystal caves were breathtaking. Walls shimmered with geodes like frozen rainbows, deep amethyst, glowing citrine, soft rose quartz. Stalactites and stalagmites met in glittering pillars. The air hummed with a deep, resonant energy, and the light came not from the sun, but from the crystals themselves, casting shifting patterns on the smooth stone floor. And there, faint but undeniable, were echoes, whispers on the edge of hearing, like the sigh of wind through summer leaves or the crackle of autumn bonfires. Listen, Thistle breathed, her voice hushed with reverence. Listen with more than your ears. They sat in a circle on the cool, smooth stone. Pip closed his eyes, focusing past the law, past his own shivering. He listened to the deep thrum beneath him, the faint crystalline chimes echoing around the chamber. Slowly, shapes formed in the whispers, not words, but feelings, images. He saw immense, gentle beings, woven from starlight and storm clouds, tending to a vast, intricate loom. Threads of sunlight, strands of rain, filaments of wind, and skeins of frost were carefully, lovingly interlaced. He felt the intention behind it, not control, but harmony. A balance where each element had its place, its time, its purpose. He saw the silverwood tree not as a solitary entity, but as a vital knot in the tapestry, drawing warmth from the sun and channeling it back into the awakening earth. The frost, Pip murmured, eyes still closed. It's not meant to linger, it's like a thread pulled too tight, snarled. A warm pulse of agreement resonated through the cave. Thistle nodded, understanding dawning on her aged face. The balance is disrupted. The great bloom's connection to the sun's warmth is blocked like a knotted thread. The frost cannot retreat because the warmth cannot properly arrive. We need to unsnarl the knot at the silverwood. But how? Borin rumbled, his voice echoing softly. We cannot weave like the season weavers. No, Thistle agreed, a gentle smile touching her snout. But we can remind the forest of its own song. We can offer warmth, not to fight the cold, but to remind it of its place in the cycle. Their return journey was filled with purpose. They gathered what they could, dried bundles of sun-warmed herbs Thistle had saved from the previous summer, smooth, dark river stones Borin carried, warmed by his own deep body heat, fallen feathers Luna collected, each holding a memory of flight under a warm sky, dewdrops carefully cupped in broad leaves by Fern, reflecting the pale sun. Pip, remembering the feeling from the caves, gathered fallen petals from resilient winter-blooming heather, their faint, honeyed scent a promise of warmth. As the weak afternoon sun slanted through the silent branches, they gathered at the base of the majestic, slumbering silverwood. Its immense trunk felt cold and dormant. Following Thistle's quiet instructions, they began their gentle work. Borin placed the warmed stones in a circle around the great roots. Thistle crumbled the sun-warmed herbs, releasing their summery fragrance into the cold air. Luna arranged the feathers like tiny banners catching the fading light. Fern carefully placed the dewdrops on specific knots in the bark, where they gleamed like tiny captured stars. Pip wove the heather petals into a delicate chain and draped it gently over a low branch. Then they sang. Not a loud song, but a soft, collective hum. Thistle's low murmur, Borin's deep rumble, Luna's soft hoot, Fern's rhythmic croak, and Pip's high, clear chirp blended together. It wasn't magic in the flashy sense. It was an offering of memory, of hope, of the forest's own inherent warmth and resilience. They sang of sun-drenched meadows, of buzzing bees, of the scent of rain on warm soil, of the silverwood's own past glory. As they sang, a subtle shift occurred. The faintest golden light seemed to gather within the crystals embedded in the silverwood's bark, responding to the dewdrops. The warm stones radiated a gentle heat that seeped into the frozen earth. The scent of the herbs mingled with the heather, creating a pocket of remembered summer around the great tree. The song wove around it all, a tangible thread of shared intention. High above, on the highest branch where the first true rays of dawn always struck, a single, tightly furled bud began to glow. It pulsed softly, like a tiny captured sun. Then, with a sigh almost too soft to hear, the bud began to unfurl. One petal, then another, emerged not white, but the purest, warmest gold. As it opened fully, a beam of concentrated sunlight, impossibly warm and gentle, lanced down from the blossom, striking the circle of offerings below. A wave of palpable warmth radiated outwards from the silverwood's roots. The frost clinging to the ferns shivered and melted into sparkling droplets. The sluggish brook suddenly chuckled, freed from its icy lethargy. A collective gasp went through the watching creatures hidden in the undergrowth. Pip felt the change deep in his bones, a sudden, profound rightness returning. The single golden blossom pulsed once more, and then, as if answering a call, hundreds, thousands of buds all over the silverwood began to glow and unfurl. Within moments, the great tree was ablaze with golden light, bathing the whispering woods in a warm, buttery glow. The air lost its metallic bite, replaced by the moist, rich scent of thawing earth and the promise of growth. Somewhere, a hesitant frog croaked. Then another. Soon the spring chorus rose, tentative at first, then swelling into a joyous symphony. Balance had been restored. Not by force, but by gentle reminder, by shared memory, by the wisdom of harmony passed down through whispers in caves and stories told by firesides. The frost retreated to its proper place, a memory on the edges of dawn, no longer an overstaying guest. Life surged back into the forest floor. Tiny green shoots pushed through the softened earth, and the long-delayed bluebells began to unfurl their delicate heads in the moonbeam glade. That night, nestled safely in his leafy dray high in an oak, Pip watched the first true fireflies of spring emerge. They danced in the warm air beneath the starlit sky, their tiny lanterns weaving patterns of light around the now glorious silverwood, its golden blossoms glowing softly in the moonlight. Down below, near her root cellar, Thistle watched the same scene, a deep contentment settling in her old bones. The forest breathed easily again, a symphony of rustling leaves, chirping crickets, and the distant hoot of Luna. The hidden lives continued, cradled in the restored harmony, a testament to the gentle power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring magic woven into the very heart of the whispering woods. The ancient pact held, whispered on the warm spring breeze, promising that even in the deepest chill, the memory of the sun and the courage to rekindle it together would always prevail. And as sleep claimed the little squirrel, the last thing he heard was the soft, contented sigh of the forest itself, a lullaby of perfect, peaceful balance. Story 5. The little village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the river sang, and the willow trees sighed secrets to the wind. It was a place of simple comforts, warm bread from the bakery, the clang of the blacksmith's hammer, and children's laughter echoing down cobbled lanes. Young Finn, with eyes the color of moss after rain and perpetually smudged cheeks, lived above his grandmother's bookshop. He loved stories, but his favorite thing wasn't a book. It was his quilt. This wasn't just any quilt. Passed down through generations, it was a patchwork tapestry of worn velvet, faded cotton, embroidered silk, and sturdy wool. Each square held a memory, a scrap from a great-grandfather's waistcoat, a fragment of a christening gown, a piece of a wedding veil. Finn called it his story quilt. He loved tracing the stitches with his fingers before sleep, imagining the lives woven into its fabric. One chilly autumn evening, as rain pattered against the window pane and the fire crackled in the hearth, Finn burrowed under the quilt. He noticed something new. In the very center, where a particularly soft piece of midnight blue velvet met a square of sunshine yellow silk, a tiny silver thread was glowing faintly. Intrigued, Finn touched the thread. It hummed, a vibration so soft he felt it more than heard it. Suddenly, the patterns on the quilt seemed to shift and shimmer. The velvet square deepened into a vast, star-speckled sky. The yellow silk became a winding path of golden light. Other patches transformed. A scrap of green wool became a rustling forest. A piece of pale blue linen became a rushing river. A swatch of deep red velvet became the jagged peak of a distant mountain. The quilt wasn't just telling stories anymore. It had become a map glowing with that strange silver light. Finn's heart hammered with a mixture of fear and wonder. He traced the golden path with his finger. It seemed to lead from the image of his grandmother's bookshop, represented by a tiny embroidered book on a patch of brown tweed, all the way to the red mountain peak where the silver thread pulsed brightest. A soft whisper seemed to emanate from the quilt itself, not in words but in feeling. Follow. The journey began not with packing a bag, but with a question whispered to the quilt. How? The silver thread flared, and a single feather, impossibly soft and glowing with the same light, drifted down from the quilt onto Finn's pillow. It was an owl's feather, pure white. Holding it felt like holding a breath of moonlight. When Finn pressed the feather against the bookshop patch on the quilt map, the room seemed to blur. He felt a gentle tug, like a warm breeze pulling him forward. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he wasn't in his room. He stood on the golden path depicted on the quilt, under the velvet sky. The air smelled of damp earth and distant wood smoke. Willowbrook was gone. He was inside the map. The first part of the journey was through the whispering woods, depicted by the green wool patch. Ancient trees towered, their leaves rustling secrets. Finn felt small and a little lost. That's when he met Thistle. Thistle wasn't what Finn expected. He was a badger, but not a grumpy, burrowing sort. Thistle wore tiny spectacles perched precariously on his snout and carried a satchel overflowing with pressed leaves, smooth stones, and scraps of parchment. He was a librarian of lost things. Ah. Thistle boomed in a surprisingly loud voice for his size, adjusting his spectacles. A mapwalker, haven't seen one of your kind since the great mending of the mossy bridge. Bit young, aren't you? Thistle explained that the story quilt was a wayfinder, a rare object attuned to the hidden magic woven into the world's fabric. The silver thread was a call, a place where the magic was fraying and needed tending. Thistle's role was to remember the old paths and the forgotten lore. He became Finn's first guide, his gruff kindness and encyclopedic knowledge of roots, stars, and the language of rustling leaves a constant comfort. He taught Finn to truly listen to the wind and the water, for they often held guidance. The golden path led them next to the banks of the shimmering river, the pale blue linen patch. The water sang as it tumbled over smooth stones, reflecting the star map above. Here they found Nettle. Nettle was a water vole, small and quick, with eyes like polished river pebbles and fur the color of wet sand. She was the keeper of currents. While Thistle knew the paths above, Nettle knew the flow beneath. She danced across stepping stones invisible to Finn's eye, her tiny paws barely disturbing the water's surface. Nettle was shy at first, speaking in ripples and gestures more than words, but her knowledge of the river's hidden currents and safe passages was invaluable. She showed Finn how to find stillness amidst the rush, how to read the subtle shifts in the water's song to avoid hidden whirlpools. Her quiet courage and deep connection to the flow taught Finn patience and observation. The journey wasn't without challenges. The path grew steep as they approached the crimson crags, the deep red velvet patch. The air grew thin and cold. Jagged rocks loomed like broken teeth, and a sense of unease prickled Finn's skin. The silver thread on the quilt map pulsed erratically, like a worried heartbeat. One evening, huddled in a small cave, the quilt spread before them, they saw the source of the fraying magic. On the map, near the pulsing silver thread at the mountain's peak, a dark, jagged tear marred the fabric. From it seeped a cold, shadowy mist that seemed to drain the color and warmth from the surrounding patches. In the real world, they felt it too, a creeping chill, a feeling of deep loneliness that made even Thistle's fur stand on end. "This," Thistle murmured, tapping the tear with a claw, "is a rent, a tear in the world's weave. Left untended, it will grow, spreading shadow and silence. But how do we mend it?" Finn asked, his voice small in the vast silence of the crags. "We don't have needle and thread for magic." Nettle chittered softly, pointing a tiny paw not at the tear itself, but at a faint, almost invisible pattern woven around it on the quilt map. It looked like tangled, thorny vines. "The shadow feeds on loneliness," Thistle translated Nettle's rippling gestures. "It festers where connection is broken. Mending requires not force, but understanding. We must find what caused this rent." The climb became harder, the air colder. The shadow mist thickened, whispering doubts and fears into their minds. "You're too small. You don't belong. You'll fail." Finn's steps faltered. Thistle's knowledge felt suddenly useless. Nettle shivered violently. The quilt map grew dimmer, the silver thread flickering weakly. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, Finn remembered the quilt itself. He remembered tracing the stitches, connecting his grandmother's patch to his great-grandfather's, the love woven into every seam. He remembered Thistle's stories and Nettle's quiet strength. He wasn't alone. He pulled the story quilt tighter around his shoulders, drawing warmth not just from its fabric, but from the connections it represented. He took Thistle's sturdy paw in one hand and gently placed the other near Nettle, offering silent comfort. Together they pushed forward, a small island of warmth and friendship against the encroaching chill. At the very peak, beneath a sky ablaze with unfamiliar constellations, they found the source of the rent. It wasn't a monster, but a creature of pure shadow, huddled and shivering in a hollow of rock. It was small, like a lost puppy made of smoke and starlight, radiating an intense, aching loneliness that echoed the feeling in the tear. This was the heart of the fraying magic, a fragment of forgotten sorrow, given form by the broken weave. The shadow creature whimpered, a sound like wind through a crack. Instinctively, Finn wanted to recoil. Thistle growled low in his throat. Nettle hid behind Finn's leg. But Finn remembered the lesson. Mending requires understanding, not force. He thought of the quilt, of how different patches, seemingly mismatched, created something whole and beautiful through connection. Slowly, carefully, Finn knelt, keeping the quilt wrapped around him like a shield of stories and love. He didn't reach out to fight. He reached out with his voice soft and steady, like the crackle of their hearth fire back home. "Hello," he whispered. "You seem lost and cold." The shadow creature flinched, coiling tighter. The cold intensified. Finn didn't give up. He spoke of the warmth of his grandmother's bookshop, the smell of baking bread, the sound of the river in Willowbrook. He spoke of Thistle's funny stories and Nettle's brave heart. He spoke of the connections woven into his quilt, the generations of love that held it together. He offered not force, but empathy. As Finn spoke, the story quilt began to glow again, warmer and steadier. The silver thread pulsed in time with his words. Thistle, understanding, added his own rumble, a story about the first badger who learned the language of stones. Nettle, finding her courage, sang a tiny rippling song, the sound pure and clear in the thin air. The shadow creature slowly uncoiled. Its form became less jagged, less opaque. The intense loneliness softened, replaced by a flicker of curiosity. Recognition. It drifted closer, not threateningly, but hesitantly, like a moth drawn to gentle light. It brushed against the glowing edge of the story quilt. Where it touched, the dark mist receded slightly. The jagged tear on the quilt map began to shimmer, the edges softening. This was the mending. Not sewing with physical thread, but weaving with understanding and compassion. Finn, Thistle, and Nettle sat together on the cold mountain top. Finn kept speaking, sharing stories of home and friendship. Thistle recounted tales of forgotten heroes. Nettle sang her river songs. The shadow creature listened, its form becoming less defined as shadow, more like a wisp of warm, dark smoke. As they shared their warmth, their stories, their connection, the creature slowly dissolved, not vanishing, but merging. Its essence flowed into the frayed edges of the rent like ink, into thirsty paper. The cold loneliness dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The jagged tear on the quilt map shimmered brilliantly silver and then seamlessly mended, leaving only a faint, beautiful scar like a delicate embroidery stitch. The silver thread at the peak glowed with a steady, comforting light. Around them, the crimson crags seemed less harsh. The air felt warmer, cleaner. Stars twinkled brighter. The journey back was easier. The golden path glowed warmly. The whispering woods rustled welcomingly. The shimmering river sang a joyful melody. Thistle and Nettle walked beside Finn, their bond forged in shared purpose and quiet courage. When they reached the spot where the golden path met the image of the bookshop, Finn held the owl feather once more. With a grateful nod to Thistle and a gentle wave to Nettle, he pressed the feather to the bookshop patch. The world blurred softly. The scent of old paper and wood smoke filled his nostrils. He opened his eyes. He was back in his bed, the rain still pattering outside, the fire reduced to glowing embers. The story quilt lay over him, warm and familiar. The silver thread in the center was still there, but now it was a soft, constant glow, like captured starlight, pulsing gently with warmth and peace. The map was gone, the patches once again just fabric rich, textured, and imbued with silent history. Finn traced the new, faint scar on the midnight blue velvet, the mark of the mending. It felt strong, a testament not to a battle fought, but to understanding offered and connection restored. He thought of Thistle's wisdom, Nettle's courage, and the lonely shadow creature who just needed to be seen and heard. He felt different, not just older, but fuller, as if his own heart had been gently mended too. He snuggled deeper under the quilt, its familiar weight a profound comfort. The extraordinary secret wasn't just the magic it held, but the reminder it carried, that the world is woven with unseen threads of wonder, that kindness is the strongest magic, and that even the smallest heart, guided by friendship and understanding, can mend a tear in the fabric of things. The silver thread pulsed softly against his finger, a lullaby of warmth and wholeness. Outside, the wind sighed through the willow trees, carrying secrets now tinged with a newfound peace, as Finn drifted into a deep, contented sleep, wrapped in the quiet magic of his perfectly ordinary, extraordinary quilt. Story 6. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the river sang softly, and the willow trees trailed their silver-green fingers in the water. It was a place of quiet magic, where fireflies painted patterns in the dusk, and the scent of baking bread mingled with wild thyme. Young Finn, with eyes the color of moss after rain, lived with his grandmother in a cottage draped with honeysuckle. Life was peaceful, filled with the gentle hum of bees and the comforting click of his grandmother's knitting needles. But lately a quiet mystery had begun to unsettle that peace. It started small. Finn's favorite blue sock, the one with the darned heel shaped like a tiny star, vanished from the washing line. Then his grandmother's prized silver thimble, always kept on the windowsill, disappeared one sunny afternoon. Next went Finn's smooth skipping stone, the one that sang when thrown just right. Not stolen, it seemed, for nothing else was taken, just gone. The air in the cottage felt slightly thinner, the familiar comfort tinged with a whisper of unease. "Grandmother," Finn asked one evening, watching the firelight dance on the hearthstones, "have you seen my sock, or your thimble, or my singing stone?" His grandmother paused her knitting, her kind face thoughtful. "No, my dear, it's most peculiar, like little pieces of home are slipping away." She stirred a pot of simmering cinnamon-spiced apples on the hob, filling the room with a warm, sweet scent. "Perhaps," she suggested gently, "it's a puzzle needing a patient eye and a kind heart to solve. Keep watch, Finn. Listen to the whispers of the house." Finn took her words to heart. Instead of fretting, he decided to observe. He noticed tiny things he might have missed before, a faint shimmer near the pantry door one morning, like sunlight catching dust motes, but quicker, a soft, almost musical tink coming from the chimney corner late at night, a scent like crushed mint leaves lingering near the missing socks place on the line. He didn't feel fear, only a growing curiosity. The magic of Willowbrook was usually helpful, not mischievous. Seeking wisdom, Finn walked the winding path to the edge of the whispering woods. There, beneath an ancient, gnarled oak that seemed to hold the sky in its branches, lived Old Man Hemlock. He wasn't truly old, but his eyes held centuries of woodland secrets, and his beard was woven with dried herbs and tiny, glowing mushrooms. He sat carving a piece of driftwood into the shape of a wise owl. "Greetings, young Finn," Hemlock murmured, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "Your steps carry a question." Finn explained the disappearing things, the sock, the thimble, the stone. "It doesn't feel bad," he added, "just strange, like the house is sighing." Hemlock nodded slowly, his carving knife pausing. "Ah, the little borrowers, rarely seen, often felt, not thieves, mind you, borrowers with a purpose, usually." He pointed a gnarled finger towards the woods. "They dwell in the secret places, the cracks between roots and stones. They value things with meaning, with warmth woven into them. Your sock, well-loved, the thimble used with care for countless stitches, the stone cherished for its song, they are drawn to such resonance." "But why take them?" Finn asked. "And how do we get them back?" "Patience, Finn," Hemlock advised, handing him a small, clear vial filled with shimmering dust. "Moondust sprinkle it lightly near where the vanishings happened, especially at twilight when the veil is thin. It might reveal their pathways. Remember, they are shy, easily startled. Approach not with demand, but with gentle inquiry. Their need might be greater than your loss." Armed with the moondust and Hemlock's wisdom, Finn returned home as dusk painted the sky lavender and rose. He waited until the fireflies began their dance outside. Carefully, near the washing line where the sock vanished, he sprinkled a pinch of the shimmering dust. It settled, glowing faintly. To Finn's amazement, a trail of tiny, sparkling footprints appeared, glowing like captured starlight. They led not towards the woods, but around the cottage towards the old, disused well in the back garden. Following the faint glow, Finn saw the footprints gather thickly around the mossy stones of the well. There was another faint tink-tink, like tiny hammers on metal. Heart pounding softly with excitement, not fear, Finn knelt beside the well. He didn't peer down the dark shaft. Instead, he focused on the stones at its base. Tucked away in a crevice, almost invisible beneath the moss, was a small, arched opening, no bigger than his fist. A warm, golden light flickered from within, accompanied by those soft metallic sounds and the faint, sweet scent of mint. Finn took a deep breath. He remembered Hemlock's words, gentle inquiry. He reached into his pocket and found a smooth, round pebble he'd carried for luck. He placed it gently near the opening. "Hello," he whispered, his voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. "My name is Finn. I live here. I wondered if you might know where my blue sock went, or my grandmother's thimble, or my singing stone, they're missed." The tiny sound stopped abruptly. For a long moment there was only silence and the chirping of crickets. Then a tiny head, no larger than a hazelnut, peeked cautiously out of the opening. It had large, luminous eyes, the color of amber, and delicate, translucent wings folded neatly on its back. It looked at Finn, then at the pebble. Another head appeared beside it, then another. Whisper sprites. One of them, slightly bolder, fluttered out. It landed near the pebble and chirped, a sound like a tiny silver bell. It gestured towards the opening with a minute hand. Finn carefully moved closer. Inside the crevice, illuminated by the warm glow of captured fireflies in tiny jars, was a scene of astonishing industry. It was a workshop. Using Finn's sock as a soft cushion, they were meticulously repairing something. Finn's singing stone had been carefully split open, revealing intricate, clockwork-like gears inside, made of crystal and light. His grandmother's thimble was being used as a tiny anvil. The sprites, wielding tools made of thorn and beetle shell, were carefully fixing the delicate mechanism within the stone. Bits of polished quartz and fragments of moonlight seemed to be their materials. The bold sprite chirped again, gesturing emphatically at the stone, then pointing upwards towards the cottage, then making a sad, drooping motion with its tiny shoulders. Understanding dawned on Finn like the rising moon. The singing stone had been broken. Finn remembered dropping it weeks ago on the hard path. It hadn't sung since. He'd been sad about it. The sprites hadn't stolen. They'd borrowed items associated with warmth and care to fix something precious that was broken, something that held joy. They'd needed the softness of the sock to cradle it, the strength of the thimble for delicate work, and perhaps the star-shaped darn had given them an idea. "Oh," Finn breathed, a smile spreading across his face. "You were fixing it. You were fixing my singing stone." The sprites chittered excitedly, nodding their tiny heads. The bold one flew a little closer to Finn's hand, its wings humming softly. "Thank you," Finn said sincerely. That's really kind. May I have it back when you're done? And grandmother's thimble, she needs it for her knitting." He paused. "But you can keep the sock for your workshop cushion, if you like. It seems useful here." The sprite seemed to confer in a flurry of soft chirps and wing flutters. Then the bold one flew back into the crevice. Moments later, a group of them emerged, carefully carrying the repaired singing stone. The crystal gears inside pulsed with a soft, blue-white light. They placed it gently in Finn's open palm. Another group brought out the silver thimble, polished to a brighter shine than ever. The bold sprite patted the blue sock still nestled inside their workshop and gave Finn a tiny, beaming smile. Finn carefully gathered the stone and the thimble. Thank you, he whispered again. You did a wonderful job. He looked at the stone. Does it sing now? The bold sprite nodded vigorously, gesturing for Finn to throw it. Finn stood up, took aim at the soft grass near the cottage, and tossed the stone. It arced through the twilight air and landed with a soft thud. Then, clear and pure as a bell, a beautiful cascading melody rose from it, a song of moonlight on water and wind through willows, more beautiful than ever before. The sprites erupted in a chorus of happy chirps, swirling around Finn like tiny, joyful comets. That night, as Finn sat by the fire with his grandmother, the singing stone resting safely on the mantelpiece, its melody a soft counterpoint to the crackling logs, he told her the whole story. Grandmother listened, her eyes twinkling. Whisper sprites, she murmured, sipping her chamomile tea. I haven't heard tell of them borrowing in years. They must have sensed your sadness over the stone, Finn. Kindness calls to kindness, even in the smallest creatures. She picked up her knitting, the silver thimble gleaming on her finger. And now we know our little neighbors. Perhaps, she added thoughtfully, we could leave a tiny saucer of honeydew near the well sometimes, a thank you for their craftsmanship. Finn agreed wholeheartedly. The mystery was solved not through fear or force, but through patience, observation, and a gentle, open heart. The missing things were returned, the singing stone's melody restored, and Willowbrook felt cozier than ever, warmed by the knowledge of helpful, hidden friends working diligently in the mossy crevices by the old well. As Finn drifted to sleep that night, lulled by the stone's soft song drifting from the hearth, he felt a deep sense of comfort and belonging. The world he knew was full of quiet wonders and gentle solutions, waiting to be found with kindness and a watchful eye, especially in the soft, magical embrace of twilight in Willowbrook. The fireflies outside his window seemed to wink in agreement, their tiny lights weaving patterns of peaceful resolution in the velvety dark. Story 7. The little town of Glimmerbrook slept beneath a sky thick with stars, its cobbled streets silvered by moonlight. In a crooked house at the end of Ivy Lane lived a quiet boy named Milo. Milo noticed things others missed, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, the secret language of birdsong at dawn, and the way dust motes danced in sunbeams like tiny golden fairies. His greatest treasure was a small, carved wooden box passed down from his grandmother. It was smooth with age, smelling faintly of cedar and lavender, but its lid remained stubbornly shut. No keyhole graced it, no latch held it closed, it simply was shut, as if sealed by time itself. Grandma had whispered, "Patience unlocks more than force, Milo," but she'd never said how to open it. One crisp autumn afternoon, while sweeping the hearth, Milo noticed something glinting beneath the heavy iron fire dogs. It wasn't a coal or a stray button. It was a key. But this key was unlike any other. It was fashioned from smoky, translucent crystal, cool to the touch, and shaped like a twisting, unfurling fern frond. It seemed to hum with a quiet, inner light. Remembering his grandmother's words, Milo didn't try to force it into the box. Instead, he simply held the crystal key near the carved wood. A soft chime, like a distant silver bell, resonated through the quiet room. The lid of the box didn't spring open, it seemed to breathe, sighing softly as it lifted just a fraction. Inside, nestled on velvet the color of midnight, lay not jewels or coins, but a single, perfectly round, smooth river stone. It pulsed with a gentle, warm light, like a captured sunset. As Milo carefully lifted it, a wave of warmth spread through his fingers, and a feeling of profound peace settled over him. The stone felt alive, humming softly against his palm. That night Milo dreamt not of images, but of sounds, the deep, rhythmic heartbeat of the earth beneath Glimmerbrook, the sighing whisper of wind through ancient trees on the distant Whisperwood hills, and a faint, mournful melody carried on the breeze. He awoke with the stone still warm in his hand and a certainty in his heart. The stone needed to go home. Its home was the source of that melody, deep within the Whisperwood. It wasn't just a stone, it was a heartstone, a tiny fragment of the world's own quiet pulse, lost in longing. His journey began at dawn, the crystal key safely tucked in his pocket, the heartstone a comforting warmth against his chest. The cobbled streets gave way to dirt paths, then to meadows where frost still sparkled like scattered diamonds. The Whisperwood loomed ahead, ancient and vast, its canopy a tapestry of fiery reds and golds. Entering the woods felt like stepping into a different world. Sunlight filtered through the leaves in dappled patterns, painting the forest floor gold and green. The air smelled rich and damp, of earth and decaying leaves and something sweetly floral. But the deeper Milo went, the quieter it became. The cheerful chirping of birds faded, replaced by an unnerving silence. The path vanished, swallowed by thick undergrowth. Milo felt a pang of loneliness. He held the heartstone tighter, its gentle pulse a small comfort. He hadn't walked far when a soft rustle came from a tangle of ferns. A small creature, no bigger than Milo's hand, emerged. It resembled a hedgehog, but its spines shimmered like spun moonlight, and its eyes were large, luminous pools of deep brown. It tilted its head, sniffing the air delicately. Lost, it squeaked, its voice like dry leaves skittering on stone. Its name, it explained with a series of soft chitters, was Thistle. Thistle, it turned out, was a moon prickle, a guardian of the forest's hidden paths. He could sense the heartstone's gentle energy. The Whisperwood is sad, Thistle explained, his tiny voice grave. The heartstone was taken long ago. Without it, the heart song grows faint. The woods grow quiet and lost. He agreed to guide Milo deeper, navigating by scents and subtle shifts in the light that only his kind could see. Their path led them to a moss-covered bridge spanning a chuckling stream. Sitting on a large, flat rock, polishing a smooth pebble with intense concentration, was a large, gentle-looking badger. He had thick, gray-streaked fur and wise, patient eyes. He introduced himself as Bracken, a stone singer. Bracken could understand the language of rocks and streams, feeling their vibrations through his paws. He felt the heartstone's call like a familiar, beloved melody played too softly. The silence worries the roots and stones, Bracken rumbled, his voice deep and comforting, like stones tumbling in a deep river. The melody must return. He joined them, his sturdy presence a reassuring anchor. The journey wasn't easy. Thorns snagged Milo's coat, roots seemed to deliberately trip him, and the air grew colder. The comforting pulse of the heartstone began to falter, its light dimming. The silence became oppressive, pressing in like a physical weight. Milo felt doubt creep in. How could a small stone and a small boy mend the heart of such a vast, ancient wood? Thistle led them to the edge of a vast, shadowy bog. Stagnant water reflected the gloomy sky, and gnarled, skeletal trees rose like grasping fingers. A thick, cold mist clung to the ground, obscuring the way. This was the Murkmire, a place where the forest's sadness had festered. The heartstone's light was now a feeble flicker. Crossing seemed impossible. Bracken tested the ground cautiously. The earth here is sick, he murmured sadly. It whispers of despair. Force would only make it sink deeper. Milo sat on a mossy log, the dimming heartstone cold in his hands. He thought of his grandmother's box, sealed by patience. He thought of the crystal key that hadn't forced, but asked. Wisdom, not force. He remembered the sounds in his dream, the earth's heartbeat, the wind's sigh, the mournful melody. The melody. That was the heartstone's true voice, the voice of the forest itself. He looked at Thistle, whose moonlight spines glowed faintly. Thistle, Milo whispered, can you make the sound of the wind through the highest leaves, the happy sound? Thistle blinked his large eyes. He puffed out his little chest and let out a soft, breathy whistle shhhhhhfwe that perfectly mimicked the wind dancing through autumn foliage. He turned to Bracken. Bracken, can you make the sound of the deep earth, the steady heartbeat? Bracken nodded solemnly. He placed a heavy paw firmly on the solid ground beside the bog and began a slow, deep-thumping rhythm thum. Thum. Thum that vibrated up through Milo's feet, steady and strong. Milo closed his eyes, holding the cold heartstone. He focused on the faint melody from his dream, the one that called him here. He didn't try to sing loudly or forcefully. He simply hummed it softly, gently, pouring all his hope and the quiet love he felt for the whispering woods into the tune. It was a simple melody, like a lullaby for the land, a rising note of longing, a falling note of comfort. HMMMM. Together their sounds wove through the murky silence, Thistle's whispering wind, Bracken's grounding heartbeat, and Milo's gentle, hopeful hum. The cold mist seemed to hesitate. The oppressive silence wavered. Milo focused on the heartstone, willing it to remember its own song, pouring the combined melody into its core. Slowly, like the first rays of dawn, a soft, golden light began to emanate from the stone in Milo's hands. It grew warmer, brighter. The light pulsed in time with Bracken's thumping and Milo's humming. It swirled around Thistle's wind whistle. The feeble flicker strengthened, becoming a radiant, warm glow that pushed back the shadows and the clinging mist. As the combined melody wind, earth, and heartsong washed over the murkmire, a change began. The stagnant water seemed to shimmer, then gently ripple, clearing slightly. The skeletal trees didn't vanish, but a faint green flush seemed to touch their darkest branches. Most importantly, the thick, despairing mist began to thin and pull back, revealing a path of surprisingly firm, mossy stepping stones leading across the bog. Guided by the Heartstone's renewed light and their shared song, they crossed the murkmire. On the other side, the air warmed instantly. Sunlight streamed through the canopy again. They walked through groves of ancient oaks, whose leaves rustled in a welcoming breeze. Birdsong returned, tentative at first, then bursting into joyful chorus. Butterflies danced on shafts of light. The forest itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, Thistle led them to a small, hidden clearing. In its center stood an ancient, gnarled oak, wider than any Milo had ever seen. Its roots spread out like great protective arms, cradling a small hollow at its base, lined with luminous green moss. The air hummed here, a deep, resonant, peaceful sound. This was the heartroot. Milo approached the ancient tree, the heartstone blazing with warm, golden light in his hands, pulsing in perfect harmony with the deep hum of the oak. He didn't place it, he simply knelt and held it out towards the mossy hollow. The heartstone lifted gently from his palm, as light as a dandelion seed, and floated towards the hollow. As it settled into the soft, glowing moss, a wave of pure, golden light exploded silently outwards. It washed over Milo, Thistle, and Bracken like warm sunlight, filling them with an indescribable sense of peace and belonging. It raced through the trees, making every leaf shimmer. The deep hum of the heartroot deepened, strengthened, weaving together with the wind's song, the earth rhythm, and the returning chorus of birds and insects. The Whisperwood's heart song was whole again, a symphony of gentle, interconnected life. The journey back through the now vibrant, singing forest felt like a dream. Thistle chattered excitedly about paths realigning. Bracken rumbled contentedly, feeling the healthy thrum of the earth beneath his paws. Milo walked with a lightness he'd never known, the crystal key cool in his pocket, his own heart feeling full and strangely resonant. When Milo finally reached his crooked house on Ivy Lane, the first stars were twinkling. He placed the crystal key back on the mantelpiece. The wooden box sat beside it, its lid now slightly ajar. Inside, the velvet lining was empty, but it no longer felt like something was missing. Instead, it radiated the same profound peace he'd felt at the heart root. He knew he could close it, and with patience and perhaps the crystal key, open it again to feel that warmth, that connection to the singing woods. As Milo climbed into bed, exhausted but deeply content, he heard it. Faintly, carried on the night breeze drifting through his open window, came the sound. Not just the usual crickets or owls, but a deeper, harmonious resonance, the distant, gentle hum of the heartroot, the sighing melody of the whisperwood, now a lullaby woven into the fabric of the night. It was the sound of the world breathing, connected and whole. He held the memory of the Heartstone's warmth, the wisdom of patience and shared song, and the kindness of unexpected friends. Smiling, Milo snuggled deeper under his quilt, the forest's gentle heart song cradling him as he drifted into peaceful dreams, knowing that sometimes the greatest magic lies not in force, but in listening, in sharing, and in the quiet courage to bring a lost song home. And the stars above Glimmerbrook seemed to shine just a little brighter, listening too. Story 8. The attic above Leo's cottage always smelled of dust and dried lavender, a place where forgotten things slept beneath cobwebbed beams. One rainy afternoon, while searching for spare buttons, Leo's fingers brushed against something smooth and cool tucked behind his grandmother's old spinning wheel. It was a chipped blue teacup, its porcelain faded like twilight. Something about it hummed softly, like a bee in a sunbeam. That evening, as thunder rumbled outside, Leo brewed chamomile tea in the cup and took a hesitant sip. Instantly the world bloomed into whispers, the creak of the floorboard sighed about tired feet, the wind chime tinkled a lullaby, and the old oak tree outside groaned, roots ache, rain too harsh. Leo's heart fluttered like a trapped bird. He pressed the cup to his ear and heard the oaks plead clearly. The heartwood tree in the whispering woods fades, and we all fade with it. The oak's roots stretched toward those woods, visible only as a dark smudge on the horizon. Leo knew he must go. He packed the teacup in woolen cloth, filled his pockets with seed cakes, and slipped into his worn boots as dawn painted the sky peach and gold. The journey began through meadows where buttercups nodded hello, their tiny voices chiming like bells in Leo's mind whenever he sipped from the cup. By noon he reached the edge of the whispering woods, where shadows pooled thick and green. A rustle came from a bramble patch, an out-waddled thistle, a hedgehog with spines like polished thorns and eyes like blackberries. "Lost, small one," he grumbled, though his voice in Leo's mind was warm as toasted bread. The woods grumble today, even the ants are marching sideways. Leo shared the oak's warning, and Thistle's nose twitched. "Heartwood's illness, that's dire news. I know a shortcut, if you don't mind nettles." Thistle led Leo along hidden paths where ferns unfurled like emerald scrolls, their fronds whispering warnings of muddy sorrows ahead. The deeper they went, the heavier the air felt, thick with the scent of decaying leaves and something sour, like spoiled honey. Leo sipped tea often, hearing moss weep about bitter water and beetles clicking tales of vanishing sap. At dusk they found the forest's heart, a clearing where the heartwood tree stood, once towering and radiant, now hunched like a weary giant. Its bark peeled away in gray flakes, and its leaves, once silver-veined, hung brown and brittle. It's the black spring mourned a voice like wind through reeds. Leo turned to see Willow, a spirit woven from willow branches and dappled light, her form shimmering where she sat upon a root. A hidden spring turned foul, poisoning the roots, but the cure, moonpetal flowers, only blooms where the water's cleanest, high in the mossback caves. The caves lay beyond the sinking marsh, a place Thistle avoided with a shudder. "Mud swallows shadows there," he muttered. Yet Willow offered guidance, her voice a soothing balm. "Patience, little listener, the marsh tests not strength but stillness." At the marsh's edge, the ground sucked at Leo's boots like greedy mouths. Mist coiled over Inkai water, and twisted trees grasped at him with skeletal branches. Panic clawed Leo's throat until he remembered the teacup. He sipped and the marsh's voice emerged, not menacing but mournful. Stuck, so stuck, sighed the mud. No flow, no life. Leo crouched, pouring the last drops of his tea onto the earth. Show me, he whispered. The mud bubbled, revealing a pattern of firmer ground, a path only visible to one who listened. They reached the mossback caves as moonlight silvered the rocks. Inside, the air smelled of cold stone and wild mint. Moon petals glowed on the walls like captured stars, their petals soft as moth wings. But as Leo reached for them, a raspy hiss echoed. Boulder, a badger with a scarred snout and fur like storm clouds, blocked the way. My flowers, he growled, claws scraping stone. Took years to grow. Leo's hands trembled, but he lifted the teacup. Please, he said softly. The heartwood dies and the marsh suffocates. Your flowers can heal them. He offered Boulder a seed cake. The badger sniffed, then nudged the cup with his nose. Leo sipped, letting Boulder hear the marsh's despair and the heartwood's fading song. A low rumble built in Boulder's chest, not anger but sorrow. Forgot the world outside, he murmured. Take what you need, small listener. With moon petals glowing in his satchel, Leo raced back. At the heartwood's roots, Willow showed him where the black spring seeped, a murky pool reeking of rust. Moon petals purify water, she said, but the spring must flow again. Thistle nudged a pebble toward the stagnant pool. Needs a path, he said wisely. Remembering the marsh's lesson, Leo scattered moon petals on the water. As they dissolved like liquid light, he turned to Boulder, who'd followed them. Can you dig a channel, just a small one, toward the sunlight? Boulder's claws, strong from years of carving caves, tore through the earth. Slowly, clean water trickled into the new channel, carrying the moon petals' glow. The sour smell vanished, replaced by the sweetness of rain-washed earth. The heartwood tree shuddered. Bark smoothed like healing skin, and silver leaves unfurled like newborn butterflies. Around them the woods sighed in relief, a chorus of rustling green and birdsong. Willow bowed to Leo, her branches brushing his hair like a blessing. Wisdom watered the roots, not force, she whispered. Remember that. Thistle puffed his chest. Told you nettles were worth it. Even Boulder gave a gruff nod before ambling back to his caves. Leo returned home as autumn crisped the air. From his window he watched the oak tree stretch its branches, strong once more. Now, whenever he sipped tea from the blue cup, the whispers were joyful, the kettle singing of cozy mornings, the hearth crackling stories of warmth, and the wind humming lullabies from the healed woods. He'd learned that even the quietest listener could mend broken things, and that magic lived not in grand spells, but in patience, friendship, and a willingness to hear the world's hidden heart. And as he drifted to sleep each night, the teacup sat on his bedside table, a quiet guardian filled with the peace of a forest that remembered his name. Story 9. The evening mist curled around the village of Oakhaven like silver-gray lace, softening the edges of thatched cottages and muffling the distant chime of the blacksmith's final hammer strokes. Inside one such cottage, young Anya traced patterns on her frost-kissed windowpane, her breath fogging the glass. Outside, the ancient Whisperwood stretched beyond the village boundaries, its shadowed depths humming with secrets only the wind dared repeat. Anya felt as invisible as the dew on spiderwebs, quiet in a family of boisterous weavers, overlooked despite her keen eyes that noticed the way starlight caught on moth wings or how ferns unfurled like shy green hands at dawn. Her grandmother, Ilara, a woman whose wrinkles mapped decades of laughter and storms, placed a hand on Anya's shoulder. Feeling adrift, little sparrow, she murmured, her voice a warm ember in the cooling room. From a carved cedar chest, she lifted an object swaddled in indigo velvet. Unwrapped, it revealed a lantern of tarnished copper, its surface etched with constellations Anya didn't recognize. "This was your mother's," Alara said softly. "The lantern of lost light. They say it once glowed with magic from the heart of the Whisperwood itself. But its light faded long ago, just as whispers of the verdant realm faded from our world." Anya cradled the lantern. It felt cool, hollow, a shell of forgotten radiance. That night, as wind sighed through the chimney, a whimper pierced the stillness. Anya crept into the moonlit garden and found a creature crumpled beneath the lilacs. No larger than a rabbit, it had velvety fur the color of twilight, wings like spun sapphire, and one leg bent at a painful angle. Its eyes, wide and intelligent, held galaxies of fear. "You're hurt," Anya breathed. To her astonishment, the creature's voice brushed her mind like silk. "Thorn snare, in the Whisperwood. I am Pip. The verdant realm fades, the lantern must shine again or all withers." Pip explained in trembling thought words. The verdant realm was a hidden world woven into the Whisperwood's roots, where light was song and seasons danced to ancient rhythms. The lantern of lost light was its keystone, stolen long ago by humans and now dark. Without it, the realm's luminous heart, the glimmer nexus, was dimming. Vines shriveled, rivers of stardust slowed, and shadows crept where rainbows once bloomed. "You bear the lantern," Pip implored. "Only a human heart can reignite it. Will you help?" Anya's hands trembled, but a spark ignited in her chest, a flicker of purpose. At dawn, she packed oatcakes and a flask of honeysuckle cordial, kissed her sleeping grandmother's cheek, and slipped into the Whisperwood with Pip nestled in her satchel. The forest welcomed them not with menace, but with breathless wonder. Trees arched into cathedral vaults hung with bioluminescent moss. Flowers chimed softly as they passed, petals shifting from cobalt to violet. "The Whisperwood remembers kindness," Pip sent, her wing nudging Anya's wrist. "But the path to the Nexus is perilous now. Shadows hunger where light fails." Their first trial came at the Bridge of Sighs, a span of woven vines sagging over a ravine where mist coiled like spectral serpents. Halfway across, the vines groaned, unraveling. Anya froze, vertigo clawing at her throat. "Look up," Pip urged. Above, glowworms had gathered, their soft blue light illuminating stronger, hidden vines entwined with the bridge. "They respond to hope," Pip whispered. Anya took a shuddering breath, pouring her focus into the lantern. Though dark, its metal warmed. Step by deliberate step she crossed, her trust in the unseen path a silent pact with the forest. Deeper in they found the glade of whispers, where trees spoke in rustles and sighs. A great horned owl, feathers like storm clouds, regarded them from an oak. "Lost are we," he hooted, voice gravelly but not unkind. "Name's Orin, and you're the child with the dead lantern." Orin explained that reigniting the lantern required 3 essences: dawn's first dew, gathered from the petals of the moonshadow orchid at daybreak, midnight starfall, a shard of fallen sky from the peak of echoes, and heart's true spark, that's yours to forge, girl. He ruffled his feathers. "I'll guide you. This forest's my library. But mine the murk weavers, shadows made flesh by the nexuses fading." The quest for dawn's first dew led them to the sunken grotto, where waterfalls sang in harmonies, and the moonshadow orchid bloomed only in pre-dawn gloom. There they found the orchid guarded by Lumina, a firefly queen whose swarm flickered weakly. "The murk weavers poisoned our light wells," Lumina hummed, her wings shedding amber dust. "We cannot glow strong enough to protect the orchid from frostbite moths." Anya spotted the solution. Nearby, crystal mushrooms pulsed with stored sunlight. Breaking off caps carefully, she placed them around the light wells. The mushrooms flared, cleansing the poison. Lumina's swarm blazed like tiny suns, warming the orchid as dew formed. Anya caught a single, pearly drop in the lantern's reservoir. "Kindness ignites more than lanterns," Lumina chimed as they left. Next, the peak of echoes towered, a spire of obsidian scraping the heavens. As night fell, stars wheeled close enough to touch. But the path was guarded by Boulderback, a mountain giant whose rumblings shook the slopes. "Go away," he boomed, covering his eyes. "The dark, it whispers terrible things." Pip fluttered close. "He's afraid of shadows." Anya approached, lantern held high. "The dark isn't your enemy," she said, her voice steady despite her fear. "It's just where light hasn't reached yet, like my lantern before I met Pip." She told him of the verdant realm's plight. Moved, Boulderback lowered his hands. When a shooting star streaked overhead, he cupped his massive palms, catching a fragment that burned like captured moonlight. He dropped it into Anya's lantern. "For courage," he rumbled. "Yours and mine." The final essence, heart's true spark, led them to the Glimmer Nexus. Once a cavern ablaze with living light, now it was a twilight place. The Nexus pulsed weakly, a heart of cracked crystal. But between them and it writhed the murk weavers, formless, whispering shadows that fed on doubt. "They'll swallow your light," Orin warned. Anya clutched the lantern, heavy with dew and starfire. "I'm just a girl who hides in corners," doubt hissed. Pip nuzzled her cheek. "You crossed the bridge of sighs, you healed Lumina, you calmed Boulderback." Orin added, "Strength isn't volume, child, it's showing up." Anya stepped forward. The murk weavers surged, hissing her fears, unseen, unheard, unimportant. She closed her eyes, gathering every act of kindness, every moment of bravery. Then she spoke, not loudly but with a clarity that rang through the cavern. "I am Anya. I carry dawn's hope, midnight's courage, and a heart that chooses light." She poured the essences into the lantern. For a breath, nothing happened. Then a spark leapt from her fingertips into the reservoir. The lantern of lost light blazed, not with fire, but with pure, liquid radiance that spilled across the Nexus. The murk weavers shrieked, dissolving like smoke in sunlight. Cracks in the Nexus sealed, glowing gold. Vines surged with emerald life, rivers of stardust flowed anew. Pip's wing healed in a shower of sapphire sparks. Orin hooted triumph. Creatures of the verdant realm emerged, moss-furred deer, butterflies with stained glass wings, bowing to Anya. "You reignited not just a lantern," said the Nexus itself, its voice like wind through sun-warmed leaves. "You rekindled the truth that the smallest light, tended with kindness, can banish the deepest dark." Weeks later, Oakhaven noticed a change. Anya still spoke softly, but her words carried weight. She taught children how glowworms mended bridges, how giants feared the dark, how lanterns held more than flame. Her grandmother smiled, the copper lantern now aglow in their window, bathing the room in soft, unwavering light. Villagers gathered to hear Anya's tales, their faces rapt. She spoke of the verdant realm not as a distant secret, but as a mirror. "There's hidden light in every heart," she'd say. "And every act of courage, no matter how quiet, feeds it." On still nights, if you listened by Anya's window, you might hear Pip's chiming laughter or the distant, wise hoot of an owl. And in the Whisperwood where shadows once clung, flowers now bloomed with inner luminescence, their petals whispering a name carried on the breeze, a name that meant Lightbringer, spoken in the language of roots and rain and renewal. Anya drifted to sleep each night, the lantern's glow painting constellations on her walls, knowing that even the most invisible threads could weave miracles, and that friendship, like a well-tended flame, warmed every corner of the world. Story 10. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the air always smelled faintly of lavender and warm cinnamon, even in the deepest winter. Cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs that seemed to glow softly in the twilight, and friendly wisps of chimney smoke danced with fireflies in the evening air. In this peaceful place, young Finn, with eyes the color of moss after rain and a perpetually curious mind, noticed something strange. It started with small things vanishing. Old Man Hemlock's favorite whittling knife, left on his porch bench one afternoon, was gone by morning. Miss Petunia's prize-winning jar of starberry jam, cooling on her windowsill, disappeared overnight. Then the polished river stones Finn himself had collected for the village sundial path went missing. Nothing grand was taken, nothing truly valuable, but the absences left a ripple of puzzlement through Willowbrook. Where could these things be going? Finn decided to investigate. He wasn't frightened, just deeply curious. He started by visiting each place something had vanished. He sat on Old Man Hemlock's porch, noticing how the worn wooden bench faced the whispering silverwood forest. He stood by Miss Petunia's window, breathing in the sweet scent of her climbing moonflowers, their pale blossoms glowing faintly. He crouched by the sundial path, feeling the cool earth beneath his hands. He looked, he listened, he sniffed. That was it. A scent. At each place beneath the lavender and cinnamon, beneath the wood smoke and flowers, lingered a faint, almost forgotten aroma, the dusty, sweet smell of dried corn husks. It was a smell Finn associated with Mistress Willow, the village's oldest resident who lived in a cottage tucked right against the silverwood. Mistress Willow was known for her wisdom, her gentle magic, and her cornhusk dolls, which she crafted with incredible skill. But surely Mistress Willow wouldn't take things. Finn decided to visit her, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and apprehension. Mistress Willow's cottage was small and crooked, embraced by ancient oaks. Smoke curled merrily from its chimney, and the scent of corn husks was stronger here, mingling with the aroma of baking oat cakes. Finn knocked softly. The door creaked open, revealing Mistress Willow herself, her face a map of kind wrinkles, her eyes bright as polished acorns. Finn, come in, perfect timing. The oat cakes are just ready. Her voice was like dry leaves rustling pleasantly. Inside, the cottage was cozy chaos. Shelves overflowed with jars of herbs, bundles of dried flowers, and countless cornhusk dolls' knights, fairies, animals, each exquisitely detailed. A fire crackled merrily in the hearth. Finn accepted a warm oat cake, its sweetness melting on his tongue. Mistress Willow, Finn began hesitantly, have you noticed things going missing in the village? The old woman's eyes twinkled. Missing things, oh yes, Finn, little things, puzzling, isn't it? She didn't seem worried. Finn told her about the knife, the jam, the stones, and about the faint scent of corn husks he'd noticed at each spot. Mistress Willow listened intently, nodding slowly. A keen nose you have, young Finn, keen eyes too, I suspect. But tell me, did you notice anything else, anything unusual near where the items vanished? Finn thought hard. At Old Man Hemlock's porch, there were tiny, perfect holes in the soft earth beneath the bench, like little burrows. At Miss Petunia's window, some of her moonflower vines looked, nibbled, but very neatly. By the sundial path, the earth was disturbed, but not by boots, more like tiny paws. Mistress Willow smiled, a warm, knowing smile. Ah, the clues gather. Tell me, Finn, have you met the Bramblekins? Finn shook his head. He'd heard whispers of small, shy creatures living deep in the silverwood, guardians of forgotten things, but no one he knew had ever seen one. They are shy as starlight and quiet as falling snow, Mistress Willow explained, pouring Finn some mint tea. Smaller than your hand, covered in soft, bark-like fur, with eyes like dark berries. They rarely venture near the village, but lately. She gestured towards a large, intricately woven basket near the hearth. Finn hadn't noticed it before. Inside, nestled on soft moss, lay Old Man Hemlock's whittling knife, Miss Petunia's jar of jam, still sealed, and Finn's collection of smooth river stones. Alongside them were other small trinkets, a lost button, a particularly shiny acorn cap, a scrap of blue ribbon. "They've been bringing you things." Finn gasped, astonished. "Not to me, Finn," Mistress Willow corrected gently. "For me, or rather for my dolls." She picked up a half-finished cornhusk doll, a brave little knight. "See here." She pointed to the knight's tiny belt. Instead of painted leather, it was a perfect loop made from the blue ribbon Finn now recognized from the basket. "And here," she indicated the knight's shield, "that's a tiny chip of river stone, polished smooth." She gestured to another doll, a baker, holding a miniature clay pot that looked remarkably like Miss Petunia's jam jar. An old hemlock's knife, its blade was perfect for shaping the tiny wooden swords some of the knights carry. Understanding dawned on Finn like the morning sun. The Bramblekins, they were taking things they thought you could use for your dolls, but why the nibbled vines, the burrows? "The Bramblekins adore moonflower nectar," Mistress Willow explained. "It's a rare treat for them. They were sipping delicately, not harming the plants. And the burrows, those are their secret paths, tunnels through the soft earth. They use them to travel unseen. They must have found the items near their tunnels and thought Mistress Willow could use this. They meant no harm, only kindness, in their own quiet way." Finn felt a wave of relief and wonder. But why now? Why start bringing things? Mistress Willow's expression softened with a touch of sadness. Their ancient grove deep in the Silverwood was damaged in the last big storm. The great hollow oak where they stored their winter food cache fell. They've been struggling, Finn, scattered, hungry. They remember my cottage from long ago when I used to leave offerings of seeds and honey at the wood's edge. I think bringing me these little treasures was their way of asking for help, a silent barter. Finn's heart swelled. The mystery wasn't scary at all. It was a call for friendship. "We have to help them." Mistress Willow beamed. "Indeed we do, and I know just how, but we'll need quiet hands and kind hearts, and perhaps," she winked, "some of Miss Petunia's starberry jam." Over the next few evenings, under Mistress Willow's gentle guidance, Finn became part of a secret project. He gathered the softest moss, the driest twigs, and bundles of sweet hay. Mistress Willow crafted tiny, sturdy baskets from woven reeds. Finn helped fill them with nuts, dried berries, seeds, and small pots of honey and jam, with Miss Petunia's delighted permission, once the mystery was explained. Mistress Willow also carefully returned the borrowed items to their owners, explaining the Bramblekins' plight and their innocent intentions. The village, charmed by the story, eagerly contributed small offerings. One moonlit night, Finn and Mistress Willow carried the baskets to the edge of the Silverwood, near the tiny burrow entrances Finn had discovered. They placed the gifts carefully on smooth stones. Mistress Willow whispered a soft blessing into the night air. Then they retreated behind a large oak tree to watch. At first, nothing. Then, a rustle in the fallen leaves. One, then two, then a dozen pairs of dark berry eyes gleamed in the moonlight. Small bark-furred creatures, no bigger than Finn's hand, emerged cautiously. They had delicate paws and twitching noses that sniffed the air. Seeing the baskets, they chittered softly, a sound like pebbles tumbling in a gentle stream. With astonishing speed and quiet grace, they swarmed over the offerings, inspecting them with tiny, careful hands. They didn't take everything at once. Instead, they carefully selected items, carrying them back down their burrows, returning for more. One Bramblekin paused by a basket containing Finn's returned river stones. It picked up a particularly smooth, blue-gray stone, held it up to the moonlight, and chittered happily before disappearing into the earth with it. "They'll be all right now," Mistress Willow whispered, her voice thick with warmth. "They have shelter in the burrows and food to see them through until spring when the forest provides again. They'll rebuild their stores deep underground." As they walked back to the village, the air smelling sweetly of lavender and damp earth, Finn felt a deep sense of peace. The mystery was solved not with shouts or fear, but with careful observation, kindness, and the quiet wisdom of a friend. The strange occurrences had been a message, a plea wrapped in tiny paws and borne on the scent of corn husks. From that night on, small, perfect gifts sometimes appeared on Mistress Willow's doorstep, a perfectly round pebble, a feather iridescent as oil on water, a single, impossibly bright wildflower. And Finn knew, whenever he caught that faint, sweet scent of dried corn husks on the breeze, that the Bramblekins were nearby, safe in their burrows, watching over Willowbrook with quiet gratitude. The village felt cozier than ever, bound by the gentle magic of understanding and the quiet friendship of its smallest, shyest neighbors. And as Finn drifted to sleep that night, the image of the Bramblekin holding the blue-gray stone to the moonlight filled him with a warm, comforting glow, a perfect ending to a gentle mystery, tucked safely into the heart of their magical home. Story 11. Story 12. Far beyond the Orion Nebula, where stardust gathered in shimmering veils, floated the trading outpost of Serenity Station. Its circular corridors hummed with species from every corner of the galaxy, feathered merchants from Lyra, amphibious scholars from Oceania, and crystalline beings from Geminis Prime. Among them moved Tick, a small botanist from the moss-draped forests of Verdantia. Covered in soft, silver-blue fur with luminous green eyes, Tick carried seed pods that released the scent of rain-soaked soil wherever he walked. His species communicated through intricate gestures and melodic hums, for their homeworld's constant rainfall made spoken words impractical. One misty cycle, while Tick studied glowing ferns in the station's arboretum, a resonant chime echoed nearby. Kaylin, a geologist from Geminis Prime, stood observing the same flora. Her body was a shifting lattice of rose quartz crystals, refracting light into prismatic patterns across the walls. Geminians expressed emotion through harmonic vibrations, a concept utterly foreign to Tick. When Kaylin reached to examine a fern, her crystalline hand accidentally grazed Tick's fur. He flinched, emitting a high-pitched warble of alarm. Geminians interpreted abrupt sounds as aggression. Kaylin's crystals flared crimson, and she chimed a sharp, discordant note. Tick misunderstood the color shift as hostility and scurried behind a tree fern, dropping his precious seed pouch. Before either could reconcile, sirens wailed. Serenity Station shuddered. A meteor shower had breached its shields. Panic erupted as evacuation alarms blared. Crowded corridors funneled beings toward escape pods. By cosmic coincidence, Tick and Kaylin tumbled into Pod 7 just as its hatch sealed. The pod ejected into swirling debris, its navigation damaged. As stars streaked past the viewport, their only common language was mutual mistrust. Tick curled into a quivering ball near the life support vents, while Kaylin's crystals dimmed to a wary indigo. Crash landing tore through the pod's hull. When the smoke cleared, they found themselves on an uncharted world, a planet of floating islands suspended in an emerald sky, connected by bridges of glowing vines. Bioluminescent moss carpeted the ground, pulsing softly like a heartbeat. The air carried the sweetness of nectar and the crispness of mountain wind. But danger lurked. Acidic rain clouds gathered overhead, and the vine bridges swayed perilously over bottomless chasms. Their first challenge was water. Kaylin spotted a stream cascading from a nearby island, but Geminians dissolved in liquid. Tick, seeing her anxious violet shimmer, used his agile claws to scale a tree with bowl-shaped leaves. He gathered dew and offered it in a leaf cup, humming a gentle, rising scale. Kaylin touched, chimed 2 clear notes of gratitude. Later, when jagged obsidian beasts emerged from caves, Tick froze in terror. Kaylin positioned herself between him and the creatures, her body resonating a deep, subsonic frequency that cracked the ground beneath their paws. The beasts retreated. For the first time, Tick's hums and Kalen's chimes wove together in tentative harmony. Days passed in a rhythm of shared survival. Kalen learned Tick's gestures. A flick of his ear meant danger, while a soft pat on the moss meant rest. Tick discovered that Kalen's crystals glowed gold when content and softened to lavender when thoughtful. When acidic rain forced them to shelter in a crystal cave, Kalen used her heat beam vision to warm the air while Tick lined the floor with insulating feathers shed by passing sky whales. Huddled together, they shared memories, Tick's hums painting visions of Verdanches singing waterfalls, Kalen's chimes echoing the subterranean choirs of Geminus Prime's crystal cathedrals. The pivotal moment came atop the highest island. They'd tracked a signal from Serenity Station, only to find the communicator guarded by a vortex of wind sprites, ethereal beings that shredded metal with their gusts. Tick's fur stood on end as gales tore at them. Kalen began to climb the communicator tower, but her crystalline body was too heavy for the fragile structure. It groaned, threatening to collapse. Without hesitation, Tick scrambled up her arm, his lightweight frame navigating the twisting metal where she couldn't. Wind sprites swarmed him, slicing his fur. As he reached the signal booster, Kalen did something extraordinary. She focused her entire energy into a single, sustained cord of protection. The sound wave solidified around Tick like a diamond bubble, deflecting the sprite's fury. With seconds to spare, Tick activated the distress beacon. Rescue arrived in a ship adorned with Serenity Station's insignia. As medics tended to Tick's cuts and scanned Kalen's stressed crystals, the two companions stood at the airlock, watching their jungle world shrink below. Tick placed a seed pod in Kalen's faceted hand, a Verdantian symbol of enduring bond. Kalen responded by snapping a tiny quartz spike from her forearm, painless for Geminians, and tucking it into Tick's fur. Aboard the ship, they sat side by side in the observation deck. Tick hummed a lilting melody. Kalen harmonized with chimes like falling stardust. Around them, diplomats from warring species paused, listening to the first true dialogue between their worlds. Years later, a garden flourished on Serenity Station's arboretum, a fusion of glowing Geminian crystals and Verdantian rain ferns, always humming with a quiet, resonant song. And in the darkest corners of the cosmos, two friends proved that understanding wasn't found in shared language or form, but in the courage to extend a hand or a crystal across the divide. Story 13. The soft hum of their escape pod's engines faded into silence as it nestled among the glowing ferns of the Whisperwood. Outside, the air shimmered with floating pollen that caught the light of 3 moons, silver, lavender, and a deep, comforting blue. Inside, Pip trembled. His fur, the color of mossy stones, bristled as he uncurled from his crash harness. The pod had jettisoned from the Starliner Harmony during its chaotic descent, leaving Pip stranded on this unknown world. His large, velvet-lined ears twitched at every sound, the chirrup of night bugs, the sigh of wind through luminous leaves, and a strange, rhythmic clicking. Like pebbles tumbling in a stream, Pip crept to the cracked viewport. There, beneath a canopy of bioluminescent vines, stood a being unlike any he'd seen. Tall and angular, its body was composed of interlocking geometric facets that shifted from amber to emerald as it moved. Light pulsed within its core, casting prismatic patterns on the ferns. Pip froze. On his forested homeworld, things that glittered often stung or snapped. Fear tightened his throat. This creature, this glimmer, must be dangerous. He watched it extend a crystalline limb toward a cluster of glowing berries. When it touched one, the berry dimmed instantly. Destroyer, Pip thought, shrinking back. A low whimper escaped him. The sound made Glimmer pivot. Facets realigned with a soft chime, focusing light beams toward the pod. Pip ducked, heart pounding. The light wasn't harsh, though it felt inquisitive, like a gentle tap on the shoulder. Still, misunderstanding bloomed thick as the jungle mist. To Pip, Glimmer was a silent, shimmering menace. To Glimmer, Pip was a small, noisy creature hiding in a metal shell, perhaps a scavenger, or worse, a predator. Glimmer's people communicated through light and resonance. Sound was only static, meaningless noise. She pulsed a cautious yellow query toward the pod. Pip hissed in response. They were stranded together, yet worlds apart. Dawn came with pearly light and a shared problem, the wreckage. Pip's pod sensors showed the Harmony's main section lay 3 valleys away, near a river. It held their only hope, a subspace transmitter. Pip slipped outside, tiptoeing over dew-kissed moss. Glimmer stood nearby, examining a fractured crystal formation. When Pip tried to skirt past, his paws snagged on a thorny vine. He yelped. Glimmer whirled, facets flaring crimson, a warning. Pip bared his tiny teeth, chattering. Stay back. Glimmer dimmed, confused. Why did the small one vibrate so? Was it ill? She took a step closer, extending a facet hand. Pip scrambled away, tumbling into a shallow stream. Cold water soaked his fur. He shivered, stranded on a rock. Glimmer hesitated. Her light flickered from crimson to a soft, questioning blue. She remembered the stream's current strengthening at dawn. If the small one stayed there, she waded in. Pip braced for attack, but Glimmer simply bent her crystalline form into a bridge across the swiftest current. Her facets hummed, a soothing vibration that warmed the air. Pip stared. This wasn't destruction. It was help. Swallowing fear, he scurried across her back. On the bank he shook himself dry, then nudged a smooth, sun-warmed stone toward her, a gift from his world where such stones meant gratitude. Glimmer touched it. The stone didn't dim, it glowed faintly in her grasp. Her core light brightened, pulsing gold. Understanding. Their journey began in earnest. Pip, agile and quick, scouted paths through tangled undergrowth. Glimmer, strong and steady, cleared fallen logs with resonant pulses that shattered obstacles into harmless dust. They learned each other's language. Pip discovered Glimmer's light patterns conveyed emotions, soft greens for curiosity, gentle violets for reassurance. He responded with chirps and gestures, pointing at edible berries, tapping rhythms on rocks to say danger or safe. Glimmer learned to soften her resonance around Pip's sensitive ears, and Pip learned that her destruction of berries was absorption, a way to refuel her energy. One evening, as Pip shared sweet, juicy moon fruit he'd gathered, Glimmer offered him a smooth, warm crystal that radiated gentle heat. They sat by a thermal spring, steam curling around them, sharing food beneath the lavender moon. For the first time, Pip felt the deep, resonant hum of Glimmer's contentment vibrate through the ground, a lullaby of safety. Then came the river gorge. The Harmony lay on the other side, but the only bridge was a crumbling arc of ancient rock. Halfway across, a tremor shook the stones. Pip froze as fissures spiderwebbed beneath his paws. Glimmer surged forward, facets blazing with protective amber light. Hurry, small one, her pulses screamed. Pip darted, but the bridge groaned. A boulder dislodged, hurtling toward them. Glimmer threw herself in its path. The impact cracked her chest facet with a sound like shattering ice. She stumbled, light flickering erratically. Pip reached her side, whimpering. He pressed his warm paws against the fracture. Her light steadied, pulsing weak but warm. I am here, it said. Inside the wrecked ship, they faced their final test. The transmitter was intact, but lodged in a narrow access shaft, too small for Glimmer. Pip wriggled inside, guided by the beam of Glimmer's light from the entrance. Wires snagged his fur, sharp edges nicked his nose. He remembered Glimmer shielding him from the boulder, her cracked facets still glowing. With a determined squeak, he hauled the transmitter out. Together, they patched it into the ship's power. As Pip input coordinates with trembling paws, Glimmer rested a facet hand on his shoulder. Her resonance filled the space, a melody of pride and trust. Rescue arrived at moonset. A salvage ship descended, bathing the Whisperwood in gentle light. Pip and Glimmer stood side by side at the forest's edge. Pip nuzzled Glimmer's least fractured facet. "Thank you," he chirruped, the words accompanied by a series of soft taps on her surface, their shared language for friend. Glimmer enveloped him in a soft prismatic glow, pulsing gold and violet, always. As Pip boarded the ship, he looked back. Glimmer stood amid the glowing ferns, her light reflecting in the dewdrops like a constellation come to earth. She wasn't glittering menace or silent enigma. She was warmth and strength and the quiet hum of belonging. Years later, on a space station orbiting a double star, a small furry ambassador often met with a crystalline diplomat. They'd sit by a viewport, watching nebulae swirl. Pip would chatter about forest rains, Glimmer would pulse stories of crystalline caves. And sometimes, without words, they'd share a moon fruit and a warm crystal, their friendship a silent, shining bridge across the stars. Proof that understanding begins not with words, but with a shared step into the unknown, hand in unbreakable light. Story 14. The first frost of autumn had just begun to paint silver edges on the oak leaves outside Leo's window when he discovered the acorn. Not an ordinary acorn, mind you. This one nestled in the moss beneath the ancient grandfather oak at the forest's edge, pulsed with a soft, internal light the color of honeyed moonlight. 11 years old and often feeling as unnoticed as the pebbles in the creek, Leo cradled it in his palms. Warmth spread through his fingers, a gentle vibration humming against his skin, accompanied by a faint melody only he could hear like wind chimes made of crystal and dew. That night, tucked beneath his patchwork quilt, Leo couldn't sleep. The acorn's glow illuminated his nightstand, casting dancing shadows. A sudden, stronger pulse thrummed against the wood, and the melody swelled, clear and beckoning. Drawn by an irresistible pull, Leo slipped from his bed, pulled on his worn boots and thick woolen jacket, and crept out into the crisp, star-dusted night. The forest path, usually familiar, seemed transformed. Moonlight silvered the bark of the sentinel pines, and the air smelled sharply of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something sweet and ancient, like forgotten spices. The acorn guided him, its light intensifying as he moved deeper into the woods than he'd ever dared. Near the Whispering Falls, where water tumbled over smooth black stones, the melody reached a crescendo. Leo watched, breath misting in the cold air, as the acorn's light flared brilliantly. It wasn't just light, it was liquid gold, pouring onto the mossy ground before the falls. Where it touched, the moss shimmered, and the rock face itself seemed to ripple like water. A hidden archway, woven from living vines and shimmering with the same golden light, materialized. The cascade's roar softened, replaced by the clear, inviting chime of the acorn's song. Heart pounding with equal parts fear and wonder, Leo stepped through. The world shifted. He emerged not into darkness, but into a twilight realm bathed in perpetual dusk. Bioluminescent mushrooms clustered like miniature cities on the forest floor, casting soft glows of blue, green, and violet. Trees impossibly tall and wide, their bark etched with swirling patterns that pulsed faintly, stretched towards a sky scattered not with stars, but with drifting, softly glowing orbs like captured fireflies. The air was warmer here, thick with the scent of night-blooming jasmine and rich, loamy soil. This was Sylvan Vale, a hidden heart nestled within the ordinary woods. Before Leo could fully absorb the wonder, a sharp cry pierced the gentle hum of the vale. From behind a cluster of luminous blue toadstools, a small, frantic figure tumbled out. It stood barely taller than Leo's knee. Its skin was the mottled brown and green of forest bark, twigs and leaves woven into its wild, mossy hair. Large, luminous eyes, the color of amber, blinked up at him, wide with terror. It clutched a tiny woven satchel. Behind it, buzzing furiously, was a creature like a cross between an oversized hornet and a scrap of storm cloud jagged, crackling with angry purple sparks and radiating malice. A shadow wisp. "Help!" the small creature squeaked, its voice like rustling leaves. "It wants the sunstone." Instinct flared. Leo didn't hesitate. He scooped the trembling creature into one arm, the glowing acorn still clutched in his other hand. He ducked behind the massive, glowing root of one of the ancient trees. The shadow wisp zipped past, its angry buzz fading momentarily. Leo looked down at the creature nestled against his chest. Its large amber eyes peered up at him, fear slowly replaced by profound astonishment. "A sunbringer," it whispered, awestruck. "You hold the heart seed." It pointed a twig-like finger at the acorn. "My name's Leo," he whispered back, his own voice shaky. "What's a sunbringer, and what was that thing?" "I am Twig," the creature replied, scrambling down but staying close to Leo's legs. "You carry the heart seed of the grandfather oak. Only one touched by true kindness can awaken it. The sunbringers were ancient guardians, but they faded long ago. That," Twig shuddered, pointing in the direction the wisp had gone, "is a shadow wisp. Born from the gloom that's poisoning Sylvan Vale." Twig's expression turned grave. "The Vale is dying, Leo. The heart tree, the source of all life here, grows weak. Its light fades and the gloom spreads. The shadow wisps grow bolder. They seek to extinguish the last light." Twig held up the tiny satchel. "This holds the last sunstone, a fragment of the heart tree's purest light. They want to destroy it. Without the sunstone, and without the heart seed finding its true place, the Vale will turn to shadow forever." Leo looked at the glowing acorn, the heart seed in his hand. Its light seemed dimmer now, flickering uncertainly. He looked at Twig's earnest, terrified face, then out at the ethereal, dying beauty of Sylvan Vale. He, who felt so ordinary, was holding the key to saving a hidden world. The weight of it was immense, terrifying. But how? What can I do? "The heartseed chose you, Leo," Twig said, placing a small, surprisingly warm hand on Leo's wrist. "It senses the light within you. The legends say the Sunbringer must journey to the heart tree's roots, deep within the crystal caverns beneath the whispering peaks. The heartseed must be planted there, in the sacred soil, bathed in the light of the sunstone. Only then can the heart tree awaken fully and drive back the gloom." Twig's voice dropped to a whisper. "But the way is perilous, the gloom thickens, the wisps multiply, and the path is long forgotten. I know the old ways, or some of them. I can guide you if you'll have me. We must protect the sunstone." A friendship born in the shadow of extinction defied the vast differences between a human boy and a tiny woodkin. Leo, who longed to matter, saw the desperate hope in Twig's eyes. He thought of the warm pulse of the heartseed, the melody that had led him here. He nodded, determination solidifying like ice in his veins, but warmed by the heartseed's glow. "We'll do it, Twig, together. Show me the way." Their journey began beneath the luminous canopy of Sylvan Vale. Twig proved an invaluable guide, leading Leo along hidden paths known only to the woodkin tunnels woven through colossal roots, bridges made of spun moonlight strung between giant ferns, and glades where phosphorescent moths danced in silent ballets. The heartseed's light served as a beacon and a shield. Its glow pushed back the encroaching patches of unnatural darkness, the gloom which writhed like living oil slicks on the ground and trees, radiating cold and despair. Their first challenge came at the Singing River. Once Twig explained, its waters chimed with pure, cleansing notes. Now it ran sluggish and silent, choked with thick, ink-eye gloom. The only bridge, a delicate arch of woven vines, was half-collapsed, guarded by two larger, more menacing shadow wisps, their crackles deeper, angrier. Leo felt fear claw at his throat. He was just a boy. How could he fight shadow monsters? "Remember," Twig whispered, clutching the satchel with the sunstone close, "the gloom feeds on fear and anger. It cannot stand true light or true kindness. The heart seed responds to your heart, Leo." As the wisps dive-bombed, Leo closed his eyes, gripping the heart seed. He didn't think of fighting. He thought of the warm pulse against his palm, the melody that had called him. He thought of Twig's trusting eyes, the beauty of the luminous moths, the scent of night jasmine. He focused on a fierce, protective kindness for Twig, for this dying world. The heartseed flared brighter than ever, projecting a sphere of pure, warm, golden light around them. The wisps shrieked as they struck the light, not with pain, but with a sound of profound confusion and dissipation. Their crackling forms fizzed and faded like smoke in sunlight. The gloom near the bridge recoiled, thinning. The bridge, though damaged, was passable. Leo had protected them not with force, but with the light nurtured by his own gentle spirit. They traversed the whispering peaks, mountains that seemed carved from amethyst and obsidian, their surfaces humming with deep, resonant vibrations. The air grew thinner, colder. Here they encountered Rumble, a creature of living stone, slow-moving and immensely strong, but blinded by encroaching gloom that had settled over its crystalline eyes like cataracts. It stumbled, disoriented and mournful, blocking their path to the entrance of the crystal caverns. It wasn't hostile, just lost and afraid in its own darkness. Twig urged caution. "Rumble guards the old ways, but the gloom has clouded its sight. We cannot fight it, Leo. It would crush us." Leo approached slowly, the heartseed held high, its light illuminating Rumble's craggy face. He saw not a monster, but a lonely giant, confused and trapped. He remembered feeling unseen, unheard. "Hello, Rumble," Leo called, his voice gentle but clear in the mountain air. "We mean you no harm. We need to reach the crystal caverns, to help heal the veil. The gloom has hurt you too, hasn't it?" Rumble paused, its massive head turning slowly towards the sound and the light. A low rumble, more questioning than angry, echoed in its chest. Leo stepped closer, within arm's reach of the giant. "The gloom is darkness, but light can help, may I?" Slowly, tentatively, Leo reached out with his free hand, not towards Rumble's eyes, but towards its massive, moss-covered hand. He placed his small palm against the cold stone, pouring every ounce of the warm, kind intention he felt through the heartseed's connection. He thought of sunlight on rock, of clear mountain streams. Rumble shuddered. The patches of gloom near Leo's touch seemed to flinch and retreat slightly. The giant let out a deep sigh, a sound like grinding boulders settling. It lowered its head. Then, with surprising gentleness, it nudged Leo and Twig aside with a massive finger and began to clear the gloom-slicked boulders blocking the cavern entrance, its movements no longer blind stumbling, but purposeful clearing. It couldn't remove the gloom from its eyes, but Leo's kindness had offered a moment of clarity, of remembered purpose. Rumble pointed a thick, stony finger towards the now visible cavern mouth, a low, approving rumble its farewell. The descent into the crystal caverns was like entering the heart of a frozen rainbow. Light refracted endlessly off walls, ceilings, and floors composed of massive, perfectly formed geodes amethyst, citrine, celestite. The air hummed with latent energy. Yet even here, tendrils of gloom snaked through cracks, dimming the crystal's inner fire. The path wound deeper, colder. The heartseed's glow was their only constant guide, its melody a fragile counterpoint to the cavern's deep, resonant hum. Deeper still, they found the well of echoes. Here the cavern opened into a vast chamber where crystals grew like a forest of frozen light. In the center lay a still, dark pool. Twig stopped, his small face etched with sorrow. This is where the heart tree's roots drink. The well should sing with life. Now it is silent. Indeed, the gloom seemed thickest here, pooling on the water's surface like oil. Leo felt a wave of oppressive sadness wash over him, whispering doubts. You're not strong enough. You're just a boy. You'll fail. They'll all fade because of you. He sank to his knees near the dark water, the weight of the journey, the fear, the gloom's insidious whispers pressing down. The heartseed's light flickered weakly. Twig placed a small hand on his shoulder. Don't listen, Leo, the gloom lies. Remember the light. Remember why you came. Remember Rumble. Remember you. Leo closed his eyes, shutting out the oppressive darkness. He focused inward. He remembered the warmth of the heartseed waking in his hand. He remembered Twig's trust. He remembered the luminous moths, the scent of the hidden veil, the feel of sunlight on his face back home. He remembered the simple kindness he'd shown Rumble and the giant's rumbling gratitude. He wasn't a warrior, but he was kind. He was brave enough to care. He was here. That mattered. He poured this certainty, this love for the veil and its creatures, into the heartseed. The acorn blazed. Golden light, pure and potent, erupted from Leo's hands, striking the surface of the well of echoes. The Inkai gloom recoiled violently, hissing like steam. The dark pool shimmered, then began to swirl. From its depths a pure silver light rose, coalescing into a third form, a graceful, ethereal being woven from moonlight and stardust, her hair like spun crystal, her eyes deep wells of sorrow and ancient knowledge. The spirit of the well. You bear the heartseed, her voice chimed, echoing softly through the cavern. And you carry the sunstone, hope returns to Sylvan Vale. She gestured towards a path Leo hadn't seen, veiled behind a curtain of massive, glowing amethyst crystals. The path to the heart tree's roots lies there, but beware the heart of gloom, it gathers its strength, the final test awaits. The spirit faded, leaving the well shimmering with renewed, though fragile, silver light. The gloom had retreated, but not vanished. The final stretch of the cavern felt charged, the air thick and cold. The crystals here were darker, some veined with obsidian. The gentle hum had become a dissonant thrum. They emerged into the innermost chamber, a vast dome pulsating with a sickly, deep purple light emanating from a massive, pulsing mass of pure gloom suspended above the spot where the largest, most ancient root of the heart tree pierced the cavern floor. This was the heart of gloom, the source of the corruption. Tendrils of darkness lashed out from it, anchoring it to the cavern walls and ceiling. Before it, standing guard, were a dozen shadow wisps, larger and more menacing than any before, crackling with violent energy. Twig gasped, shrinking back. Leo felt the cold malice radiating from the heart of gloom, a physical pressure seeking to crush his spirit, amplify his fears. Foolish child. Your light is a guttering candle. This world is mine. The wisps surged forward. Leo raised the heartseed, its light a brave but small beacon against the overwhelming darkness. He pushed back with all his will, the sphere of golden light holding but barely. The wisps pressed against it, their crackling forms distorting the light. Leo's arms trembled. He couldn't hold them all back. The heart of gloom pulsed, sending waves of despair that threatened to extinguish his resolve. It's time, Leo. Twig cried, his voice high with fear, but also fierce determination. He scrambled onto Leo's shoulder, holding the tiny satchel aloft. The sunstone, plant the heartseed. Only their combined light can break this. The moment hung suspended. Leo saw the sacred spot at the base of the giant root, a small circle of soil untouched by gloom, radiating a faint, desperate warmth. It was only steps away, but guarded by the swirling mass of wisps and the crushing aura of the heart of gloom. He couldn't fight his way through. He remembered the spirit's words, "The final test awaits." It wasn't a test of strength, but of faith. Faith in the light, faith in kindness, faith in himself. With a cry that was part defiance, part surrender to hope, Leo did the unexpected. He stopped pushing against the wisps with the Heartseed's shield. Instead, he focused every ounce of his being, every memory of warmth, friendship, and beauty he had ever known Twig's trust, Rumble's rumbling gratitude, the spirit's hope, the melody of the Heartseed, the scent of his own world's pine forests, and poured it into the light. He didn't attack the darkness, he simply was the light, brighter and purer than he ever thought possible. The Heartseed blazed like a captured sun in his hands. The effect was instantaneous. The shadow wisps closest to him didn't attack, they froze. The violent crackling softened, replaced by a confused buzzing. The pure, concentrated light of kindness and courage emanating from Leo and the Heartseed didn't destroy them, it changed them. The angry purple sparks flickered, faded, and were replaced by tiny, gentle points of silver light. One by one the wisps transformed, dissolving their shadowy forms and becoming delicate, glowing orbs of soft silver, like tiny, newborn stars. They drifted gently upwards, no longer agents of gloom, but points of pure, harmless light. The heart of gloom recoiled as if struck, letting out a silent shriek of pure rage and disbelief. Its pulsing form writhed, shrinking back from Leo's radiance. The path to the sacred soil was clear. Leo didn't hesitate. He rushed forward, falling to his knees before the warm circle of earth. Twig tumbled from his shoulder, quickly opening the satchel. Inside rested the sunstone, a small, perfect sphere, blazing with a warm, white-gold light, pulsing like a miniature sun. With trembling hands, Leo scooped a small hole in the rich, dark soil. He placed the Heartseed gently within. Twig, with immense reverence, placed the sunstone directly beside it. As the sunstone touched the soil, its light intensified, flowing into the Heartseed. The acorn pulsed, then began to glow with an inner fire. A single impossibly bright shoot, purest gold, sprouted instantly from its tip. It grew upwards with astonishing speed, not towards the cavern ceiling, but through it, as if the rock were mist. The shoot became a beam of pure, radiant light, piercing the heart of gloom itself. The mass of gloom convulsed. It didn't explode, it unraveled. The deep purple light dissolved into wisps of harmless shadow, which then faded into nothingness, like smoke blown away by a clean wind. The oppressive cold vanished, replaced by a wave of profound, gentle warmth. The dissonant thrum ceased. From far above, a deep, resonant thrum echoed down the beam of light, a sound like the world itself sighing in relief, the heart tree awakening. The beam of light faded, leaving the sunstone nestled beside the Heartseed in the soil. The seed itself had transformed. It was now a tiny, perfect sapling, no taller than Leo's thumb, its single leaf shimmering with gold and silver veins, radiating a soft, steady light that filled the cavern with a gentle, comforting glow. The crystals around them blazed back to life, their colors vibrant, their inner fires restored, humming a harmonious, peaceful melody that resonated with the newly planted sapling. Twig let out a cry of pure joy, dancing around the tiny sapling. "You did it, Leo, you did it. The heart tree lives. The veil is saved." He threw his small arms around Leo's neck. Leo laughed, the sound echoing brightly in the cleansed cavern, relief and joy washing over him like a warm tide. He felt different. Not taller or stronger, but solid. Seen. He had faced the darkness, not with a sword, but with the light of his own heart, and it had been enough. The journey back through Sylvan Vale was a triumphant procession bathed in renewed light. The bioluminescent flora glowed brighter, the drifting sky orbs pulsed with healthy vigor. The singing river chimed clearly again, its waters sparkling. The gloom was gone, utterly banished. Word of the Sunbringer's arrival and the heart tree's healing spread like wildfire through the hidden world. Woodkin emerged from hiding, their faces filled with wonder and gratitude. They lined the paths, bowing gently as Leo passed, their eyes reflecting the light from the tiny sapling Leo carried carefully in a woven cradle twig had made from luminous moss. Rumble awaited them near the vale entrance, its stony face seeming to hold a smile. It gently touched the sapling with a massive finger, a deep, contented rumble echoing its approval. At the shimmering archway leading back to his world, Leo paused. Twilight was fading into true night outside. He looked down at the tiny sapling, a piece of Sylvan Vale's heart, and at Twig, who stood beside him, his amber eyes bright. "The Vale needs you, Twig," Leo said softly. "And the sapling needs to be near the heart tree's roots." Twig nodded, a hint of sadness in his eyes, but overwhelming happiness. "It does, but the Vale will always remember the Sunbringer, Leo, and the Heartseed." He touched the sapling. "It is bound to you now, and you to it. Sylvan Vale will always be a part of you, just as you are part of its renewal." Twig reached into his own mossy tunic and pulled out a small, smooth stone, etched with a simple symbol that glowed faintly, a sprouting acorn. "Take this. When you hold it near the grandfather oak, the way will open. Visit us. Tell us stories of your world." Leo took the stone, its surface warm. He knelt and carefully placed the sapling's cradle into Twig's waiting arms. "I will," he promised, his voice thick with emotion. "Thank you, Twig, for believing in me." "Thank you, Leo," Twig whispered, "for being the light." Leo stepped back through the shimmering archway. Behind him, the golden light faded, leaving only the familiar rock face near the Whispering Falls, the water roaring normally again. He stood in the crisp autumn night of his own world, the etched stone warm in his hand. He looked up at the grandfather oak, its branches stark against the starry sky. It seemed different, livelier. A single perfectly formed acorn, glowing faintly with the same warm light as the heartseed once had, nestled in a crook of its branches. Leo walked home slowly, the stone clasped tight. He didn't feel ordinary anymore. He felt like Leo, who carried a hidden world within him, a world saved by kindness and a quiet, persistent courage. He slipped back into his room, the etched stone placed carefully beside his bed. As he drifted off to sleep, the faint, sweet melody of crystal chimes and harmonious crystals hummed softly in his mind, a lullaby from a world reborn, a reminder that even the smallest light, nurtured by a kind heart, could banish the deepest gloom. He slept deeply, peacefully, knowing he belonged both here and there, forever connected by the gentle pulse of a promise and the enduring light of an impossible friendship. The stars outside his window seemed to twinkle just a little brighter, mirroring the tiny, hopeful glow of the stone on his nightstand, a silent beacon whispering of luminous caverns, dancing moths, and a friend waiting beneath an eternal twilight sky. Story 15. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore beards of silver moss and sunlight dripped like liquid honey through the canopy, lived Rowan, a young fox with fur the color of autumn bracken. This forest thrived on a delicate balance, a harmony woven by creatures seen and unseen. The moss-draped stones hummed with earth songs after rain, fireflies painted constellations in the misty evenings, and the very air shimmered when dew met dawn, revealing fleeting bridges only the forest's guardians could tread. Among them was Old Thistle, a badger whose silver-streaked muzzle held maps of centuries, and who taught Rowan the first law: every root, every ripple, every rustle is a thread in the forest's breath. Tug one, and the whole tapestry trembles. One crisp leaf fall morning, Rowan noticed an unsettling quiet. The brook of whispers, which usually chuckled over polished stones, ran sluggish and silent, its water clouded like tarnished glass. Hazel, a squirrel whose tail flickered like a sunbeam, scampered down a birch trunk, her nose twitching. "The Willow Sisters weep," she murmured, pointing to the trio of ancient trees by the brook. Their leaves, usually vibrant gold, hung limp and gray, dripping amber sap that smelled of burnt sugar. "Spring's first bloom never came to their roots," Hazel explained. "The frost nymphs overslept." Rowan's ears flattened. The frost nymphs, tiny, shimmering beings born of winter's first ice, were meant to wake the Willow Sisters with their diamond dust sighs, coaxing the trees to drink the melting snows. Without that bloom, the willows couldn't purify the brook. And without the brook's song, the nightingales wouldn't return to weave their twilight melodies, which kept the soil rich with dreams. The harmony was fraying. Old Thistle confirmed it when Rowan found him tracing circles in the loam with his claw. "The seasons dance on a spider's thread, little fox," he rumbled, his voice like stones grinding softly. "A blizzard sealed the frost nymph's cave. They slumber too deep, and their magic weakens." He nudged a withered moon-petal bloom, a flower that only unfurled under nymph light. "Find them, but remember, magic cannot be forced, it must be invited." Guided by the scent of frost lichen and the distant chime of icicles, Rowan and Hazel journeyed north. They passed through the glade of echoes, where wind-carved stones whispered forgotten tales, and crossed the fern labyrinth, where emerald fronds brushed their fur with cool, velvet kisses. At last they reached the crystal cavern, its entrance glittering like a frozen waterfall. Inside, the frost nymphs lay in icy cocoons, their light dimmed to faint blue flickers. Rowan remembered old Thistle's wisdom: to wake what sleeps, offer what wakes you. Hazel gathered sun-warmed acorns, cracking them to release their buttery aroma. Rowan unearthed spring's first snowdrops, tiny bells of white, from a sheltered southern slope. Together, they placed their offerings at the cavern's threshold. The scent of life and growth drifted inward, warm and insistent. Slowly, the nymphs stirred. Their leader, a nymph with frost-flower hair, floated forward, her voice a tinkle of thawing streams. "The blizzard buried our song. We dreamed of endless winter." "We need your bloom," Rowan said softly. "The willows thirst, the brook chokes, and the nightingales are silent." The nymph's glow brightened. "Then we must sing the thaw song, but alone our voices are frail. The forest must sing with us." They raced back as the sun bled crimson into twilight. Old Thistle rallied the forest. Fireflies gathered like living lanterns, moles drummed rhythms on hollow roots, and wind sprites spun breezes to carry sound. Rowan stood beneath the weeping willows, Hazel chittering encouragement from his shoulder. As the moon rose, the frost nymphs began their song, a crystalline chime that shimmered in the air. Rowan joined with a soft, rhythmic bark, the heartbeat of the earth. Hazel added a staccato click, the sound of seeds splitting. Fireflies pulsed in time, moles thumped, and the wind hummed through reeds. The symphony swelled, wrapping the willows in sound and light. Gray leaves shivered, then flushed gold. Sap flowed clear and sweet, spilling into the brook. Cloudiness vanished as water laughed over stones, carrying petals and starlight downstream. High above, the first nightingale trilled, her notes sewing the frayed threads of harmony back together. At dawn, Rowan curled beside old Thistle, beneath the restored willows. The brook's music lulled them, fragrant with watermint and renewal. "Magic isn't in grand spells," murmured the badger, watching a nymph dance on a sunlit ripple. "It's in listening to the forest sigh and answering with kindness." Hazel dropped a dew-jeweled acorn into Rowan's paw, a tiny, perfect offering. As the fox drifted into dreams, the Whisperwood breathed around him, every rustle, ripple, and root a note in the endless, gentle song of belonging. And deep in his bones, Rowan understood, to tend one thread is to weave the whole tapestry whole. The forest slept, balanced once more beneath the watchful moon. Story 16. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the air always smelled of damp earth and cinnamon, as if the very trees breathed warmth. Cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs, their windows glowing like amber jewels at dusk. Autumn painted the world in russet and gold, leaves drifting down to carpet the lanes. Young Cora loved this time most, when the glimmerflies emerged. These tiny winged creatures, no larger than her thumb, pulsed with soft blue light, weaving through the air like living stars. They hummed a gentle melody, a sound that usually lulled the village into peaceful evenings. But lately something had changed. It began with whispers. Not the kind from chatty neighbors or rustling leaves, but faint, wordless murmurs that seemed to rise from the ground itself after sunset. They'd slither through cracks in doors or under window sills, making lantern flames shiver. Stranger still, the glimmerflies' lights flickered erratically whenever the whispers grew loud, their soothing hum turning jagged and distressed. Cora first noticed it while tending her grandmother's moonpetal garden one evening. A whisper brushed her ankle like cold silk, and above her, a cluster of glimmerflies scattered in panic, their light sputtering like a dying candle. "It's as if the world's holding its breath," her grandmother murmured, knitting by the fire. But why? Cora, with her curious heart and keen eyes, decided to find out. She started by observing. Each night she'd wrap herself in a thick woolen shawl, the one smelling of lavender and wood smoke, and sit on her porch step. Notebook in hand, she recorded the whispers, how they swelled near the ancient willow tree at the village square, how they quieted when old man Thistle played his flute at dusk, and how the glimmerflies clustered protectively around the village well, their light steadying whenever someone drew water. "They're frightened," Cora whispered to herself one chilly evening, watching a glimmerfly land trembling on her knee. But what scares a creature made of light? She needed wisdom beyond her own. So, the next morning, Cora visited old man Thistle. His cottage stood at the forest's edge, half buried in ivy, with smoke curling from a crooked chimney. Inside it was a haven of comfort. Shelves groaned under leather-bound books, dried herbs hung from the rafters, and a fat-bellied kettle sang on the hearth, filling the air with the scent of spiced cider. Thistle himself was a mountain of wrinkles and kindness, his eyes twinkling like dew on spiderwebs. "Ah, Cora," he boomed, handing her a steaming mug. "Come about the whispers, have you? Even my teapot's been chattering nonsense at midnight." He chuckled, but his gaze was serious. Cora shared her notes, the patterns, the glimmerfly's fear, the way the willow tree seemed at the heart of it all. Thistle stroked his beard, nodding. "Nature speaks in riddles when it's troubled, but we've helpers here if we're quiet enough to listen." He led her to his sunlit garden, where dew-kissed ferns trembled in the breeze. "Glimmerflies are drawn to kindness, but they're only messengers. The real listeners are the moss folk." He pointed to a mossy rock, where a small, green-furred creature blinked up at them. No taller than Cora's boot, it had eyes like polished river stones and a cloak of velvety moss. "This is Bracken. He hears what roots and stones hear." Bracken shyly nudged Cora's hand. His touch felt like cool, damp earth. Thistle explained that moss folk could understand the language of plants, a silent, patient tongue of growth and decay. "The willows troubled," Bracken murmured, his voice a soft rustle. "Its roots ache with a song half remembered." Cora's eyes widened. A song. The whispers weren't random noise, they were music, fractured and lost. Together, they devised a plan. That evening, as whispers seeped through the village, Cora, Thistle, and Bracken gathered under the ancient willow. Its branches wept silver in the moonlight, and the air thrummed with those eerie murmurs. Glimmerflies huddled on Cora's shoulders, their light faint but steady in her presence. "We need to hear the whole song," Thistle said, unfolding his flute. "Bracken will translate the willow's roots. I'll play what he shows us." Cora, you and the glimmerflies, listen for what's missing." Bracken pressed his small hands to the tree's gnarled trunk. His fur shimmered as images flowed through him. Deep underground, roots tangled like old veins, humming a melody in broken fragments. Thistle's flute breathed the notes into the air, slow, mournful, and beautiful. But each time a whisper interrupted, the tune faltered. Cora closed her eyes, focusing past the noise. The glimmerflies glowed brighter on her skin, their hum harmonizing with Thistle's flute. Suddenly she realized the whispers weren't hostile. They were echoes of the song itself, trapped and repeating because something blocked them. "It's like an echo in a cave," she whispered. "But what's causing it?" Then she noticed, beneath the willow, a patch of earth lay bare and hardened, unlike the soft moss elsewhere. Kneeling, Cora brushed away fallen leaves. There, half-buried, was a smooth river stone, unnaturally cold, with strange runes carved into its surface. It pulsed faintly, and each pulse sent a whisper skittering. "This stone," Bracken gasped. "Not of this forest. It silences what it touches." Thistle nodded grimly. "A forgetting stone, lost magic from when travelers passed through long ago. It must have surfaced after the last rainstorm." The solution came in a gentle epiphany. Mossfolk healed the earth, glimmerflies carried light and memory. Cora placed her palm over the stone, letting the glimmerflies cluster on her hand. Their warmth seeped into her skin. "We need to sing the willow's song back to it," she said, "to remind it what's been lost." Thistle played the melody Bracken shared, clear and whole now. Cora hummed along, her voice soft as dandelion fluff. The glimmerflies pulsed in time, their light weaving through the willow's branches like liquid starlight. Bracken pressed his mossy cloak to the stone, murmuring in the language of growing things. Slowly, the runes on the stone faded. The cold seeped away, replaced by the rich scent of thawing soil. As the last note hung in the air, the whispers melted into a single, clear sound, the willow's song, whole and radiant. It wasn't voices, but the sound of roots drinking deep, of leaves unfurling, of time passing kindly. The glimmerflies soared upward, their light blazing steady and blue, painting the night in constellations. The hardened earth softened, moss creeping over it like a green blanket. And the willow. Its branches sighed, showering them in silver leaves that smelled of rain and renewal. In the days that followed, Willowbrook settled back into its cozy rhythm. The glimmerflies danced their evening waltzes, their hum sweet and untroubled. Villagers spoke of how the air felt lighter, as if a held breath had been released. Cora often sat under the willow with Bracken curled in her lap and Thistle sharing stories by her side. The stone, now warm and ordinary, rested in Thistle's cottage as a reminder. "You see, child," he said one evening, sipping cider as firelight painted the walls gold, "mysteries aren't storms to fear. They're knots waiting for gentle hands to untie them." And sometimes he winked as a glimmerfly landed on Cora's nose. "The quietest listeners find the loudest truths." Cora smiled, the willows sung a soft hum in her bones. She'd learned that friendship with old sages, tiny creatures, and even ancient trees could turn whispers into wisdom. And as she walked home, the path lit by 100 gentle lights, she knew no mystery was too strange when met with a kind heart and watchful eyes. The night wrapped around Willowbrook like a quilt, and in its stillness there was only peace. Story 17. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where morning mist curled like sleepy cats around chimneys. Cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs, each garden bursting with moon petals that glowed softly after dusk. In this place of butter-yellow lamplight and hearth-warmed bread, everyone knew everyone, until the week the honey turned to glass. It began at the widow Hester's cottage. Her prized clover honey, golden and thick, hardened overnight into delicate, amber-colored glass jars within her pantry. By Tuesday, Farmer Bramble's blueberry jam crystallized into sapphire baubles, and by Thursday, young Milo's maple syrup candies became tiny, sticky-stained marbles rattling in their tin. No one felt frightened. Willowbrook's magic was too gentle for fear, but puzzlement hummed through the village like a misplaced chord in a lullaby. Tea-time conversations bubbled with theories. Had the sugar sprite of Pinecone Hill grown clumsy? Or perhaps the moon's reflection had cooled things too fiercely. 10-year-old Lena noticed what others overlooked. While villagers sighed over glittering preserves, she spotted silvery paw prints no larger than acorn caps, dusted in flour near Widow Hester's windowsill. They vanished by the doorstep, as if the creature had dissolved into the dawn air. Lena's curiosity, as bright as her red woolen mittens, led her to Old Hemlock, the village's oldest resident. He lived in a crooked cottage draped with ivy, where wind chimes made of seashells whispered secrets. His eyes, deep as forest pools, crinkled when Lena described the prince. "Ah," he murmured, stirring lavender tea that steamed with constellations. "You've seen the Glimmerkin, shy as starlight, those little guardians, but why would they meddle with sweetness?" Old Hemlock gifted Lena a spyglass carved from a single oak gall. "Look where others don't," he advised, its lens swirling with captured sunset. "And listen, not with ears, but with your quietness." That night Lena tucked herself beneath a woolen quilt on Widow Hester's porch, spyglass ready. The moon painted everything cobalt and silver. Just past midnight, a shiver of light flickered near the rose bushes. Through the spyglass, Lena gasped. A creature no taller than her hand balanced on dandelion fluff legs, its fur like spun moonlight. Tiny antlers branched from its brow, glowing faintly. It was weeping, tears like liquid diamond, splashing onto a half-eaten raspberry tart left on the step. Where each tear fell, the berry hardened into gleaming ruby glass. Lena moved slower than growing moss, whispering, "Little one, why so sad?" The Glimmerkin flinched but didn't flee. Lena's mittens smelled of cinnamon, a scent it knew as kindness. In chimes like shaken bells, it confessed. Its kin lived in the moss grotto behind Old Hemlock's cottage, where dew collectors, petal cups strung on spider silk, gathered morning sweetness for their young. But the village's new bakery chimney blew smuts of ash that drifted into the grotto, turning their precious nectar gritty and sour. The Glimmerkin wept over human sweets, hoping someone would taste the sadness and understand. At dawn, Lena rushed to Old Hemlock, who nodded gravely. "Ah, progress, sometimes it stumbles like a fawn on ice." Together they gathered villagers at the moss grotto, a hidden hollow veiled by ferns where Glimmerkin huddled, their antlers dimmed. Lena showed them the ash-dusted dewdrops. "They weren't stealing," she explained. "They were showing us their hearts were breaking." Farmer Bramble rubbed his beard. Widow Hester clasped her hands. Then Milo piped up, "What if we build the bakery chimney taller, like a tree reaching for clean sky?" The village buzzed like honeybees. Children wove grass nets to catch ash flakes. Carpenters raised the chimney with bricks of sun-baked clay. Gardeners planted thick walls of sweet fern to shield the grotto. On the first ash-free morning, the Glimmerkin sang, a sound like icicles melting into streams. In gratitude, they placed one perfect tear on every windowsill. Where it touched, jams and honeys didn't harden to glass but sparkled with edible glitter, tasting of rainbows and contentment. Now, when Willowbrook's children lick spoons of jam, they sometimes glimpse moonlit antlers winking from the ferns. And Lena, wrapped in her quilt by the fire, knows the deepest magic isn't in wands or spells. It's in noticing the tiny prints others miss and mending the world with listening. Outside, snow begins to fall, each flake a whisper against the pane, as the village sighs into dreams, sweeter than any honey and just as warm. Story 18. The soft hum of the starship Stardrifter was the only sound in the vast emptiness between the spiral arms. Inside its observation lounge, bathed in the gentle blue glow of navigation lights and the swirling tapestry of distant nebulae, two figures sat in awkward silence. One was Kalen, a being from the crystalline world of Zirian. His form, though roughly humanoid, was composed of multifaceted, translucent quartz that refracted the starlight into tiny rainbows across the bulkhead. His thoughts manifested as subtle shifts in internal luminescence, cool blues for contemplation, warm ambers for curiosity. The other was Bryn, a native of the methane marshes of Gelos Prime. Her body was a shifting, resilient mass of bioluminescent gel, constantly in gentle motion, her emotions displayed in ripples of color across her surface, soft violets for unease, vibrant greens for excitement. They were the only passengers on this long-haul freighter, assigned neighboring cabins by a scheduling algorithm that knew nothing of interstellar diplomacy. Their journey began with profound misunderstanding. Kalen, attempting polite greeting, emitted a complex sequence of prismatic flashes, the Zirian equivalent of a formal introduction detailing lineage and mineral composition. To Bryn, accustomed to the soft, flowing chromatics of Gelosian communication, the rapid, sharp bursts of light felt aggressive, almost like a challenge. She responded defensively, her surface rippling with sharp streaks of crimson alarm. Kalen, interpreting the red ripples as a sign of hostility or malfunction, dimmed his internal light to a cautious, defensive gray. For days they avoided each other, communicating only through terse, translated shipboard messages displayed on screens. Hydration replenishment required in Sector 3, observe caution, crystalline surfaces slippery when wet. The turning point came not with words, but with catastrophe. A micrometeor shower, undetected by the Stardrifter's aging sensors, struck the vessel. Alarms blared, harsh and red, shattering the quiet hum. Gravity fluctuated wildly, sending Bryn sloshing against a bulkhead while Kalen barely anchored himself, facets grinding against the metal floor. Then a sickening lurch, followed by the deafening screech of tearing metal. Emergency lights flickered on, casting long, frantic shadows. The ship shuddered violently and fell silent, adrift and critically damaged. Life support was failing. Power was minimal. The bridge was sealed off, automated systems directing them to a single, barely functional escape pod docked in the lower cargo bay. The path there was treacherous flickering lights, sparking conduits, corridors blocked by collapsed bulkheads, and pools of leaking coolant that hissed ominously where it met the deck. They found themselves facing the same blocked corridor, the only route down. Bryn, seeing a narrow gap beneath a fallen beam, rippled with determined emerald. "I can flow through," her translated voice chimed softly from her comm band. "But you, the sharp edges." She gestured with a pseudopod towards Kalen's crystalline form, worried it might shatter. Kalen analyzed the gap, his facets pulsing with rapid calculations in deep indigo. "The structural integrity is compromised. Applying pressure could cause further collapse. My composition is resilient but unpredictable force." He paused, his light shifting to a warm, steady gold. "There is another way, look." He directed a beam of focused light onto a seemingly solid wall panel. "This is a maintenance conduit. It leads parallel to the corridor, but the access hatch. It requires fine manipulation of small, recessed latches. My digits lack the necessary dexterity." Bryn's surface shimmered with understanding. Her form extended, thinning and flowing like liquid starlight. She seeped into the narrow gap beneath the beam, her bioluminescence providing the only light in the suffocating darkness. Kalen watched, a knot of unfamiliar concern tightening within him, manifested as a subtle vibration in his core. Moments later, a grinding sound came from the other side. The fallen beam shifted slightly. Bryn emerged, her form coalescing. I couldn't move it much," she pulsed, colors swirling with apology. You created leverage, Kalen chimed, his light warming. Now for the conduit. They moved to the panel. Bryn extended delicate, thread-like tendrils, probing the tiny latches Kalen illuminated with pinpoint accuracy. His light guided her, steady and patient. Click. 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 The hatch groaned open, revealing a dark, cramped tunnel smelling of ozone and dust. Bryn flowed in first, her light a comforting guide. Kalen followed, his facets scraping softly against the metal, his internal luminescence casting Bryn's shifting form in ethereal, dancing colors. The air was thick with the scent of fear, sharp and metallic to Kalen, cloying and damp to Bryn, but also with something new, shared purpose. The journey through the conduit was slow and arduous. They encountered a ruptured coolant pipe, its freezing spray a danger to Bryn's gel-like form. Kalen, without hesitation, positioned himself as a shield, his crystalline body absorbing the worst of the spray, though it made his facets resonate with a painful, high-pitched whine. Later, a section of the conduit floor had buckled, creating a gap too wide for Bryn to flow across easily. Kalen braced himself against the walls, offering his rigid form as a bridge. Bryn flowed over him, her cool, resilient mass surprisingly gentle against his hard surface, leaving faint trails of shimmering light where she touched. Finally, they reached the escape pod bay. The pod itself was intact, but the launch controls were behind another sealed hatch, fused shut by the impact. Power was almost gone. Despair threatened to engulf them. Bryn's light dimmed to a mournful gray violet. Kalen's facets seemed to lose their luster. Then, Bryn remembered something. Your light, Kalen, on Zirian you said intense, focused light can resonate. Her calm band translated the Gelosian concept imperfectly. Understanding dawned on Kalen, his core flaring bright. Resonance, yes, at specific frequencies, light can induce vibration in certain materials. He scanned the fused hatch seal. This alloy, it has a resonant frequency. But generating the precise, powerful beam required more energy than he possessed alone. Bryn rippled with sudden energy, a vibrant turquoise spreading across her form. Use me, channel through me. My bioluminescence can amplify light, I think, if I focus it. It was a theory, born of desperation and nascent trust. They positioned themselves. Kalen placed a multifaceted hand against Bryn's cool, yielding surface. He focused his entire being, drawing on the last reserves of his internal energy, concentrating it into a single, coherent beam of pure white light. He directed it into Bryn. She gasped a sensation like warm starlight flooding her core. With immense effort, she gathered the energy, focused it through her very essence, and projected it outward, a brilliant, amplified lance of light striking the exact center of the fused seal. A low hum filled the bay, rising in pitch. The metal around the seal began to glow cherry red, then white hot. It vibrated violently, the sound climbing to a piercing whine. Then, with a sharp crack, the seal shattered. The hatch groaned open. They stumbled into the pod, collapsing onto the cramped seats as the airlock sealed behind them. With trembling hands and pseudopods, they initiated the launch sequence. The pod jettisoned, leaving the crippled stardrifter behind, tumbling silently against the starfield. As the pod stabilized, the quiet hum of its systems replaced the chaos. They were safe. In the dim, greenish light of the pod's interior, they looked at each other. No translations were needed. Kalen's internal light pulsed in a slow, warm rhythm of gold and deep blue relief, gratitude, profound connection. Bryn's surface swirled in gentle, overlapping waves of soft violet and vibrant emerald, the same feelings reflected in her alien biology. The fierce smell dissipated, replaced by a shared warmth, a scent like sun-warmed stone after rain and the clean, ozone tang of a methane marsh after a storm. Days passed in the lifeboat, drifting towards the faint signal of a rescue beacon. They talked not through clumsy translations, but through shared light and color, gestures, and the slow building of mutual understanding. Kaelin learned to read the subtle shifts in Bryn's bioluminescence, the lavender flicker of amusement, the deep blue pool of contemplation. Bryn learned the language of Kaelin's facets, the amber spark of curiosity, the steady gold pulse of reassurance. Kaelin shared stories of Zirion's luminous caverns and the intricate beauty of crystalline growth, speaking of patience and structure. Bryn spoke of Gelos Prime's ever-changing tides and resilient lifeforms, stories of adaptability and fluid grace. They discovered their differences weren't barriers but strengths. Kaelin's logical precision complemented Bryn's intuitive adaptability. Her resilience balanced his potential brittleness. They learned that friendship wasn't about being the same, but about creating a shared space where differences could resonate, amplify, and create something new and beautiful. When the rescue ship, the Dawn Chorus, finally docked with their pod, the crew found two beings sitting side by side. Kaelin was projecting a complex, harmonious pattern of light onto the bulkhead, a story of stars and survival. Bryn was gently pulsing in time, her colors weaving through the light, adding depth and emotion. They weren't just passengers anymore. They were companions woven together by shared peril, mutual support, and the profound understanding that bloomed in the quiet darkness between the stars. As they boarded the Dawn Chorus, offered separate quarters, they exchanged a look, a flicker of gold from Kaelin met by a soft wave of emerald from Bryn. Without a word, they requested adjacent cabins. The journey home would be long, but they wouldn't be traversing it alone. They had discovered a resonance deeper than light or chemistry, the enduring, comforting warmth of true friendship, forged in the cold vastness of space, a beacon brighter than any distant sun. And as the rescue ship powered its engines, heading towards the warm glow of a home system, two unlikely friends settled in, the gentle thrum of the ship a comforting lullaby, their silent communication a shared story just beginning, promising countless peaceful chapters under the watchful stars. Story 19. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched moss-bearded branches toward the sky and ferns unfurled like emerald scrolls, lived a community unseen by human eyes. Here dappled sunlight painted golden coins upon velvet moss, and the air hummed with the scent of damp earth, pine resin, and wild honeysuckle. In a cozy burrow beneath the roots of a grandfather cedar, a young hedgehog named Thistle watched dewdrops cling to spiderwebs like scattered diamonds. "Mother," he whispered, his nose twitching at the crisp autumn air, "why do the leaves blush crimson so early this year?" His mother, Hazel, her quills silvered with wisdom, nuzzled him gently. "The forest heart stirs uneasily, little one. The seasons dance out of step." The forest heart was no mere legend. Deep in the glimmering glade, a colossal crystal pulsed with the rhythm of the woods, amber for autumn's harvest, icy blue for winter's rest, jade for spring's rebirth, and gold for summer's zenith. For generations the creatures tended it. Owls read its light like starlit maps, badgers cleared encroaching vines with careful claws, and squirrels polished its facets with dewdrop cloths. But now the heart flickered erratically, autumn's glow dimmed too soon, while winter's chill crept into the air like an uninvited guest. Maple leaves, still green at their edges, shriveled and fell prematurely. Berry bushes withered before ripening. A quiet unease settled over the woods. Thistle's friend Fern, a quick-pawed squirrel with a tail like rustling flames, scampered to his burrow one misty dawn. "The frost sprites gather early," she chattered, breath puffing white. "They're weaving ice on the blackberry brook. If they freeze the waters, the otters won't have fish, and the willow roots will starve." Thistle's spines prickled. He remembered Elder Sage, the great horned owl whose feathers held the gray of storm clouds, and whose eyes gleamed with centuries of lore. Only harmony heals imbalance, Sage often murmured from his yew-tree perch. Seek the whispering stones. So Thistle and Fern embarked on a journey, their path carpeted in prematurely fallen leaves that crunched like brittle sugar. They passed Bramble the badger, her snout deep in cool soil. "The earth trembles," she rumbled, her voice a landslide softened by moss. "Worms burrow too deep, fearing false frost. The soil grows hungry." Thistle nosed a crumbling leaf, tasting the sour tang of decay where sweetness should linger. Fern gathered frost-nipped acorns, their caps too tight, their promise unfulfilled. At dusk they reached the Whispering Stones, 3 moss-crowned monoliths standing sentinel in a moonlit clearing. As the first star blinked awake, the stones began to hum, a low vibration Thistle felt in his paw pads. Images shimmered in the air, the forest heart's fractured light, the frantic frost sprites skating too soon on thin ice, roots gasping in parched soil. Then Sage's voice echoed, not from the sky but from the stones themselves, gentle as wind through reeds. "The heart weakens when the threads unravel. Summer's song ended too abruptly. Find the unfinished melody." Guided by stone-given wisdom, they sought the oldest being in the woods, Mother Mycelia, the vast fungal network weaving beneath the forest floor. In a cavern glowing with bioluminescent mushrooms, her voice resonated through the very roots. Ah, little stewards, the summer cicadas fell silent before their chorus climaxed. Their song was the loom's shuttle, weaving warmth into autumn's tapestry. Without it, the frost sprites grow restless, thinking their time has come. She extended a ghostly hyphal thread, placing a tiny, iridescent husk, a cicada's abandoned shell, into Thistle's paws. "Return this to the heart. Let the forest remember." With the shell glowing like captured moonlight, Thistle and Fern raced back. The frost sprites now spiraled wildly over the brook, their icy breath frosting ferns into glassy sculptures. Bramble and the otters worked desperately, breaking ice with sturdy claws. As Thistle placed the cicada shell against the flickering forest heart, Fern leaped onto the highest crystal facet. Closing her eyes, she recalled the cicada's song, a buzzing, sun-drenched drone that once vibrated through lazy afternoons. She chirruped, imitating the rhythm, her voice joined by crickets hidden in the grass, then by the owl's low hoots, and finally by the rustling leaves themselves. The sound swelled, warm and resonant, weaving through the clearing. The heart pulsed once, fiercely. Golden summer light blazed from its core, melting the premature frost, warming the soil. The frost sprites stilled, their tiny forms shimmering with surprise as autumn's true colors, deep burgundy, burnt orange, and enduring green, flooded back into the woods. Maple leaves blazed properly, berries plumped on their stems, the earth sighed, releasing the rich, loamy perfume of balance restored. That night, beneath a sky dusted with stars, Sage gathered them all, hedgehogs, squirrels, badgers, rabbits, and even the contrite frost sprites, by the now gently pulsing forest heart. "Harmony," he murmured, his feathers catching the crystal's amber glow, "is not stillness but a dance of giving and receiving. Today you wove patience with action, memory with hope. Remember this, when the world tilts, listen to the ancient rhythms. Tend the songs, honor the transitions, and trust in the circle." Thistle curled beside Hazel, watching the heart's light paint cozy shadows on the oak bark. The woods sighed contentedly, crickets sang, leaves rustled stories, and the brook chuckled over smooth stones, carrying the promise of seasons unfolding as they should. In the hush, Thistle drifted to sleep, wrapped in the forest's lullaby, knowing that in this magical, interconnected world, no thread was ever truly lost, only waiting to be woven back into the tapestry of belonging. Story 20. Deep within the Whispering Woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient leaves like liquid gold and the air hummed with the quiet secrets of 1,000 years, lived a small community of creatures unseen by human eyes. Mossy burrows nestled beneath gnarled roots, and cobweb hammocks swung between branches draped in emerald velvet. This was the domain of Thistle, a young hedgehog whose spines shimmered with dewdrops caught in the dawn light, and his dearest friend, Pip, a swift, bright-eyed squirrel whose tail flickered like autumn fire. Their world thrived on a delicate, ancient harmony known as the deep green. It was the pulse of the forest itself, felt in the thrumming of roots deep underground, seen in the shimmer of dew on spider silk at sunrise, and heard in the rustling chorus of leaves orchestrated by the wind. The deep green dictated the rhythm of their lives, tied intrinsically to the seasons and the weather. Spring wasn't just blossoms, it was the earth sighing with renewal, the air thick with the scent of damp soil and waking seeds. Summer was a vibrant hum, the forest canopy buzzing with life, the air warm and heavy with the perfume of honeysuckle. Autumn brought crisp whispers, a cascade of fiery colors, and the rich, earthy smell of decay promising new life. Winter was a deep, crystalline hush, where snowflakes danced like frozen starlight and the forest slept, dreaming beneath its blanket of white. This harmony was guarded by the elders, wise creatures who remembered the oldest songs of the woods. Foremost among them was old Hemlock, a great gray owl whose feathers held the patterns of bark and whose eyes, large and luminous amber, saw the subtle flows of the deep green. He often perched high in the sentinel oak, the oldest tree in the forest, its branches like arthritic fingers reaching towards the heavens, its trunk wide enough to hold the whispers of centuries within its rings. One unusually warm autumn, Thistle noticed troubling signs. The leaves, instead of turning vibrant gold and crimson, merely shriveled into brittle brown parchment and fell prematurely. The stream, usually chuckling merrily over smooth stones, dwindled to a listless trickle, its clear water turning cloudy and silent. The air, instead of carrying the crisp scent of apples and wood smoke, felt stale and unnervingly still. Pip darted nervously, reporting that the berry bushes yielded only shriveled fruit, and the air carried a faint, acrid tang, like forgotten ashes. "The deep green is troubled," old Hemlock hooted softly one evening, his voice a low rumble in the gathering twilight. Moonbeams, pale and watery, filtered through the thinning canopy, casting long, distorted shadows. "The balance is slipping, the seasons are tangled like threads caught in a thorn." "But why, Elder?" Thistle asked, his small nose twitching with worry. He felt it too, a faint discord, a vibration beneath his paws that felt wrong. The comforting hum of the forest floor had become a troubled murmur. Hemlock's great head swiveled slowly. "Long ago, before even my time, the elders spoke of such things. When the heart of the forest grows weary, or when the natural flow is blocked, the deep green weakens. The weather forgets its path, the seasons lose their way." He blinked slowly. "The heart, it lies where the oldest waters gather, beneath the roots of the sentinel oak. But the way is guarded by the veil of seasons, a place of shifting magic, fragile as frost." Thistle and Pip exchanged determined glances. They couldn't bear the thought of their home fading. "We must help the heart." Pip chittered, her tiny paws clenched. "Wisdom, not force, is needed," Hemlock cautioned. "Listen to the wind, feel the earth, watch the patterns in the water, even this troubled water. The deep green speaks if you are still enough to hear." Guided by Hemlock's wisdom, the friends set off towards the sentinel oak. The journey felt strange. Autumn leaves crunched dryly underfoot, lacking their usual moist resilience. The air hung heavy and silent, devoid of the usual cheer-ups and rustles. The path to the tree's immense roots was known, but reaching the heartspring required navigating the veil of seasons. As they approached the base of the oak, where its roots plunged into the earth like great, twisted serpents, the air shimmered like heat haze. One moment they felt the chill bite of winter frost forming on their whiskers, the next the humid breath of summer pressed upon them. Fragrant spring blossoms appeared and vanished in a blink, replaced by the scent of decaying autumn leaves. It was disorienting, a chaotic swirl of time out of joint. "Remember," Pip whispered, recalling Hemlock's words, "feel the earth." She pressed her small paws against a thick root. Thistle closed his eyes, ignoring the dizzying shifts in temperature and light. He focused on the solid, ancient presence of the oak beneath him. He felt the slow, deep pulse of the tree, a counter-rhythm to the chaotic magic swirling around them. It was steady, patient, enduring. Follow the pulse, Thistle urged. Don't look at the seasons changing, feel the oak's heartbeat. Together, step by cautious step, they moved with the slow, grounding rhythm of the sentinel oak. They walked through phantom snowdrifts that melted into carpets of bluebells, past showers of autumn leaves that dissolved into spring rain, always keeping their paws connected to the root, their senses tuned to its deep, unwavering song. The chaotic magic still swirled, but it no longer pulled them off course. They were anchored. Finally, they reached a small, hidden chamber beneath the oak's vast roots. Moss, glowing with a soft internal light, covered the walls and floor, cool and velvety underfoot. In the center lay a pool, the heartspring. But it was not as Thistle had imagined. Instead of clear, vibrant water shimmering with life, it was murky and sluggish. Tendrils of thick, grayish slime drifted on its surface, and instead of a gentle pulse, it gave only a weak, irregular gurgle. The air here was thick with the scent of stagnation and deep sadness. "What's wrong with it?" Pip gasped, her voice small in the cavernous quiet. Thistle knelt by the edge, peering into the troubled water. He remembered hemlock, listen, feel, watch. He dipped a cautious paw into the pool. It wasn't cold or warm, it felt numb. He closed his eyes again, pushing aside his fear. He listened beyond the silence. Deep, deep down beneath the murk, he felt a faint, desperate tremor, the true heartbeat of the deep green, struggling. He looked around the mossy chamber. High above, through a natural fissure in the roots, he could see a sliver of the night sky. The moon, usually a comforting silver disk, looked blurred and distant behind a thin, persistent haze. The air, he thought. The air feels wrong everywhere. Blocked. He remembered the acrid tang Pip had mentioned, the unusual stillness. Could the forest not breathe? The deep green breathes with the forest, Thistle murmured, a realization dawning. The air is sick, like the water. He recalled stories of the far edge of the woods, where the trees thinned. Had something happened there, choking the clean air that flowed through the whispering woods like a life-giving river? "We need to help it breathe," Thistle said firmly. "But how?" Pip scampered up the mossy wall towards the fissure. "Look, the moonbeam, it's trying to reach the water, but the haze is too thick." Indeed, a faint shaft of moonlight strained to pierce the murk above the pool, but was diffused and weakened. An idea sparked in Thistle's mind, born from generations of watching the forest work. The moss, the glowing moss, cleans the air in our burrows, doesn't it? It drinks in the bad air and gives back sweetness. The elders say it purifies, Pip agreed, her eyes wide. But there's so little here. "We need to share," Thistle declared. "The forest shares everything. We must bring more. From everywhere." They raced back through the veil of seasons, guided once more by the sentinel oak's steady pulse. They emerged into the troubled forest and began their mission. They visited every burrow, every glade, every hidden nook. They explained the plight of the heartspring to the badgers, the rabbits, the shy deer, the industrious beetles, and the watchful spiders. They spoke of the choked air and the murky water, of the tangled seasons and the fading deep green. And the forest listened. From deep within their dens, creatures brought precious handfuls of the luminous moss that lined their homes. Badgers carried clumps in their careful paws. Rabbits nudged pieces along. Spiders spun delicate silken nets to transport smaller fragments. Beetles rolled tiny beads of it. Pip darted from tree to tree, gathering strands, while Thistle carefully collected moss from sheltered crevices near the dwindling stream, where it still glowed faintly. Together, a silent procession of creatures wound their way back to the sentinel oak, each carrying their offering of glowing green light. They navigated the vale once more, moving slowly, reverently, carrying the collective hope of the Whispering Woods. Back in the Heartspring chamber, they gently placed their moss around the murky pool and along the walls near the fissure. The soft green light grew, pushing back the gloom. Then they waited. They sang. Not a loud song, but the gentle, familiar songs of the forest, the lullaby of the wind through pines, the patter of gentle rain, the creak of old trees, the cheer-up of crickets on a summer night. It was a song of home, of belonging, woven from generations of forest voices. As they sang, the luminous moss seemed to pulse brighter. It drank in the stale, heavy air. Slowly, miraculously, the haze within the chamber began to thin. The shaft of moonlight from the fissure above grew stronger, clearer, like a silver needle piercing the gloom. It finally touched the surface of the Heartspring. Where the pure moonlight met the murky water, a transformation began. The gray slime shrank back, dissolving like shadows before dawn. The water stirred, a faint ripple spreading outwards. Then another. The weak gurgle deepened into a soft, rhythmic plink-plink, like water dripping into a still pool. The murkiness cleared, revealing water that shimmered with an inner light, reflecting the glowing moss and the silver moonbeam. A fresh, sweet scent filled the chamber, like rain on dry earth and new ferns unfurling. Outside, high in the sentinel oak, old Hemlock felt it. A deep, resonant thrum vibrated up through the ancient trunk, a strong, steady pulse. He spread his wings and let out a low, resonant hoot that echoed through the suddenly stirring woods. Thistle and Pip emerged from the roots just as the first, fat snowflakes began to fall. Not the harsh, biting snow of a world out of balance, but soft, gentle flakes that drifted down silently, kissing the parched earth. The air was suddenly crisp and clean, carrying the unmistakable, comforting scent of winter approaching as it should. The unnatural warmth was gone, replaced by the rightful chill. The brittle leaves were soon dusted with white. The stream, though still low, began to chuckle again beneath a thin skin of ice, its water running clearer. The tangled seasons had found their thread once more. Word spread quickly through the Whispering Woods, carried on the newly refreshed breeze. Creatures peeked from their homes, feeling the deep green's strong, harmonious pulse thrumming through the earth, the air, the very sap in the trees. Relief washed over them, warm and profound. That night beneath the sentinel oak, now crowned in pristine snow, the forest gathered. Fireflies, awakened by the restored balance, drifted like living stars. Old Hemlock looked down upon Thistle and Pip, nestled warmly among their friends. You listened, he hooted softly, his voice filled with pride. You felt. You remembered the oldest wisdom, that we are all threads in the deep green's tapestry. What affects one affects all. Healing comes not from one alone, but from the shared breath, the shared light, the shared song of the forest. Thistle looked up at the snow-laden branches glistening under the now clear moon, felt the clean, cold air fill his lungs, and heard the comforting silence of the winter woods, punctuated only by the soft sigh of the wind and the distant hoot of Hemlock. The Heartspring pulsed steadily beneath them, a quiet, powerful rhythm that resonated in his own small chest. Pip curled her fluffy tail around him, radiating warmth and contentment. The Whispering Woods slept peacefully that night, wrapped in the gentle embrace of restored balance. The snow continued to fall, soft and deep, a blanket of pure white promising protection and renewal. And deep within the earth, beneath the roots of the sentinel oak, the Heartspring pulsed with a clear, strong light, a testament to the wisdom of listening, the power of sharing, and the enduring magic of harmony, guarded by the quiet courage of the smallest creatures and the deep, ancient song of the deep green. The forest dreamed, whole and healed, ready for the quiet turning of the seasons once more. Story 21. The evening mist curled around the eaves of the cottage like sleepy cats as young Clara traced the frost patterns on her window pane. Outside, the ancient Whisperwood stood silhouetted against the twilight, its usual emerald vibrancy dimmed to ashen gray. For weeks an unnatural silence had settled over the forest, leaves falling too soon and brooks murmuring in weary sighs. Clara felt the wood's sorrow in her bones, a quiet ache that mirrored her own shyness. How often she'd watch village children laughing by the mill pond, her words trapped like butterflies in her throat. One crisp autumn morning, while gathering fallen walnuts where the forest met her grandmother's garden, Clara's fingers brushed against something warm beneath the moss. It was an acorn, but unlike any she'd seen. Its cap shimmered with mother-of-pearl luminescence, and through a hairline crack in its shell pulsed a light like captured moonlight. When she cupped it in her palms, the glow intensified, humming with a vibration that traveled up her arms and settled warmly behind her ribs. That night, as she placed it on her windowsill, the acorn sprouted a single silver root that tapped gently against the glass, as if asking to be let out. By dawn, the acorn had transformed. It now revealed intricate carvings on its surface, not man-made, but natural ridges forming a map of the Whisperwood, with a path leading to a place called the Verdant Hollow, marked by a tiny, glowing fern. Clara knew with sudden certainty that the forest's fading magic and this gift were intertwined. Tucking the acorn into her patchwork satchel beside oatcakes and a woolen scarf, she slipped into the mist-shrouded woods. The familiar trails soon gave way to untouched wilderness. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dusty gold shafts, illuminating spiderwebs bejeweled with dew. Clara followed the acorn's gentle pulses, which grew stronger when she chose correctly at fork after fork. Yet as shadows lengthened, the woods turned hostile. Brambles snagged her skirt like skeletal fingers, and the comforting birdsong ceased. Panic fluttered in her chest when the path vanished entirely before a wall of thorns humming with dark energy. That's when a gravelly voice spoke from the undergrowth. "Lost little sapling." A creature emerged no taller than Clara's waist, with bark-like skin, twiggy limbs, and a crown of crimson thorns. Its eyes glowed like banked embers. "Turn back, what lies beyond the briar gate isn't for your kind." Clara's hand closed around the humming acorn. "I'm Clara, the woods are sick. This showed me the way to help." She revealed the glowing seed. The creature recoiled, then leaned in, fascinated. "Thorn," it rasped after a pause. "My name, and that's a world seed. Haven't seen one since the Great Blight." Thorn explained they were a bramblekin, guardian of the forest's thresholds. "Your people forgot us, fear us now, why help?" "Because it's hurting," Clara whispered, touching a wilted bluebell. "And I know how loneliness feels." Thorn studied her, then gave a curt nod. With a gesture, the briars parted just enough for them to squeeze through. "Don't thank me yet, sapling. The Whispering River's next. It drowns liars." The river was a ribbon of liquid silver, wide and impossibly still. No bridge spanned its expanse. "Step only where your reflection shows your true self," Thorn warned. Clara hesitated, then placed her foot on the water. Where her boot touched, glowing lily pads bloomed, holding her weight. Halfway across, her reflection rippled, showing not her face, but an image of her hiding behind a tree while village children called her name. The lily pads wavered. Clara's cheeks burned. "They invited me to play," she confessed aloud, and I was too scared to answer. The pads solidified. Thorn, crossing beside her, murmured, "Truth water stings, but it cleans." Beyond the river lay the maze of echoing roots, a labyrinth of colossal tree roots where every footstep echoed with memories. "Lost travelers go mad hearing their own fears amplified," Thorn said grimly. As they navigated the twisting paths, Clara's steps echoed with whispers, "Too quiet, why won't you speak? No one sees you." Her breath hitched. Thorn's own echoes hissed, outsider, destroyer, thief of sunlight. The bramblekin hunched, thorns bristling. Impulsively, Clara reached for their twiggy hand. "We hear the same loneliness," she said. Their linked hands dampened the echoes to a murmur. Together they found the exit marked by a root shaped like a crescent moon. When they stumbled into the verdant hollow, Clara gasped. This hidden valley pulsed with life. Trees bore crystalline fruits glowing with inner light, ferns unfurled in slow-motion dances, and the air hummed with the harmony of 1,000 unseen insects. Yet at its heart stood a colossal, ancient oak, the heartwood tree, its leaves drooping, and its bark scarred with cracks leaking shimmering sap. Beneath it lay a circle of stones, one conspicuously empty. "The world seed belongs there," Thorn said, pointing to the hollow stone. "It's the keystone of the forest spirit, but it vanished generations ago when humans stopped believing." As Clara approached, the acorn blazed like a tiny star. But as she knelt to place it, the ground trembled. From the shadows coalesced the blight wisp, a shapeless entity of swirling ash and decay, born from the forest's neglected sorrow. "Belief cannot be forced, little dreamer," it hissed, its voice like dry leaves crumbling. "Your kind abandoned the pact, why nurture what they scorn?" Clara stood protectively before the keystone. "I believe," she declared, voice trembling but clear. "And belief grows like a seed, one heart at a time." She held up the acorn, its light pushing back the gloom. "This forest sheltered me when I felt unseen. It gave me Thorn's friendship. Isn't that worth protecting?" The blight wisp wavered. Thorn stepped forward, placing a thorny hand over Clara's on the acorn. "And we bramblekin forgot too," they admitted. "We guarded the gates but closed our hearts." She crossed the truth river. She walked the echo maze with me. Her belief is real. As their hands touched, one small and human, one twiggy and wild, the acorn's light exploded, not in a blinding flash, but in a warm, expanding wave that washed over the heartwood tree. The cracks in its bark sealed with veins of gold. Overhead, leaves rustled back to vibrant green, showering luminous pollen that danced in the air. The blight wisp dissipated into a shower of harmless embers that nourished the soil. In the days that followed, Clara and Thorn worked side by side. She planted the world seed in the keystone hollow, where it took root instantly, growing into a sapling with leaves like stained glass. Thorn taught her the forest song's melodies to encourage shy buds, rhythms to soothe storm-bent branches. Clara, in turn, showed Thorn how to weave crowns of clover and dandelion, their laughter scaring away the last remnants of silence. But Clara knew true healing required more. With Thorn hidden in her satchel, she returned to the village at twilight. Villagers gathered, murmuring about the sudden return of birdsong and the inexplicable bloom of late roses. Clara climbed onto the old well, heart pounding. Then she spoke. Not loudly but clearly. She spoke of the verdant hollow, of Thorn's bravery, of the world seed's light. She held up a crystalline fruit from the heartwood tree that glowed softly in her palm. "The forest never stopped believing in us," she finished. "It's time we remembered how to believe in it." Silence followed. Then the miller's daughter stepped forward. I've heard laughter in the willows lately," she admitted. Others shared stories, a lost lamb guided home by fireflies, apple trees blossoming twice. The next morning, led by Clara with Thorn peeking from her shoulder, the villagers entered the Whisperwood. They repaired old footbridges, not with nails, but with living willow bindings. Children left offerings of honey at mossy stones. And at the forest's edge, they planted an orchard with saplings gifted by the heartwood, their roots intertwined with wild ones. Years later, Clara, now grown, sat beneath the world seed tree in the verdant hollow. Its canopy scattered prismatic light over the ferns. Beside her, Thorn tended to glowing mushrooms, their once sharp thorns now softened by garlands of ivy. The bramblekin no longer hid. Villagers left woven baskets of seeds at the forest's edge, and sometimes children would find their lost mittens returned, neatly mended with spider silk thread. The Whisperwood thrived, its magic a gentle hum beneath everyday life. Clara, once too timid to speak, now taught the village children the language of the woods, how to listen to the wind stories, how to thank the earth before taking its gifts. She'd often take them to the Whispering River, where they'd speak truths to the water and watch it bloom with lilies. Magic isn't in grand spells, she'd say, placing a child's hand on the mossy bark of the world-seed tree. It's in the courage to tend a tiny seed of hope, and the wisdom to let friendship be the water that helps it grow. As fireflies rose like living stars in the twilight, Clara leaned against the heartwood, Thorn's head resting against her shoulder. The forest breathed around them, a symphony of rustling leaves, bubbling streams, and distant village laughter harmonizing perfectly. In the quiet, Clara knew the deepest magic of all, that every ending is a seed, every act of kindness a root reaching deep, and that even the quietest voice, when it speaks from the heart, can heal a world. And under the watchful glow of the world-seed tree, the woods settled into contented dreams, forever held in the gentle embrace of renewed bonds. Story 22. Deep within the Whispering Woods, where ancient oaks stretched their moss-draped arms toward a sky perpetually dappled with starlight, lived a community unseen by human eyes. Here, where moonbeams pooled like liquid silver in fern-carpeted hollows, the forest breathed with a rhythm older than memory. Young Pip, a hedgehog with quills the color of twilight shadows, felt that rhythm in his paws each dawn as he foraged for dewy mushrooms. The air hummed with secrets, the fragrance of damp earth after rain, the cinnamon-sweet scent of crumbling bark, the distant chime of ice crystals forming on spiderwebs during frostfall. One autumn, the forest's harmony faltered. The amber current, a river of golden light that flowed through the canopy each equinox, warming roots and coaxing seeds to sprout, flickered weakly. Leaves browned too soon, their rustling whispers turning anxious. Pip noticed the stillness first, no squirrels chattering in the hazel thickets, no fireflies painting the dusk with emerald sparks. Even the stream's song grew thin and reedy. His grandmother, Sage, whose quills were frosted silver with age, stirred from her nest of woven reeds. "The balance wavers," she murmured, her voice like wind through dry grass. "When the current dims, winter's teeth bite deeper than they should." Pip's heart clenched as he recalled Sage's tales of the weeping frost, a century past, when ice had crept into summer and silenced the woods for years. The remedy lay with the stone keepers, ancient badgers who tended the heartstones buried deep beneath the forest. These crystalline shards, forged from starlight and bedrock, pulsed with seasonal magic. But the path to their cavern was perilous, winding through the Shiverwind Pass where northern gales sculpted snow into glassy spires. Guided by Sage's wisdom, "Trust the moss, it grows toward warmth," Pip embarked at moonrise. His journey unfurled like a tapestry woven with sensory wonders, the velvet brush of moth wings against his snout, the taste of frost-kissed blackberries bursting tart on his tongue, the crunch of frosted ferns underfoot. In a grove of weeping willows, he met Luna, a silver fox whose fur shimmered like trapped moonlight. She'd seen the current's fading glow from her den. "The wind carries no seeds," she fretted, her breath misting in the cold. "The earth forgets to dream." Together they trekked onward, their friendship a small warmth against the creeping chill. Magic revealed itself in subtle marvels, a shower of maple keys spiraling down to form a bridge over a ravine, glowworms kindling into lanterns where shadows thickened. Yet the Shiverwind Pass lived up to its name. Icy gusts howled, tearing at Pip's quills and frosting Luna's whiskers. Just as despair threatened, an unexpected ally emerged, Thistle, a field mouse with feathers braided into her tail. Her ancestors had been map keepers, memorizing the forest's veins and bones. The stones listen, she chirped, leading them to a hidden cleft where geothermal vents exhaled warmth like a sleeping dragon's breath. But they answer only to courage tempered by kindness. The cavern of the Heartstones glowed with ethereal splendor. Massive crystals jutted from the walls, amber for autumn, jade for spring, sapphire for winter, ruby for summer, each humming a note in the forest's silent song. At their center slumbered the oldest stonekeeper, Granite, his fur grizzled as lichen-covered stone. He stirred, eyes like polished coal. "The current weakens," he rumbled, the sound echoing through Pip's bones, because the forest's heart is heavy. Humans felled the sentinel tree, the elder pine whose roots drank starlight and fed the current. A ripple of sorrow passed through the crystals. Without the sentinel, the season's magic frayed. But Granite's gaze softened. New roots can grow from old wisdom. He placed a paw on the autumn stone, its light guttering like a dying candle. 3 things are needed: a seed from the sentinel's last cone, a tear shed for what was lost, and a song to wake the sleeping earth. Their quest led them to the clearing where the sentinel had stood. Only a stump remained, wide as a pond, its rings etched with centuries. There Pip found a single seed nestled in the moss, a tiny promise wrapped in scales. Luna's tear fell upon it, glistening like a diamond. Then Thistle sang, a high, clear melody passed down from her great-grandmother, about roots dreaming deep and branches embracing sky. As the last note faded, Pip planted the seed in the sentinel's shadow. They waited, huddled together as snowflakes spun lazy pirouettes. Slowly, tenderly, a sprout unfurled, a wisp of green no taller than Pip's paw. But as it stretched toward the moon, the amber current blazed back to life overhead, a river of gold cascading through the branches. Warmth seeped into the soil, melting frost from bluebells. Snowdrops pushed through the white blanket, their bells chiming softly. In the distance, a wood thrush's flute-like call pierced the silence, spring's herald arriving early. By dawn, the whispering woods sighed back into balance. Pip returned to Sage, who nuzzled his forehead with a raspy chuckle. "You carried the forest inside you," she whispered. As seasons turned, the sprout grew into a sapling, its needles already whispering secrets to the wind. Pip, Luna, and Thistle became its guardians, teaching younger creatures the rhythms of the balance, how fireflies signaled rain, how badger diggings aerated the soil, how gratitude nourished magic as much as sunlight. On quiet evenings, when the Heartstone's glow painted the treetops in pastel hues, Pip would recount their tale beside the sentinel's air. The forest listened, its symphony restored, crickets keeping time, leaves rustling counterpoint, the stream's laughter weaving through it all. And high above, the amber current flowed eternal, a golden thread stitching earth to sky, reminding all who dwelled below that even in the deepest winter, the seeds of renewal slept, waiting for gentle hearts to wake them. As stars pricked through the velvet dark, Pip would curl in his nest, lulled by the wood's soft breath. The scent of pine resin, the murmur of the stream, the warmth of friends nearby, each a note in the lullaby of the wild, singing that though challenges may come, harmony always finds its way home, carried on the wings of wisdom and the quiet courage of those who listen. Story 23. Leela always thought her grandmother's attic was a place where dust bunnies held council and forgotten dreams went to nap. But one rainy Tuesday, while searching for a missing jigsaw piece, her fingers brushed against something cold and smooth beneath an old quilt. It was a key, not grand or golden, but a humble thing of tarnished brass, shaped like a teardrop with delicate filigree wings. "Huh," she whispered, tracing its edges. "You look lonely." That night, as moonlight spilled through her window, the key began to hum. A soft, silvery melody filled the air, and Leela watched in wonder as it floated from her nightstand, leaving a trail of shimmering dust. It drifted toward her wardrobe, not toward the door but the back panel, where knotted wood grains suddenly swirled like liquid. With a gentle click, the key vanished into the wood, and a doorway no taller than Layla's knee shimmered into view. Beyond it lay a path of glowing moss, winding into a forest of crystalline trees. Layla hesitated only a moment before crawling through. The air smelled of rain-kissed ferns and honey. Fireflies pulsed like tiny lanterns, guiding her down the mossy trail until she reached a clearing. There, perched on a toadstool, sat a badger in a waistcoat patched with autumn leaves. "Took your time, didn't you?" he grumbled, polishing spectacles with a clover. "Name's Bramble, keeper of lost things." His voice was gravelly but kind. "That key's been waiting decades for someone who listens instead of rushing." As Bramble spoke, a whirl of sapphire feathers zipped past Leela's ear. "Ooh, a visitor," chimed a tiny bluebird, landing on her shoulder. "I'm Pip. I weave lullabies into dreams." Pip's song trilled like wind chimes, making the flowers tilt toward her. "Bramble's grumpy because the glimmerwood's fading," she confided. "The heartstone's gone dim." The heartstone, Bramble explained, was a crystal pulsing with the forest's magic, hidden in the roots of the ancient whispering oak. But its light had dwindled to a faint flicker, leaving the once vibrant woods muted and hushed. "Darkthorn vines are choking the oak," Bramble sighed. "They feed on fear and haste. Many have tried to tear them away, only to get tangled. The stone needs a different remedy." The journey to the whispering oak felt like walking through a half-remembered dream. Moonflowers bloomed where Leela stepped, their petals shedding soft light. They crossed rivers on bridges spun from spider silk and past meadows where butterflies danced in kaleidoscope patterns. Yet shadows lingered at the edges. The darkthorn vines Bramble mentioned slithered like Inkai serpents, thorns glinting coldly. One lashed out, but Pip sang a sharp, clear note, and the vine recoiled as if scalded. "Music reminds them of starlight," Pip chirped. "They hate remembering they were once beautiful." When they reached the oak, Leela's heart sank. The great tree's bark was gray and cracked, its leaves drooping. Thick vines coiled around its trunk, squeezing tighter with every labored breath the tree took. Deep within the knotted roots, the heartstone glimmered weakly, a star drowning in fog. "Everyone tries force," Bramble murmured, nudging Leela forward. "But the vines grow stronger with struggle. The oak's roots remember every sorrow it's absorbed. The stone needs that sadness lifted, not fought." Leela knelt, the brass key warm in her palm. She thought of her grandmother's stories, how sadness shrinks when spoken aloud. Pressing her hand to the oak's roots, she whispered, "What hurts you?" The tree trembled. Images flooded Leela's mind. A sapling buried under landslide rocks, a branch scorched by lightning, nests abandoned by migrating birds. Each memory was a thorn in the oak's spirit. The vines tightened gleefully. Leela closed her eyes. "You held so much," she murmured. "But you're not alone now." She hummed the melody the key had sung, a lullaby of comfort. Pip joined in, her voice weaving harmony, while Bramble placed a steady paw on the bark. "Let it go, old friend," he rumbled. "We're here." One by one, the darkthorn vines loosened. Where notes touched them, their Inkai blackness softened to indigo, then lavender, then clear as dew. They uncurled gently, slithering back into the earth, leaving only shimmering trails like snail silver. As the last vine retreated, the heartstone flared, not with blinding light, but with a warm, buttery glow that spread through the roots, up the trunk, and into every leaf. The oak sighed a sound like rustling silk, and new buds unfurled emerald bright. When Leela returned home, the key rested quietly on her pillow. The wardrobe was just wood again. But now, when she pressed her ear to it, she heard distant bird song and Bramble's contented snoring. She understood ordinary things hold extraordinary magic when met with a listening heart. And whenever the world felt too loud, she'd hold the key, remembering that even the deepest shadows soften when kindness sings to them. As moonlight painted her room silver, Leela drifted to sleep, a smile on her lips. Somewhere in the Glimmerwood, a bluebird trilled a lullaby just for her, and an old badger nodded approvingly, whispering to the stars, "That's the way, little listener. That's the way." Story 24. The forest beyond Meadowbrook Village had always whispered to young Finn. While other children played tag in the sun-dappled lanes, he'd linger at the edge of the ancient woods, listening to the rustle of oak leaves like secret conversations, breathing in the damp, earthy perfume of moss and decaying bark. He felt a quiet pull, a sense that the towering trees held more than just birds and squirrels. His grandmother, with eyes like deep, still pools, would often say, "The greenwood remembers, Finn. It holds stories in its roots." But Finn never imagined he'd become part of one of those stories, or that it would begin with a stone. One crisp autumn afternoon, while searching for particularly vibrant maple leaves to press, Finn's boot scuffed against something smooth and cool half buried in the loam near the oldest oak. It wasn't a pebble. It was a stone, perfectly oval and the size of his palm, but unlike any he'd ever seen. It seemed carved from twilight itself, deep indigo swirling with veins of shimmering silver that pulsed faintly, like captured starlight breathing. When he picked it up, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, not burning but comforting, like holding a sun-warmed teacup on a chilly day. A low, resonant hum vibrated against his skin, a sound felt more than heard, like the forest's heartbeat amplified. He tucked the starstone into his worn canvas satchel, its warmth a constant, reassuring presence against his side as he hurried home, the ordinary world suddenly feeling charged with unseen magic. That night, under a quilt patched with memories, Finn held the stone. Moonlight streamed through his window, catching the silver veins. As he traced them, the room dissolved. Not into darkness, but into a breathtaking vista. He stood on a mossy outcrop, overlooking a valley bathed in perpetual twilight. Gigantic bioluminescent mushrooms glowed with soft blues and purples, casting long, dancing shadows. Trees with bark like polished obsidian boar leaves of spun silver and gold. The air hummed with the chirps of unseen creatures, and carried the scent of night-blooming jasmine and damp stone. This was the Glimmering Vale, a hidden heart within the greenwood, revealed only through the starstone's magic. Awed, Finn watched luminous moths drift like living lanterns, until sleep gently pulled him back. The next day, bursting with his discovery, Finn rushed back to the oak. But the veil wasn't simply a vision, the starstone was a key. Focusing his thoughts on the mossy outcrop, the air before him shimmered like heat haze, then parted like a curtain. Stepping through was like plunging into cool, clear water. The veil was even more astonishing in reality. The moss beneath his boots was springy and vibrantly green, glowing faintly. The giant mushrooms pulsed with inner light. Yet something felt off. The vibrant glow seemed dimmer than in his vision. The air, while fragrant, carried a faint, sour undercurrent, like forgotten rain. The resonant hum of the veil felt weaker, frayed at the edges. "Bit lost for a sprigling, aren't ya?" A voice, dry as autumn leaves, but surprisingly melodic, came from above. Perched on a glowing toadstool cap was a creature Finn initially mistook for a large, russet squirrel. But this being had intelligent amber eyes that held ancient wisdom, delicate, almost translucent wings folded against its back like spun sugar, and wore a tiny waistcoat woven from iridescent beetle wings. Its long tail twitched with curiosity. "Name's Thistle," it declared, puffing out its chest. "Keeper of forgotten paths and unlikely truths, and you, Starstone-bearer, have arrived when the veil sighs with sorrow." Thistle explained that the veil's life force, the lumina wellspring deep within its core, was fading. The wellspring's light, channeled through the roots of the obsidian trees, nourished everything. but its glow was dimming, causing the veil's vibrant energy to wane. The sour scent was the tang of decay encroaching where light retreated. "The Starstone chose you," Thistle said, his tiny face serious. "It senses a resonance, a spark within you that might help rekindle what's being lost. But the path to the wellspring is perilous now, haunted by the murk." The murk, Thistle explained with a shudder, was no natural creature. It was a manifestation of the veil's fading light and forgotten fears, a shifting, shadowy entity that fed on despair and isolation, growing stronger as the lumina weakened. It lurked in the dimmer paths, twisting roots into snares, whispering doubts and draining warmth. Finn felt a prickle of fear. He was just a boy from Meadowbrook. How could he face something like that? Their journey began along a path paved with smooth, luminous pebbles. Thistle, surprisingly agile and knowledgeable, guided Finn through groves of whispering silver ferns and across bridges woven from living vines that glowed softly underfoot. Finn shared stories of Meadowbrook the baker's warm cinnamon rolls, the grumpy but kind blacksmith, the feeling of belonging he sometimes struggled to grasp. Thistle, in turn, spoke of the Vale's history, the great spiral dance of the fireflies, the song of the crystal falls, the ancient pact between the Vale and the greenwood that kept both worlds balanced. He spoke of loneliness, too, of being one of the few winged sprites left, others having faded with the light. Their conversation, filled with shared wonder and quiet confessions, became a gentle counterpoint to the growing unease. Finn learned that Thistle's sharp tongue hid a deep loyalty and a fierce love for his home. The first encounter with the murk happened near the Whispering Grotto. The air grew abruptly cold, and the comforting hum of the Vale dropped to a menacing silence. The luminous moss dimmed. Tendrils of Inkai shadow, cold and damp, snaked out from behind a cluster of giant, dulled mushrooms. A low moan like wind through a hollow log, but imbued with profound sadness, filled the air. Finn froze, fear icing his veins. The starstone pulsed warm against his chest. Thistle buzzed nervously. "Don't listen to its whispers, Finn. Focus on the light." A voice, chillingly close yet directionless, slithered into Finn's mind. "Alone, you've always been alone. Meadowbrook doesn't see you. The Vale doesn't need you. Give up." The words resonated with Finn's own hidden insecurities. He felt a crushing weight of isolation. But then Thistle landed on his shoulder, a tiny, warm weight. "Nonsense," the sprite chirped, his voice surprisingly strong. "I see you, the Starstone chose you. Remember the baker's smile. Remember the warmth of the sun on the village green." Thistle's presence, his defiant words, and the insistent warmth of the Starstone pushed back against the cold despair. Finn took a shaky breath, focusing not on the Merc's lies, but on Thistle's friendship, on the memory of his grandmother's kind eyes, on the comforting hum of the stone. He held the Starstone aloft. Its silver veins blazed, piercing the oppressive gloom. The tendrils recoiled with a hiss, the moan turning into a frustrated snarl before the shadows dissolved, retreating. The grotto's moss flickered back to life, faintly. They had won that skirmish, but the cost was a shared tremor of fear and a deeper understanding of the Merc's power. Days blurred in the eternal twilight of the Vale. They navigated treacherous passes where the Merc made stones slide treacherously, crossed the mirror marsh where illusions tried to lure them off the safe, glowing lily pads. Thistle's knowledge of the true path was invaluable, and rested in the shelter of enormous, hollowed-out glowing mushrooms. Each encounter with the Merc was a battle of wills. It whispered of Finn's clumsiness, his perceived lack of friends, his doubts about being worthy. It showed Thistle visions of the Vale darkening completely, the last of the sprites fading away. But each time they fought back together. Finn shared stories of small kindnesses in Meadowbrook, helping the elderly librarian reshelve books, sharing his lunch with a stray cat. Thistle recounted tales of past sprite heroes, their courage fueled by love for their home. They discovered that laughter, genuine shared laughter at Thistle's terrible mushroom jokes or Finn's attempts to mimic bird calls, seemed to weaken the murk more than fear strengthened it. The Starstone responded to their combined resolve, its light growing steadier, its warmth more encompassing. Finn felt less like an awkward boy and more like a guardian. Thistle stood taller, his wings shimmering with renewed vibrancy. Finally, after what felt like weeks but might have been days or merely hours in the shifting time of the veil, they reached the Heartwood. It was a cavernous space, the ceiling lost in velvety darkness, studded with points of light like captured stars. Dominating the center was the Lumina wellspring, not a pool of water, but a colossal, crystalline tree stump, its surface etched with intricate, glowing patterns that pulsed with a slow, dying rhythm. From its base, roots like rivers of pure light snaked out into the earth, but their glow was faint, flickering erratically. The sour tang of decay was strongest here, mixed with the ozone scent of fading magic. The air thrummed with a deep, pained vibration. And there, coiled around the base of the wellspring like a suffocating serpent, was the murk. It wasn't just shadow now, it had form a shifting, amorphous mass of deepest black, shot through with veins of sickly green light. Countless eyes, cold and empty, opened across its surface. The oppressive silence was absolute, heavy with despair. "You are too late," a chorus of hollow voices echoed in their minds, bypassing their ears. "The light fails. Loneliness consumes all. This world ends. Yours will follow." Finn's heart hammered against his ribs. The sheer magnitude of the murk's despair threatened to overwhelm him. Thistle trembled on his shoulder, his tiny wings drooping. The Starstone flared in Finn's hand, its warmth a desperate counterpoint to the chilling void. He remembered Thistle's unwavering companionship, the sprite's courage despite his fear. He remembered the baker's warm bread, his grandmother's stories, the feeling of sun on his face connections, however small. He thought of the vale's beauty, the gentle glow of the mushrooms, the song of the unseen creature's life worth fighting for. "It feeds on loneliness," Finn whispered, the realization dawning like the first star at twilight. But it is loneliness. He looked at the monstrous form, seeing not just a predator, but a profound, trapped sorrow. It was forgotten, left in the dark. He stepped forward not in aggression, but with compassion kindled by his journey. He held the Starstone not as a weapon, but as a beacon. "You don't have to be alone," Finn called out, his voice surprisingly steady in the vast silence. He poured his memories into the stone, the warmth of his grandmother's hand, Thistle's chattering companionship, the shared laughter in the face of fear, the simple joy of finding a perfect autumn leaf. He focused on connection, on belonging found in unexpected places. The Starstone erupted. Not with a blinding flash, but with a wave of pure, gentle radiant silver and indigo light that flowed outwards like liquid starlight. It didn't burn the murk, it reached for it. The light touched the shifting shadows, the sickly green veins. The multitude of eyes blinked, some showing confusion instead of emptiness. The oppressive chorus faltered, replaced by a single bewildered whisper, "Remember." The murk recoiled, not in pain, but as if startled. The light persisted, weaving through its form, seeking the core of the forgotten sorrow beneath the manifested despair. Finn poured every ounce of his empathy, every lesson of friendship learned, into the Starstone's glow. Thistle, understanding, began to hum a soft, ancient sprite melody his grandmother had taught him, a song of roots reaching deep and stars watching over. A tremor ran through the murk. The shadows began to thin, not vanishing, but transforming. The Rinkai blackness lightened to deep violet, then indigo. The sickly green veins dissolved into pure silver. The multitude of eyes softened, merged, becoming two large, luminous orbs filled with a dawning ancient sadness, and then wonder. The amorphous mass shrank, condensed, reshaping itself. Where the suffocating shadow serpent had been, now stood a tall, slender being. Its skin was the deep blue of the twilight sky, shimmering with constellations. Long hair like spun moonlight flowed around a face both serene and deeply weary. It had large, gentle eyes the color of the starstone's silver veins, now filled with tears that glowed softly. This was Leora, the forgotten guardian of the wellspring, who had succumbed to isolation and despair eons ago when the connection between worlds weakened, becoming the very murk she was meant to protect against. I was lost, Leora breathed, her voice a chime of crystal bells, trembling with emotion. So alone in the silence, I forgot the light, I forgot connection. She looked at Finn with profound gratitude, then at Thistle. You remembered for me, you brought the light back to me. As Leora touched the crystalline surface of the wellspring, her hand glowing with the same starlight as the transformed murk, the patterns etched upon it flared back to life. A brilliant, warm, gold and silver light erupted from the core, flowing down the roots like liquid sunshine. The pulse became strong and steady, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the cavern floor and up Finn's legs, filling him with profound well-being. The sour tang vanished, replaced by the heady perfume of night-blooming flowers and fresh rain. The entire heartwood glowed with renewed vitality. The change rippled outwards instantly. Finn felt it as he and Thistle followed Leora out of the heartwood. The silver leaves on the obsidian trees shimmered brighter. The giant mushrooms pulsed with vibrant blues and purples. The air hummed with the energetic chirps and clicks of countless creatures, louder and more joyful than before. The glimmering veil was awake, alive, singing. Their journey back to the threshold oak felt like a celebration. Luminous butterflies danced around them. Shy, furry creatures with eyes like polished jet peeked from behind glowing ferns, chittering welcomes. Thistle buzzed exuberantly, doing loop-the-loops in the revitalized air, his wings catching the renewed light like prisms. Leora walked beside them, her presence radiating a gentle, protective warmth. At the shimmering portal back to the greenwood, Leora knelt, placing a hand on Finn's head. Her touch was cool and soothing, like moonlight. You carry the light within you now, Finn, Starstone-bearer, she said softly. Remember this journey, remember that connection is the strongest magic. The veil will always remember you. She nodded to Thistle. And you, little sprite, keeper of forgotten paths, have found a new one. The bond between worlds is strong again. Visit often. Thistle landed on Finn's shoulder, giving a decisive nod. Count on it. Stepping back through the shimmering air, Finn found himself under the ancient oak in the familiar greenwood, the late afternoon sun casting long, golden shadows. The starstone in his satchel was warm, its glow subdued but constant. Thistle, perched comfortably on his shoulder, surveyed the human world with bright curiosity. Right then, the sprite chirped, adjusting his beetle-wing waistcoat. Lead on to Meadowbrook, I hear tales of these cinnamon rolls. Finn laughed, a sound full of relief and newfound joy. He walked back towards the village, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of rose and amber. He wasn't just Finn anymore. He was Finn who had walked in twilight valleys, who had faced despair with friendship, who carried a piece of starlight and a tiny, winged guardian. He saw Meadowbrook with fresh eyes. The smoke curling from chimneys wasn't just smoke, it was the breath of home. The laughter of children playing wasn't just noise, it was the sound of connection. He belonged not just here, but to a larger, more magical tapestry. That night, as Finn lay in bed, Thistle curled up in a small nest of moss and leaves Finn had made on the windowsill, glowing faintly like a firefly. The starstone rested on his bedside table, a comforting ember of indigo and silver in the dark. He thought of Leora, her gentle light guarding the wellspring. He thought of the veil, singing again. He thought of Thistle's chatter and the promise of adventures yet to come. The worries that had once felt so large of not fitting in, of being unseen, felt small now, quieted by the profound understanding that light could be found in the darkest places, and friendship could bloom in the most unexpected soil. The greenwood whispered outside, but now Finn understood its language, a lullaby of roots and stars, of hidden wonders and enduring bonds. He closed his eyes, the warmth of the starstone and the soft glow of his friend filling the room, and drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the heart of the glimmering vale, restored and radiant once more. The journey had changed him, not into someone else, but into more truly himself, a boy who knew the magic wasn't just out there, but carried within, waiting to be shared, one warm connection, one act of kindness, one shared laugh at a time. Story 25. Story 26. The little village of Cobblestone Creek nestled between whispering pines and a chuckling brook, a place where moss grew thick on stone walls and chimneys puffed contented smoke. Young Leo, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart full of quiet curiosity, lived above his grandfather's dusty bookshop. He often felt overlooked, a small shadow in a world of bustling grown-ups. His greatest treasure was a chipped blue teacup, forgotten on a high shelf. Its porcelain was cold to the touch, yet whenever Leo held it, a faint scent of cinnamon and old paper tickled his nose. One crisp autumn evening, as golden light slanted through the shop window, Leo filled the cup with rainwater caught in a bucket. He lifted it to his lips, not to drink, but because holding it felt like holding a secret. As the cool porcelain touched his lips, the world dissolved. Suddenly, Leo wasn't in the bookshop. He stood in a sun-drenched meadow filled with flowers that chimed like tiny bells. The air hummed, thick with the scent of honey and crushed mint. Before him stood three peculiar figures, no taller than his hand. One was a stout acorn with twig arms and a mossy-bearded bramble, who spoke in a voice like gravel rolling downhill. The second was a shimmering dragonfly made of stained glass shimmer, whose wings hummed melodically. The third was a smooth river stone with wise, painted eyes pebble, who communicated through gentle vibrations Leo felt in his bones. "You drank from the memory cup, young one," rumbled Bramble, adjusting his moss beard. "It shows the heart of things long forgotten." Shimmer's wings trilled. "But the cup's magic is fading, the meadow of echoes is wilting, the singing stones have fallen silent. Without their song, the memories held here will scatter like dust." Pebble pulsed with a warm, concerned light. Leo understood. He needed to restore the song. The journey began. They traversed fields of whispering grass that parted like velvet curtains. Bramble used his sturdy twigs to clear tangles of thorny vines that tried to snag Leo's clothes. "Patience, lad," he'd grumble. "Thorns only bite if you rush." They crossed a bridge woven from spider silk, swaying perilously over a gorge filled with swirling, colorful mist. Shimmer darted ahead, her glass wings catching the light and revealing hidden paths across the shimmering threads. "Trust the light," she chimed softly. "Fear makes the path seem thinner than it is." Deep within the heart of the meadow, they found the Singing Stone's three towering monoliths, once humming with power, now dull and silent. Crouched at their base was a creature of shadow and shifting fog, radiating loneliness and cold. It was the shadow of neglect, feeding on forgotten things. It hissed, a sound like tearing silk, and the air grew colder. Leo instinctively stepped back, fear prickling his skin. "Force won't work, Leo," Pebble pulsed urgently, pressing warmly against his ankle. "It thrives on being unseen, unheard. Remember the cup." Leo looked at the silent stones, then at the huddled shadow. The cup showed the heart of things forgotten. This shadow was forgotten, a memory of sorrow left untended. Instead of shrinking away, Leo knelt. He thought of the lonely feeling he sometimes had in the bustling shop, the quiet ache of being overlooked. He poured those feelings into his words, not accusing, but understanding. "It must be very cold," he whispered to the shadow. "Always in the dark, always alone." The shadow flinched, its form flickering. Leo remembered the warmth of the teacup in his hand, the scent of cinnamon. He imagined sharing that warmth. "You don't have to be alone," he said gently. "The stones want to sing again. We can remember together." He held out his hand, not to touch the shadow, but as an offer. Bramble nudged a fallen, glowing petal towards it. Shimmer hovered close, her wings casting soft, rainbow light on its form. Pebble pulsed a steady, comforting rhythm. The shadow trembled. Slowly, hesitantly, it uncurled. Instead of cold, a faint sigh, like the wind through reeds, escaped it. It shrank, not vanishing, but transforming into a small, silvery moth that fluttered weakly onto Leo's outstretched palm. It felt light as dandelion fluff, radiating a quiet sadness, but also a fragile hope. Leo carried the moth to the base of the tallest stone. As the silvery wings brushed the ancient rock, a low, resonant hum began to build within the monolith. The moth fluttered to the next stone, then the last. With each touch, the hum deepened, harmonizing, filling the meadow with a sound like deep bells and distant choirs. The wilted flowers perked up, their chimes joining the symphony. The air warmed, filled with the vibrant sense of life and memory. The meadow of echoes shimmered, restored. Bramble chuckled, a sound like pebbles in a stream. Shimmer danced intricate patterns in the air, her light painting the scene. Pebble glowed with serene approval. The silvery moth fluttered once around Leo's head, a brush of cool gratitude, then dissolved into a shower of soft light that settled over the singing stones. "You understood," Pebble pulsed. "Wisdom is seeing the heart beneath the shadow." Leo found himself back in the bookshop, the chipped blue teacup warm in his hands. The scent of cinnamon and old paper was stronger now, comforting and familiar. Outside, the village of Cobblestone Creek slept under a blanket of stars. Leo felt different. The quiet ache was still there, but softened, like a pebble worn smooth. He understood his grandfather's preoccupation a little better, saw the hidden stories in the dusty books, felt the quiet hum of the world around him. He placed the teacup carefully back on its high shelf. It was just a cup again, its extraordinary secret shared only with him. But Leo knew its true magic wasn't in showing forgotten meadows. It was in teaching him to listen, to see the heart of things, the loneliness in a shadow, the story in a dusty corner, the quiet song waiting to be heard beneath the surface of the ordinary world. He climbed into bed, the comforting hum of the singing stones echoing softly in his memory, a lullaby of understanding, promising that even the smallest heart, seen and heard, could hold extraordinary warmth. And with that gentle resonance cradling him, Leo drifted into a peaceful, dreamless sleep. Story 27. Leo had always been quieter than the other children in Meadowshire, preferring the rustling pages of old books to boisterous games. His favorite place was beneath the weeping willow at the riverbank, where dappled sunlight painted gold coins on the mossy ground. One crisp autumn afternoon, while tracing the willow's gnarled roots, his fingers brushed against something cold and smooth, a stone the color of twilight, veined with silver threads that pulsed like sleepy fireflies. When he held it, warmth spread through his palms, and the willow's curtain of leaves shimmered, revealing a hidden archway woven from living branches. Curiosity tugged him forward. Stepping through, Leo gasped. Sunlight here was softer, honey gold, filtering through colossal ferns that unfurled like emerald sails. Trees bore blossoms glowing like captured stars, and the air hummed with the scent of rain-drenched violets and ancient bark. This was the verdant vale, a world folded within his own. But as he marveled, a chilling whisper rustled the leaves. Patches of shadow crept across vibrant flowers, turning them brittle and gray. A sense of deep sadness settled over the land. Before fear could take root, a small, trembling creature emerged from behind a luminous mushroom. Pip was no taller than Leo's knee, with fur like mossy velvet, large ears that twitched nervously, and eyes like dewdrops reflecting the dimming sky. "You carry the heartstone," Pip squeaked, pointing at Leo's glowing stone. "It's fading like the veil, the shadow root spreads, choking our light." Pip explained that the heartstone was a fragment of the veil's core, a beacon against darkness, now dimming because its twin, the rootstone, had been stolen. Without both stones united at the great glade by the next full moon, the veil would perish. Their journey began along paths woven from moonlight and cobweb bridges spanning crystal streams. The heartstone guided them, its pulse a gentle compass. Yet the veil's magic was wilting. Glowing moths grew sluggish, playful sprites hid in hollows, their laughter silenced. In the Whisperwood, trees groaned as shadowy vines tightened around their trunks. Leo used the heartstone instinctively, pressing it to a suffering oak. Silver light flared, dissolving the vines, and leaves unfurled, green and strong. "You understand it." Pip breathed, hope flickering in his eyes. "The stone answers to kindness." Leo realized the stone's power wasn't force, but empathy, a mirror to the holder's heart. Challenges mounted. They crossed the singing marsh, where deceptive melodies lured travelers into murky waters. Pip, knowing the safe path hidden beneath lily pads, guided Leo, his small paws sure-footed. When a colossal, thorny bramble blocked the starlight pass, Leo noticed tiny glowworms trapped within it, their light dimming. Instead of forcing through, he gently placed the heartstone near the thorns. Light flowed, not destroying, but persuading the bramble to unwind, freeing the worms who then lit their path like living lanterns. "Wisdom over wrath," Pip murmured, a lesson learned. Deep within the veil, they discovered clues etched on petrified wood. The thief was Grimble, a gargoyle-like stone guardian who'd grown bitter and cold, believing the veil's magic favored others over him. He'd taken the rootstone to the highest peak, the Crag of Echoes, hoping its power would warm his stony heart. The path there wound through the sorrow caves, where despair clung like frost. Leo faltered, memories of loneliness surfacing, missed invitations, quiet lunches alone. Pip nestled against his shoulder. "You're not alone now," he whispered. "Friendship is a light no shadow can dim." The heartstone glowed brighter, warming Leo's spirit, their bond a shield against the cave's chill. At the windswept crag, Grimble loomed, the rootstone clutched in his craggy hand, its light smothered by his bitterness. "Leave," he rumbled, the sound like grinding rocks. "This stone is mine." Pip bravely stepped forward. "It was never meant to be kept, Grimble. It's for all the veil. Holding it only makes you colder." Leo approached, heartstone raised not as a weapon but an offering. "We understand loneliness," he said softly, "but isolation is the real thief. Let us help you." Grimble hesitated, memories flashing in his stony eyes, of laughter shared with sprites, of sun-warmed rocks. A single crack appeared on his cheek, not of stone breaking, but of ice melting. Tears, glistening like quartz, fell. He uncurled his fist, revealing the rootstone. As the full moon silvered the great glade, Leo placed the heartstone beside the rootstone on an ancient moss-covered altar. Light erupted, not blinding, but a radiant, gentle dawn that flowed through roots and rivers, leaves and air. Shadows dissolved, flowers bloomed anew, the veil sighed in relief. Grimble, touched by the restored magic, felt warmth seep into his stone body for the first time in centuries. "I forgot," he rasped, "how light feels." Pip scampered up his arm, perching on his shoulder. "We'll remind you," he chirped. Leo returned home as dawn tinged Meadowshire's sky peach and gold. The willow's archway vanished, but the heartstone, now a warm, ordinary-seeming pebble, rested in his pocket. He wasn't just the quiet boy anymore. He carried the Vale's resilience in his stride, Pip's friendship in his heart, and the wisdom that true strength blooms in kindness and connection. That night as he lay in bed, a soft, familiar chirp echoed outside his window. Pip sat on the sill, bathed in moonlight, a guardian of two worlds now. Leo smiled, the heartstone a comforting weight under his pillow. Outside, the willow's leaves rustled a lullaby of secrets and solace, whispering that even in the quietest hearts, extraordinary courage could grow, and no one was ever truly alone. The Vale slept restored and dreaming, its light forever entwined with the boy who listened. Story 28. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls as the scent of cedar logs filled the cozy room. Outside, a full moon painted the world silver, bathing the slumbering village of Willow Creek in a gentle, ethereal glow. In a small cottage near the Whispering Woods, young Benji lay awake, not from fear, but from a quiet yearning that stirred in his chest like a sleepy bird. He felt different, often overlooked amidst the louder, bolder children of the village. His solace was the forest, its ancient trees and hidden paths a comforting presence. One crisp autumn evening, as the moon hung heavy and bright, Benji slipped out, drawn by an irresistible pull. The air was cool and crisp, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves, a scent that always made him feel grounded. He followed a familiar deer path, deeper than he'd ever ventured before, the moonlight filtering through the canopy in dappled patterns on the mossy floor. The rustle of unseen creatures and the sigh of the wind were his only companions. Suddenly, the path opened into a clearing he'd never seen. It was bathed entirely in the moon's silvery light, so intense it seemed almost liquid. At the very center, nestled amongst velvety moss and smooth, moon-washed stones, grew a single, extraordinary flower. Its petals were the palest silver, shimmering with an internal light, shaped like elongated bells that seemed to hum faintly with the vibration of the moonlight itself. It was a moonflower, Benji realized with a gasp, a thing spoken of only in hushed village legends. The air around it thrummed with a soft, warm energy, like holding a sun-warmed stone. This was the magical object, radiant and alive. As Benji knelt mesmerized, a deep, resonant voice, like stone grinding softly against stone, echoed in the clearing. Few find the heart glade, young one. Fewer still see the heart bloom in its prime. Benji jumped, whirling around. Towering over him, seemingly formed from the gnarled roots and bark of the oldest oak in the clearing, stood a colossal figure. Its eyes were deep pools of moss-green light, and twigs like antlers crowned its head. This was Rowan, the guardian of the glade. Benji's heart hammered, expecting anger, but the guardian's gaze held only ancient curiosity and a hint of sadness. I didn't mean to intrude, Benji stammered, his voice small in the vast quiet. The flower, it's beautiful. Beautiful and fading, Rowan rumbled, the sound vibrating through Benji's boots. He gestured a massive, root-like hand towards the moonflower. Benji looked closer. At the very tips of the shimmering petals, a faint grayness was creeping in, like tarnish on silver. The soft hum seemed weaker, strained. The heartbloom draws its life from the true connection between the wild heart of the forest and the open heart of your kind. That connection weakens, fear builds walls, curiosity dims. Rowan's mossy eyes seemed to pierce Benji's soul. You felt its call, you found the glade, perhaps there is hope yet. This was the mystery. Why was the magical moonflower, the heartbloom, fading? And the hidden world, the heart glade, was revealed only under the full moon to those who truly sought it. Benji, usually shy and hesitant, felt a spark ignite within him. What can I do? He asked, his voice gaining strength. How can I help it? Rowan considered him for a long moment. The fading is a symptom. The cause lies deeper in the forest's memory, in a place where the light struggles to reach. To find it requires a journey few would dare, guided by one who remembers the old ways and trusts a human heart. He paused. Will you walk with me, Benji of Willow Creek? Will you seek the source of the shadow? And so, under the watchful eye of the full moon, an unlikely friendship began. The giant, ancient guardian and the small, quiet boy ventured beyond the heart glade. Rowan moved with surprising grace for his size, his steps silent on the forest floor. Benji scrambled to keep up, his senses overwhelmed by the nocturnal world. Rowan revealed the secret language of owls, the paths of badgers etched in the earth, the hidden glow of foxfire fungi lighting their way like tiny lanterns. Rowan shared stories of the forest's youth, of a time when humans and woodland spirits lived in closer harmony, their mutual respect nourishing the land and the heartbloom alike. You speak of walls built by fear, Benji panted as they climbed a steep, root-tangled slope. What kind of fear? The fear of the unknown, Rowan replied, his voice low. The fear that makes your people cut down the ancient sentinels for safety, that poisons the streams for convenience, that forgets the names of the flowers and the songs of the birds. This fear creates a shadow, a disconnect. It is this shadow that now gnaws at the heartbloom's roots. Their journey led them deeper into parts of the forest Benji had only glimpsed from afar, valleys choked with thorny undergrowth, shadowed ravines where the moonlight barely penetrated, and finally, to the edge of a vast, stagnant bog. The air here was thick and cold, smelling of decay and forgotten things. Strange, twisted trees like skeletal hands clawed at the sky. In the center of the bog, on a small, desolate island of black rock, stood a single, withered stump. From its center pulsed a faint, sickly purple light. A deep, unsettling chill emanated from it. The wellspring of shadow, Rowan murmured, his voice heavy with sorrow. Not born of malice but of neglect, of promises forgotten. This stump was once Elder Tree, the first friend to humankind in this forest. His roots touched the deepest earth magic, but he was felled long ago for timber. The grief and the broken bond festered here, fed by every subsequent act of disregard, growing into this blight. Benji stared, horrified. The purple light pulsed like a diseased heart, and he could feel its cold tendrils reaching out, sapping the warmth and life from the surrounding air. This was the source draining the heartbloom. But how do we stop it? Can we heal it? Rowan knelt, his massive form making the boggy ground tremble slightly. The blight feeds on the absence of connection, on the silence where gratitude and respect should be. To cleanse it requires not force but remembrance. It requires the pure resonance of a grateful heart, openly offered, to resonate with the lingering echo of Elder Tree's spirit within the stump. He looked at Benji, his mossy eyes intense. This resonance must be amplified. The heartbloom's light, pure and strong, could channel it, but it is too weak now. It needs a vessel, a heart strong enough to hold its light and project that gratitude into the shadow's core. Benji understood. The heartbloom's magic was fading. It couldn't project the healing resonance alone. It needed a conduit. Him. The journey had changed him already. He was no longer the overlooked boy, but the one chosen by the guardian, trusted with the forest's secret. This was the moment of transformation, demanding courage of a different kind, the courage to be vulnerable, to open his heart completely in the face of decay. I can try, Benji whispered, his throat tight. But how? Hold the heartbloom's essence in your mind and heart, Rowan instructed gently. Feel its light, its warmth, its connection to all living things. Then think of Elder Tree, not the stump, but the great tree he was. Think of the shelter he gave, the wisdom he held. Feel gratitude for his existence, for his sacrifice, even if it was forced upon him. Pour that feeling, amplified by the heartbloom's light within you, towards the stump. Your open heart must be the bridge. Benji closed his eyes, shutting out the oppressive chill of the bog. He focused inward, recalling the heart glade. He pictured the moonflower, the heartbloom, in his mind's eye, its radiant silver petals, the soft, comforting hum, the warmth that had flowed into him when he first touched it. He felt its light not just as an image, but as a sensation, a gentle warmth blooming in his chest, spreading through his limbs. He held it, nurtured it, letting it fill him. Then he turned his thoughts to Elder Tree. He imagined a towering giant of a tree, its branches brushing the clouds, its roots delving deep into the nourishing earth. He imagined birds nesting in its boughs, children playing in its shade, animals finding shelter beneath its vast canopy. He thought of the air it cleansed, the soil it anchored, the life it sustained. A profound sense of gratitude welled up within him for the tree's past existence, for its enduring spirit trapped in the sad stump, for the very forests that still stood because of ancient beings like it. He poured this gratitude, pure and fierce, into the reservoir of the heartbloom's light he held within. He imagined this combined force gratitude amplified by moonlight magic flowing out from his heart, a beam of pure, silvery white energy lancing across the bog towards the pulsating purple light in the withered stump. For a moment, nothing happened. Doubt flickered. The chill deepened. Then a soft chime like a distant silver bell echoed not in the air, but in Benji's very bones. The silvery light emanating from him met the sickly purple glow. Instead of clashing, the silver light seemed to seep into the purple, like clear water diluting ink. The purple pulsed erratically, weakened. Benji poured more, focusing solely on the gratitude, on the memory of the great tree, on the heartbloom's enduring hope. He felt Rowan's massive hand rest gently on his shoulder, a surge of ancient strength flowing into him, supporting him. The purple light dimmed, flickered. The cold receded, replaced by a tentative warmth. From the center of the blackened stump, where the purple glow had been strongest, a tiny, fragile sprout pushed through the rotten wood. It was a pale, glowing green, emitting a soft, healthy light. The sprout grew visibly, unfurling two perfect, luminous leaves. As it did, the remaining purple light dissolved like smoke in a breeze. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, replaced by the clean, damp scent of healthy earth. The twisted trees seemed to sigh, their branches relaxing slightly. The wellspring of shadow was no more. In its place, the seedling of remembrance had taken root. Exhausted but elated, Benji opened his eyes. The bog still looked wild and tangled, but the malevolent chill was gone. The air felt lighter. Rowan stood tall, a deep rumble of satisfaction vibrating in his chest. "You did it, young bridge builder. You remembered. You connected." He placed a hand over his own heart, then touched the spot over Benji's. The forest remembers now, too. The shadow is broken. The journey back to the heart glade felt different. The forest seemed to breathe easier, the moonlight brighter, the path clearer. Benji walked with a new confidence, the quiet boy transformed by the wisdom he'd gained and the courage he'd found. He understood now that true strength lay in connection, in empathy, and in the quiet courage to care deeply. When they stepped back into the moon-drenched clearing, Benji gasped. The heartbloom was radiant. Not just shimmering, but glowing with a vibrant, healthy silver light. The gray tarnish was completely gone. Its petals stood tall and proud, the soft hum now a strong, clear resonance that filled the glade with peace and warmth. It pulsed gently, as if in time with Benji's own heartbeat. "It is restored," Rowan breathed, a deep contentment in his voice. "Stronger than it has been in generations. The connection is mended, the gratitude flowing freely once more. You have healed the forest's heart, Benji." Benji approached the flower, not to touch it this time, but simply to bask in its restored light. He felt a profound sense of belonging, not just to the village, but to the vast, whispering world of the forest and its ancient guardians. He had found his place not by being the loudest, but by listening, by feeling, by caring. The hidden world was no longer hidden from him. He was part of its tapestry. As the first hints of dawn began to blush the eastern sky, Rowan placed a gnarled hand on Benji's head. "You will always find the heart glade when you seek it with an open heart, young guardian friend. Remember the journey, remember the gratitude, share the story when the time is right." With a final rumble that sounded like distant thunder and deep laughter combined, Rowan seemed to melt back into the largest oak tree, becoming one with the bark and roots, his mossy eyes winking out, leaving only the ancient tree and the radiant moonflower. Benji stood for a moment longer, filled with a quiet joy and a deep peace. He knew his life was changed. He wasn't just Benji anymore, he was the boy who spoke with trees, who healed the forest's heart. He turned and walked back towards Willow Creek as the stars faded, and the birds began their dawn chorus. The journey had changed him, revealing his own inner strength and the transformative power of kindness and connection. He carried the Heartbloom's warmth within him, a gentle, glowing ember of magic and remembrance. He slipped back into his cottage just as the first rays of sun touched the thatched roof. Crawling into bed, the lingering scent of cedar smoke and the memory of silver moonlight wrapped around him like a soft blanket. He thought of Rowan's rumbling voice, the oppressive chill of the bog dissolving before gratitude's light, and the triumphant radiance of the restored Heartbloom. He thought of the tiny, glowing seedling pushing through darkness, a promise of renewal. He had faced the shadow not with a sword, but with an open heart, and found friendship in the most unexpected of places. The mystery was solved, the magic restored, and a quiet boy had discovered his own profound strength. As sleep finally claimed him, Benji smiled, the glow of the moonflower mirrored in the peaceful warmth spreading through his own chest. The forest whispered its thanks in the rustling leaves outside his window, a lullaby of connection and enduring peace, ensuring his dreams were filled with silver light and the deep, comforting rumble of ancient friendship. The embers in the hearth glowed softly, keeping watch, as the world outside woke to a new day, subtly brighter, subtly kinder, because one small heart had chosen to remember and to shine. And so, nestled safe and warm, the bridge builder slept, the gentle hum of the Heartbloom resonating in his dreams, a constant reminder that even the quietest light can banish the deepest shadow. Story 29. Deep within the Whisperwood, where sunlight dappled the moss like scattered gold coins, and the air hummed with the scent of damp earth and ancient bark, the world held its breath in a delicate, magical balance. This wasn't just a forest, it was a living tapestry woven with threads of starlight, root tendrils, and the quiet, hidden lives of its inhabitants. Here the boundary between the seen and unseen blurred like mist on a cool autumn morning. At the heart of the Whisperwood stood Grandfather Maple, a sentinel whose gnarled roots plunged deep into the memory of the earth. His broad leaves in spring a vibrant emerald, summer a rich jade, autumn a fiery tapestry, and winter bare branches etched against the gray sky were the forest's calendar. He watched over creatures unseen by hurried human eyes, mosskin, tiny beings woven from lichen and spider silk, who mended torn leaves with threads of moonlight, stone whisperers, slow and deliberate as glaciers, who smoothed rough edges on river rocks with patient sighs, and sky dancers, shimmering wisps of light that rode the thermals at dusk, painting the canopy with fleeting rainbows. Among them lived a young rabbit named Whisper, whose fur was the soft gray of twilight mist, and a thoughtful fox kit named Ember, whose coat held the warm russet of fallen oak leaves. Whisper with ears tuned to the faintest tremor in the earth, and Ember, with a nose that could unravel the complex stories carried on the breeze, were unlikely friends bound by their shared curiosity for the forest's secret rhythms. One unusually parched summer, the balance began to falter. The sun beat down relentlessly, baking the earth until it cracked like old pottery. The streams, usually chuckling over smooth stones, dwindled to a trickle, their voices weak and raspy. The leaves on Grandfather Maple hung limp, their vibrant green fading to a weary yellow. The mosskin grew sluggish, their moonlight threads dimming. The stone whisperer's sighs became groans of discomfort. Even the sky dancers flickered weakly, their colors muted. It feels wrong, Whisper murmured one evening, her nose twitching at the dusty, brittle scent of the grass. She nestled beneath Grandfather Maple's vast canopy, seeking solace. Ember lay beside her, his usual playful energy subdued. The earth thirsts, the air tastes of ash. Ember lifted his muzzle, sniffing deeply. The river song is fading. I followed it upstream today. The deep pool where the water spirits dwell is barely a puddle. They are hiding, weak. Grandfather Maple creaked softly, a sound like old parchment unfolding. "I, little ones," his voice resonated not in ears, but in the heartwood, a low thrum felt more than heard. The sky has forgotten its pact with the earth, the rain singers slumber too deeply. He sighed, a rustle through thousands of dry leaves. Long ago, when the world was younger, the seasons danced in perfect step, guided by the heartstone deep within the Whisperwood's roots. But time and the forgetting of smaller things has worn the connection thin. This dryness, it is a fraying thread. Whisper's ears perked up. The heartstone, can we find it? Can we wake the rain singers? Hope, fragile as a spiderweb, glistened in her dark eyes. Ember nudged her gently. Grandfather Maple speaks of things forgotten for generations. How do we find a stone hidden deeper than the deepest root? The ancient tree creaked again, a sound like distant thunder. The knowledge lives, he murmured. In the patterns of the frost on winter leaves, in the scent of the first snowdrop piercing the thawing earth, in the way the fireflies trace constellations only they can read. Seek the keeper of the veil, the dryad who dwells where the oldest ferns unfurl. She remembers the songs that call the rain. Their quest began at dawn, the air already warm and heavy. They traveled deeper into the Whisperwood than they ever had, where the trees grew so close their branches intertwined like clasped hands, filtering the sun into a cool, green gloom. The scent here was richer, decaying wood, sweet wild ginger, and the cool, mineral tang of deep shade. They navigated by the soft glow of bioluminescent fungi clinging to decaying logs, like tiny lanterns lighting their path. The silence was profound, broken only by the drip of condensed moisture from high leaves and the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. After a day and a night, guided by the subtle pull in their hearts and the increasingly frantic fluttering of distressed mosskin pointing the way with threads of faint light, they found a hidden glade. Giant ferns taller than Ember formed a lush, emerald cathedral. At its center stood a being woven from living wood and dappled sunlight. Her skin was the smooth, pale bark of a silver birch, her hair a cascade of vibrant green moss, and her eyes held the deep, knowing stillness of forest pools. This was Fernweave, the dryad keeper of the veil. She turned as they approached, her movements fluid as water flowing over stone. "I felt the thirst," she spoke, her voice a melody of rustling leaves and trickling streams. "I heard the grandfather's worry carried on the weary wind." Her gaze, ancient and kind, settled on them. "You seek the Heartstone's song." Whisper bowed her head. "Please, keeper, the forest suffers." Ember added, his voice earnest, "We wish to help mend the thread." Fernweave extended a hand, not of flesh, but of supple willow branch. She touched the dry earth at her feet. The Heartstone lies deep, pulsing with the forest's lifeblood. Its rhythm guides the seasons, the rain, the snow. But the song that awakens it, that calls the rain singers from their slumber, is fading from the world above. She closed her eyes, and a faint, melancholic hum filled the glade, vibrating in Whisper's fur and resonating in Ember's bones. It was a fragment of the song, beautiful yet incomplete. This is but an echo. The full song requires harmony, harmony born from connection. She gestured towards a cluster of small, unassuming plants at the edge of the ferns. They had star-shaped purple flowers, closed tight against the dryness. "Star thistles," Fernweave explained. "They remember, their roots touch the deeper currents, but they are shy. They bloom only when they feel the collective hope of the forest, when trust flows freely between its dwellers. Their opening petals released the final notes of the Heartstone's song. Whisper and Ember understood. They needed to unite the forest. They raced back through the Whisperwood, their small forms darting beneath branches and over roots. Whisper sought the mosskin, whispering of the plan, her large eyes pleading. The tiny beings, though weakened, gathered their remaining strength, weaving threads of faint, hopeful light into tiny charms. Ember bounded to the banks of the dwindling stream, where the usually solitary stone whisperers huddled in silent distress. He spoke of the dryad, the star thistles, the need for their deep, grounding strength. Slowly, ponderously, the stone whisperers began to hum, a low, resonant vibration that traveled through the earth. Whisper found the sky dancers, flickering weakly near the canopy. She told them of the song the harmony needed. Inspired, they mustered their fading light, weaving fleeting patterns of encouragement above the trees. Ember gathered the beetles, the ants, the spiders, all the small, busy lives often overlooked. He spoke not with a fox's cunning, but with a friend's urgency. They listened, antennae twitching, then scurried off, carrying the message through tunnels in the earth and across silken highways. Hope, like a fragile seedling, began to push through the dusty despair. The forest held its breath. Creatures great and small, predator and prey momentarily setting aside instinct, turned their focus towards the hidden glade. Mosskin perched on rocks, humming the fragment Fernweave had shared. Stone whisperers deepened their grounding hum. Sky dancers pulsed brighter overhead. Beetles tapped rhythms on bark. The air itself vibrated with a quiet, collective intention. Whisper and Ember returned to Fernweave's glade. The dryad stood before the closed star thistles, her arms raised, her moss hair shimmering with absorbed starlight. She began to sing. It was a sound unlike any other, the sigh of wind through pines, the chuckle of a full brook, the patter of gentle rain on leaves, the crackle of autumn frost. It was the song of the Whisperwood itself. As she sang, the collective hope pouring in from every corner of the forest swelled around them. It was a tangible warmth, a pressure of goodwill, a silent chorus of trust. Whisper closed her eyes, pouring her own fierce hope into the air. Ember sat beside her, a low, steady rumble of support vibrating in his chest. One by one, the tightly furrowed buds of the star thistles began to tremble. Then with a soft, almost inaudible pop, a single purple star unfurled. Then another, and another, until the cluster glowed like a constellation fallen to earth. As each delicate petal opened, it released a pure, crystalline note, high and sweet. These notes wove into Fernweave's song, completing the ancient melody. The completed song pulsed outwards, not through the air, but through the very roots of the Whisperwood. It traveled down, through layers of earth and time, until it reached the Heartstone, a geode of amethyst and clear quartz hidden in a cavern lit by glowing roots. The stone, dormant, began to pulse with a soft, violet light. Its rhythm strengthened, syncing with the song. High above, deep within the clouds heavy with unshed rain, the rain singers stirred. They heard the call of the earth, the call of the forest united, the call of the ancient harmony restored. The melody resonated within their watery forms. Back in the glade, Fernweave lowered her arms. The star thistles glowed softly. The air changed. The oppressive heat lifted, replaced by a cool, damp breath. A single fat raindrop landed on Whisper's nose, cool and sweet. Then another on Ember's ear. Then another. It started as a gentle patter on the giant ferns, a soothing whisper. Then it grew, a steady, life-giving rain washing over the parched Whisperwood. The scent of petrichor wet earth released oils from plants, pure freshness rose like a blessing, rich and intoxicating. The thirsty ground drank deeply, the cracks sealing. The streams began to chuckle again, their voices strengthening with every passing moment. Grandfather Maple's leaves lifted, glistening wetly, drinking in the precious moisture, their color deepening even as the rain fell. The mosskin danced on suddenly slick stones, their moonlight threads glowing brighter. Stone whisperers sighed with profound relief, the tension easing from their rocky forms. Sky dancers, revitalized, wove joyous patterns through the falling rain, reflecting the droplets like scattered diamonds. The forest exhaled a great, verdant sigh of relief and renewal. Whisper and Ember huddled together under a large fern frond, watching the rain fall. The cool water slicked their fur, the sound a peaceful lullaby. The forest around them thrummed with restored life, a symphony of dripping water, rustling leaves, and the distant, contented murmur of the newly full stream. Fernweave smiled, a gentle curving of willowbark lips. "The thread is mended," she whispered, her voice blending with the rain's song. "Not by force but by trust, not by one but by all. Remember this, little guardians. The deepest magic lies in connection, in listening to the whispers of the earth and the hearts of your neighbors. The balance is kept not by grand gestures but by countless small acts of care, woven together like roots beneath the soil." As the rain continued its gentle, steady fall, washing the dust from the world and filling the streams, Whisper rested her head against Ember's warm side. The scent of wet earth, fresh leaves, and renewed life wrapped around them like a soft blanket. The ancient forest, restored to its harmonious rhythm, settled into a deep, contented peace. The gentle drumming of the rain on the canopy above, the distant chuckle of the stream, and the warm, damp fur beside her lulled Whisper into a state of perfect, safe contentment. Ember yawned a soft rumble in his chest, his eyes slowly closing as the forest's lullaby washed over them both. Under the watchful branches of Grandfather Maple, who stood tall and serene once more, the hidden heart of the Whisperwood beat strong and steady, whispering its timeless secrets on the rain-scented breeze. All was well. Story 30. Story 30. The little town of Willow Creek nestled in a valley where sunlight seemed to linger just a little longer than anywhere else. It was a place of cobbled streets, fragrant honeysuckle vines climbing stone walls, and the comforting chime of the old clock tower marking the hours. In a small attic room overlooking Mrs. Higgins' Rose garden lived a quiet girl named Leela. Leela noticed things others didn't: the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, the different sighs the wind made through the ancient oak tree, the way dust motes danced in a sunbeam like tiny, shy fairies. One rainy Tuesday, while helping Mrs. Higgins sort through a dusty trunk filled with forgotten treasures, Leela found something extraordinary tucked beneath a pile of faded lace doilies. It wasn't a jeweled crown or a glowing orb, but a simple pocket watch. Its brass casing was worn smooth with age, the glass face slightly clouded. Engraved on the back was a single, curling leaf. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy in her palm. Mrs. Higgins, peering over her spectacles, chuckled. "Oh, that old thing belonged to my Uncle Sela's. Never could get it to keep proper time. Bit of a useless trinket, really. You keep it, dear, if it catches your fancy." Leela thanked her and carried the watch upstairs. That night, as rain pattered gently against the roof and the scent of wet earth drifted through her open window, she examined it by candlelight. She wound the tiny key cautiously. Instead of the expected ticking, a soft, resonant hum filled the room, warm and golden like honey. Startled, she held it closer to her ear. The hum deepened, resolving into a gentle melody, like distant wind chimes played by a summer breeze. It was beautiful, but it wasn't telling time. Curiosity, bright and insistent, bloomed within Leela. The next morning, under a sky scrubbed clean and blue, she slipped the watch into her pocket. As she walked down to the bustling market square, the familiar sounds, the clatter of cart wheels, the cheerful shouts of vendors, the gossipy chatter of neighbors reached her ears normally. But then, as she passed the baker, Mr. Ben, who was arranging his famous cinnamon rolls, the watch in her pocket gave a distinct, warm purr. She paused, and beneath Mr. Ben's cheerful call of morning, Leela, the watch seemed to amplify a quieter sound, the deep, contented thump-thump-thump of his heart, accompanied by a scent of warm yeast and the feeling of sunshine on dough. It wasn't hearing his thoughts exactly, but sensing the deep, quiet satisfaction radiating from him as he worked. Leela gasped softly. This was no ordinary watch. It didn't measure minutes, it resonated with the heartbeats of things, the hidden feelings, the quiet hum of contentment, the secret worries, the essence held within. It was a listener to the world's inner song. Her journey began that day, not with a map, but with an awakening of her senses. The pocket watch became her guide to a hidden layer of Willow Creek. She learned that the grumpy-looking blacksmith, Mr. Thorne, had a heart song like the deep, resonant clang of his hammer striking iron strong, protective, and fiercely loyal. The watch revealed this as a low, steady vibration against her leg when she passed his forge. The shy librarian, Miss Alara, a different name, whose heart song was a soft rustling of pages and a melody of quiet wonder, made the watch emit a gentle, papery sigh. But the watch also sensed discord. One afternoon, walking past the shared garden patch at the edge of town, the watch suddenly gave a sharp, discordant jangle in her pocket. It was jarring like broken glass. Leela stopped, her skin prickling. Two neighbors, Mrs. Gable and Mr. Finch, were having a disagreement over a straying pumpkin vine that had crept onto Mr. Finch's prized carrots. Their voices were raised, faces flushed. Hiding behind a large hydrangea bush, Leela held the watch tightly, as she focused on Mrs. Gable. The watch amplified the frantic flutter-flutter beneath the woman's angry words, a sound like trapped birds, accompanied by a sharp, vinegary scent of anxiety. She wasn't just angry about the pumpkin. She was deeply worried about her failing eyesight making gardening difficult. When Leela shifted her focus to Mr. Finch, the watch revealed a low, grinding rumble like stones grating together beneath his bluster. It smelled of dry earth and carried a feeling of deep loneliness. His prized garden was his only companion since his wife had passed. The argument wasn't about vegetables, it was about fear and isolation, clashing like cymbals. Leela's challenge was clear. How could she mend this discordant song? Force was impossible. She was just a girl. Wisdom, understanding, and perhaps a little help were needed. She needed companions who understood the town's rhythms. Her first helper was Mr. Ben the baker. His heart song was pure, nurturing warmth. She found him kneading dough, the watch purring contentedly in her pocket. Mr. Ben, she began hesitantly, have you noticed, well, the song near the garden patch? It sounds broken. Mr. Ben paused, flour dusting his apron like snow. He looked at Leela thoughtfully, his kind eyes crinkling. Ah, Mrs. Gable and Mr. Finch, their tune's been sour for weeks, poor souls. Trouble hearing each other, I reckon. He didn't question her odd phrasing. A shared pot of tea and some patience often helps untangle knots, Leela, but sometimes folks need a gentle nudge towards the same table. Her second helper was Martha, the elderly woman who tended the town's flower beds with gnarled, knowing hands. Martha's heart song was the soft crackle of dry leaves and the sweet scent of lavender, steady and wise. Leela found her pruning roses. The garden song is hurting, Martha, Leela whispered, the watch jangling faintly as she glanced towards the patch. Martha nodded slowly, her gaze sharp. Roots get tangled, child, sunlight gets blocked. Sometimes you need to carefully lift one vine so the other can breathe, but you mustn't tear the roots. She handed Leela a small, perfect rose. Beauty can sometimes remind folks what they are missing when they're busy squabbling. Her third helper was Thomas, the quiet cobbler who mended shoes in his tiny, leather-scented shop. Thomas rarely spoke, but his heart song was a deep, rhythmic thump-thump like a steady drumbeat, reliable and strong. Layla showed him the watch. He merely blinked at it and explained the discord. He pondered, tapping a hammer rhythmically. Then he reached under his counter and pulled out 2 small, beautifully carved wooden birds. "Whistle," he said simply. "Call M together, softly." Leela understood. Wisdom wasn't about solving the problem for them, but creating the space and the gentle prompt for them to find their own harmony. She needed to be the whistle, the lifted vine, the shared pot of tea. The next morning, Leela acted. She carefully transplanted a vibrant, young marigold plant from Martha's patch into a small pot. She went to Mr. Ben, who gave her a basket containing 2 of his warmest cinnamon rolls and a small pot of his special spiced honey. Then she took Thomas's carved birds. Heart pounding like a captured sparrow, Leela approached the garden patch. Mrs. Gable and Mr. Finch were already there, standing stiffly apart, their discordant song making the watch buzz uncomfortably in her pocket. Layla took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of damp earth and growing things. "Good morning, Mrs. Gable, Mr. Finch," she said, her voice clear but gentle. "I found something lovely near the old oak." She held up the carved birds. She put one to her lips and blew softly. A clear, sweet whistle, surprisingly loud, pierced the tense air. Both adults jumped, turning to her in surprise. She whistled again with the other bird, the sound echoing slightly. "They sound like they're calling to each other, don't they?" Leela said softly. She placed the birds on the low stone wall, separating their plots. "Mr. Ben thought you might enjoy some of his rolls. He said they're best shared with a little honey." She set the basket down beside the birds. Then carefully she placed the potted marigold right on the disputed boundary line. Martha thought this sunny spot needed a bit more cheer. For a moment there was only silence, broken by birdsong from the real birds in the trees. The watch in Leela's pocket stopped its jangling. The frantic flutter and the grinding rumble softened, replaced by a hesitant, surprised quiet. Mrs. Gable looked at the marigold, then at the rolls, then at Mr. Finch. Mr. Finch stared at the whistling birds, then down at his carrots, then at Mrs. Gable's worried face. My eyes aren't what they were, Harold," Mrs. Gable said finally, her voice small, the vinegary scent fading. "That dratted pumpkin, I didn't see it creeping." Mr. Finch cleared his throat, the grinding rumble smoothing out. "Ah, well, happens to the best of us, Agnes. My carrots, well, they're just carrots." He shuffled his feet. "That whistle sounds like the ones my Elsie used to carve." He picked up one of the wooden birds, his touch surprisingly gentle. Leela saw the shift. The watch hummed not a purr, not a jangle, but a tentative, hopeful thrum, like the first plucked string of a harp. She backed away quietly, leaving them with the birds, the rolls, the honey, and the sunny marigold bridging the gap. She didn't see them sit together on the wall, sharing a cinnamon roll sticky with honey. She didn't see Mr. Finch carefully guide Mrs. Gable's hand to show her where the pumpkin vine had strayed. She didn't see Mrs. Gable offer to share her raspberry canes. But the watch told her. As she walked back towards the town square, the discordant jangle was gone. In its place, from the direction of the garden, flowed a new, fragile melody, hesitant at first, like 2 instruments tuning, then slowly weaving together. The flutter settling into a softer rustle, the grind softening into a warm rumble, harmonizing into a quiet, hopeful duet. The scent carried on the breeze was no longer anxiety or loneliness, but warm cinnamon, sweet honey, and the clean, green smell of understanding. Leela's journey changed her. She still noticed the frost and the dust motes, but now she also heard the deeper music of Willow Creek, the symphony of its people's hidden hearts. She learned that the greatest magic wasn't in the watch itself, but in the understanding it unlocked. True wisdom lay in listening beyond words, in sensing the unspoken needs, and in having the courage to offer a gentle nudge, a shared sweetness, or a bridge, however small. She learned that kindness and empathy were the most potent forces, capable of mending broken songs and weaving stronger harmonies. The pocket watch remained her companion, its hum a comforting presence. But as the seasons turned, Leela noticed something. The more she listened without the watch, tuning her own heart to the world around her, the fainter the watch's magic became. One crisp autumn evening, as she sat by her window watching the first stars appear, she held the watch. She wound it, but no melody came, only the faintest, fading warmth, like the last ember of a fire. It had shown her the way, helped her ears and heart to open. Now, the magic lived within her. She placed the silent watch on her windowsill, where moonlight silvered its worn brass casing. It was no longer a key to hidden songs, it was a treasured reminder. Below, the town of Willow Creek settled into its evening rhythm. The comforting chime of the clock tower echoed through the valley. Leela closed her eyes, listening not with her ears, but with her heart. She heard the gentle sigh of the wind in the oak, the distant murmur of the river, the soft crackle of hearth fires from neighboring homes, and beneath it all, the steady, harmonious hum of a community where hearts, once tangled, now grew together like well-tended vines under the lingering Willow Creek sun. It was the most beautiful lullaby of all. And with that gentle symphony playing in her soul, Leela drifted into a peaceful sleep, wrapped in the quiet magic of understanding and the comforting certainty that even the smallest kindness could change the world's tune. The worn pocket watch on the sill caught a stray moonbeam, gleaming softly, its secret shared, its purpose fulfilled, a silent guardian of the newfound harmony. Story 31. Story 31. The little town of Maplehaven nestled in a valley where chimney smoke curled into the sky like sleepy cats stretching. In a cottage with blue shutters, young Leo often felt a quiet restlessness, a sense that the ordinary world held whispers just beyond hearing. His favorite place was his grandfather's dusty attic, filled with forgotten things, old clocks with stopped hands, trunks smelling of cedar, and shelves bowing under mysterious trinkets. One rainy Tuesday, while searching for a missing puzzle piece, Leo nudged aside a moth-eaten velvet curtain. Behind it, tucked into a hollow in the wall, lay a simple wooden box, unadorned except for a carving of a keyhole with no key. Curiosity hummed in Leo's chest. He lifted the lid, expecting faded letters or tarnished coins. Instead, nestled in blue silk, lay a single, unremarkable brass thimble. It felt cool and smooth in his palm, utterly ordinary. Disappointed, Leo sighed and slipped it onto his thumb. Instantly, the attic changed. Dust motes didn't just drift, they danced in intricate, silent waltzes. The scent of cedar deepened into a forest's breath, and the faded pattern on an old rug shimmered, revealing hidden constellations. The thimble wasn't just a thimble, it let Leo see the secret life of ordinary things. That night, as moonlight painted silver stripes on his floor, the thimble pulsed warmly. Through his window, Leo saw not the familiar garden, but a path of glowing silver cobblestones winding into the star-dusted distance. A gentle tug, like an invisible thread tied to his heart, pulled him towards it. Slipping on his coat and boots, thimble secure on his thumb, Leo stepped outside. The garden gate swung open on its own, and the silver path unfurled before him, leading into the whispering woods beyond Maplehaven. His journey began under ancient oaks, whose leaves rustled secrets. Soon he met his first helper, Bartholomew, a badger with spectacles perched precariously on his snout and a waistcoat patched with moss. Bartholomew was meticulously cataloging the night's symphony, the chirp of crickets, the hoot of an owl in a tiny notebook. "Ah," he exclaimed, peering at Leo through his lenses. "A thimble seer, haven't seen one of your kind in a century. That path you're on, it's the needful way, leads where you're needed most, but only if you truly see." Bartholomew explained that the thimble didn't just reveal hidden beauty, it revealed hidden needs. Leo's journey wasn't just about wonder, it was about helping. Bartholomew joined Leo, his short legs surprisingly swift. As dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, they encountered Pip, a squirrel whose fur shimmered like autumn leaves and whose energy fizzed like soda pop. Pip was frantically digging near a gnarled willow. "My acorn," she chattered, eyes wide with distress. "My special acorn, the one that sings lullabies to the saplings, it's vanished." With the thimble, Leo saw faint, silvery footprints leading away tiny, clawed marks. Following them, they discovered a shy, trembling field mouse who'd mistaken the singing acorn for a lost treasure of her own. Leo, seeing the mouse's loneliness reflected in a soft, sad aura, gently explained. The mouse, tears like dewdrops in her eyes, returned the acorn. Pip, overjoyed, showered them with grateful chatter and joined the journey, her bushy tail a banner of enthusiasm. The needful way led them deeper, through meadows where flowers hummed harmonies and across streams where stepping stones glowed with inner light. They faced a challenge, the whispering river, wide and swift, its usual bridge washed away. On the far bank stood Alara, a young deer with fur like dappled moonlight and eyes holding ancient, gentle wisdom. She couldn't cross to her herd's safe grazing grounds. "The river speaks of hidden currents," Alara said softly, her voice like wind through reeds. "Crossing alone is perilous." Pip scampered up trees. Bartholomew studied the flow with intense focus, but the answer came through seeing deeply. Leo knelt, pressed his thimble thumb to the water's surface. The roaring river quieted. He saw not just water, but the river's memory, ancient roots snaking beneath the surface, forming a natural, submerged pathway just inches below the churn. Guiding his friends, Leo led them across the hidden root bridge, the water swirling harmlessly around their ankles. Alara bowed her graceful head in thanks. "You see the heart of things," she murmured, joining their growing band. Her quiet strength and deep connection to the land became their compass. The needful way ended at the foot of the Gloomstone Mountain, its peak shrouded in perpetual, grumbling mist. Blocking the only pass was Boulderback, a mountain giant. He wasn't fierce but profoundly sad, his stony face etched with loneliness, his massive shoulders slumped. He sat cross-legged, filling the narrow path, humming a mournful tune that made the very rocks weep. "No passing," he rumbled, his voice like distant landslides. "The mountain is mine, quiet is mine." Alara explained Boulderback wasn't guarding treasure, he was guarding silence, believing it was the only thing that eased the deep ache in his stony heart. Pip's chattering made him flinch, Bartholomew's analytical muttering made him groan. Force was impossible. Wisdom was needed. Leo, remembering the thimble's gift, sat down facing the giant. He didn't speak. He simply observed. Through the thimble he saw not just a giant, but the echoes within Boulderback, the memory of laughter shared with long-gone mountain kin, the vibration of friendly earthquakes, the deep, resonant harmony he'd once shared with the world. The giant wasn't craving silence, he was mourning lost connection, the absence of the deep, rumbling songs he used to share. His loneliness had turned into a wall. "The quiet isn't helping your heart, Boulderback," Leo said gently, his voice soft but clear. "Your heart remembers the songs, the good rumbles, the ones that made the valleys shake with joy, not sorrow." Bartholomew adjusted his spectacles. "A fascinating case, auditory isolation leading to melancholia." Pip for once was quiet, sensing the gravity. Alara stepped forward. "The mountain misses your song too, Boulderback. Listen beneath your sadness." Leo placed his thimble thumb gently on the giant's enormous, mossy toe. He focused, pouring all he'd seen, the memories of shared rumbles, the mountain's yearning. A spark of recognition flickered in Boulderback's deep-set eyes. Hesitantly, the giant took a deep, mountain-shaking breath. not a roar of anger, but a low, experimental hum. It started shaky, then grew deeper, richer. Bartholomew tapped his notebook rhythmically. Pip added a tiny, rhythmic chitter. Ilara lifted her head and let out a clear, bell-like call that soared above the rumble. Leo hummed too, a simple, warm tune. The grumbling mist parted like a curtain. The deep hum resonated through the stone, not a noise, but a healing vibration. Boulderback's face softened, tears like small boulders rolling down his cheeks, but they were tears of release. Forgot the good noise, he rumbled, a smile cracking his stony face like a sunrise. He shifted not off the path but into the mountain itself, becoming part of the living rock, leaving the pass clear. The air shimmered with newfound harmony. Through the pass, Leo saw a sight that stole his breath. Nestled in a hidden valley was a village woven from living willow branches and glowing mushrooms. Tiny, luminous creatures, the Glimmerfolk, flitted about, their lights dimmed and movements sluggish. Their source of joy, the heartstone that pulsed with light and song at the valley's center, was cracked and silent. The needful way had led Leo here. Using the thimble, he saw the fracture wasn't physical. It was a fracture of forgotten connection, a loneliness mirroring Boulderbacks. The Glimmerfolk had stopped singing to the stone. Leo gathered his friends. Bartholomew mapped the fracture's energy patterns. Pip gathered the shiniest dewdrops. Ilara called the valley's breezes. Leo, with the thimble, directed them. They didn't force or mend, they reminded. Bartholomew hummed a precise, resonant tone. Pip scattered dewdrops that sparkled like captured stars onto the stone. Ilara's breeze carried the scent of blooming night flowers. Leo placed his thimble on the crack and poured in all the warmth, connection, and quiet joy he'd gathered on his journey. The mouse's relieved sigh, Pip's exuberant chatter, Bartholomew's thoughtful hum, Ilara's serene strength, and Boulderback's healing rumble. He remembered his grandfather's attic, the dust dancing, the ordinary holding magic. With a soft chime like 1,000 tiny bells, the crack in the heartstone sealed. Light, warm, and golden pulsed outwards, washing over the valley. The Glimmerfolk gasped, their own lights flaring bright as they instinctively began to sing a high, sweet chorus that intertwined with the heartstone's deep, resonant pulse. The valley filled with music and light, a symphony of restored connection. The silver cobblestones glowed one last time, leading Leo home as dawn broke over Mapley Haven. He stood at his garden gate, the ordinary world looking different. The dew on the grass held rainbows. The creak of the gate was a friendly greeting. The thimble on his thumb was warm, a quiet hum against his skin. He knew its magic wasn't just for seeing hidden wonders. It was for seeing the hidden needs, the quiet beauties, the connections that made the world whole. That night, as Leo lay in bed, the thimble sat on his bedside table, a simple brass circle catching the moonlight. Outside, the wind rustled the leaves not just as wind, but as a conversation between old friends. The distant hoot of an owl wasn't just a sound, it was Bartholomew meticulously noting the hour. A falling star wasn't just a streak of light, it was Pip delivering a singing acorn across the sky. The deep, comforting rumble of a passing truck wasn't just noise, it was Boulderback humming a contented mountain song. And the steady beat of Leo's own heart. It was a quiet, constant note in the grand, gentle symphony of a world where ordinary things held extraordinary secrets, waiting only to be seen with kindness, wisdom, and an open heart. Sleep wrapped around him like a soft blanket, warm, safe, and filled with the peaceful certainty that he belonged, wonderfully, to a world alive with quiet magic. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow. named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Rowan had always loved the steadfast rhythm of Oakhaven. Each morning, dew-kissed cobblestones glistened under the rising sun, the bakery's cinnamon scent wove through the lanes, and the ancient clock tower chimed with comforting precision. But this autumn, change rustled through the village like persistent wind. Rowan's hands trembled as they packed away their father's old apothecary scales. He'd passed quietly with the last summer bloom, leaving Rowan the cottage and its wild, walled garden. Now the garden, once bursting with medicinal herbs, lay choked by thorny brambles and sorrow. Each vine seemed to mirror Rowan's heart, tangled, resistant, afraid to grow anew. One twilight, as Rowan sighed over withered moon petals, a soft knock came at the gate. There stood Mr. Thistle, the village's oldest gardener, his skin like creased parchment, eyes twinkling like stars in twilight. "Mind if an old man shares your bench?" he rasped, tapping his walking stick, a gnarled branch crowned with a single living bud. Rowan nodded mutely. "Gardens grieve too," Thistle murmured, gazing at the brambles. "See how they guard the soil, fearful of what new seeds might ask of them." He patted Rowan's shoulder. "But earth remembers how to heal, so do hearts." That night Rowan dreamed of silver roots pulsing beneath the garden, whispering in time with their own heartbeat. Come dawn, a discovery. Near the bench, one moon petal had unfurled anew, its petals shimmering with dewdrops that glowed like liquid starlight. When touched, warmth spread up Rowan's arm, and the brambles nearby shivered, retreating an inch. "It's responding to you," chirped a voice. Nutkin, a russet squirrel with eyes like polished acorns, scampered down the oak tree. "Old Thistle's right, this garden's magic mirrors its keeper. What grows inside you grows out here too." Thus began Rowan's hesitant dance with change. Each day they'd sit with a memory, father's laughter, his stories of resilient yarrow, and tend one small patch. When frustration flared, thorns pricking, weeds stubborn, Nutkin would nudge hazelnuts into Rowan's palm or chatter about forest creatures adapting their nests for winter. "Even the river changes its song when stones shift," he'd squeak. Magical echoes bloomed with each effort. Where Rowan nurtured patience, violets sprouted in fractal patterns. Where they whispered forgiveness, brambles softened into flowering jasmine. Yet doubt lingered. One frosty evening, Rowan slumped before a frost-bitten rosemary bush, a symbol of remembrance now dying. "Why try?" they whispered. "Some roots won't take." A shadow glided overhead, Hoot, the great horned owl, alighting silently on the garden wall. Her feathers held the colors of twilight, deep indigo and burnt gold. "Child," she hooted, her voice a low, resonant hum, "growth is not a straight path. Even stars fade before they shine brightest." She gestured with a wing toward the moon petal. "You've nurtured light where darkness ruled. Trust the unseen roots." Inspired, Rowan gathered villagers, not to fix the garden but to share stories. Millie the baker brought saffron buns, her scarred hands kneading dough as she spoke of rebuilding her oven after a fire. Finn the blacksmith hummed while planting ironweed, its metallic blooms clinking softly as he recalled learning to forge anew when his sight dimmed. Together, they wove memories into the soil. Rowan's hands no longer shook as they placed father's scales beneath the old oak, whispering, "Thank you." That solstice night, magic surged. Rowan stood barefoot on the earth, breathing in petrichor and possibility. Moonlight drenched the garden, and where they stepped, luminescent moss spread like emerald constellations. Withered rosemary erupted into silver-blue flames that warmed without burning. Moon petals floated upward, becoming gentle lanterns. the brambles, transformed into arches of golden honeysuckle, humming with contented bees. Rowan laughed a sound like wind chimes, as their own skin glimmered faintly, inner peace made visible. Come spring, Oakhaven marveled. Rowan's garden was now a sanctuary where herbs healed with doubled potency, where anxious hearts found calm under the whispering oak. Rowan still kept the cottage's rhythms, but with newfound grace, teaching village children how whispering kindness to seeds made them sprout faster, or how tea brewed from moon petals eased bad dreams. Change, they realized, wasn't an ending, but the soil where deeper roots could grow. And on quiet evenings, Rowan would sit with Thistle, Nutkin dozing in their lap, Hoot watching from the oak, all soothed by the garden's song, a lullaby of resilience, sung by the wind through blossoming vines. Here, in the tender balance between loss and hope, Rowan had discovered the gentlest magic of all, the one that blooms when we dare to grow. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Willow Glen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late-afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, she noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look!" he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Lila and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the stone of harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Leela said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the stone of harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the stone of harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. In the heart of a lush emerald forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang gentle lullabies, there lived a young woman named Leora. Leora was as much a part of the forest as the ancient oaks and the babbling brooks, but lately she felt an uneasy stirring within her soul. Change was afoot, and it both intrigued and frightened her. Leora had always cherished her simple life, tending to her garden of wildflowers and herbs, and communing with the woodland creatures. Yet, a restlessness had taken root, a yearning for something more that she couldn't quite define. Each evening, as she sat by the flickering firelight in her cozy cottage, she pondered the source of her unease. One crisp autumn day, when the leaves blazed in shades of amber and gold, Leora set out on a walk to clear her mind. She wandered deeper into the forest than she had ever dared before, her feet guided by an unseen force. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, painting the forest floor in a dappled dance. As she walked, Leora stumbled upon an ancient gnarled oak tree, its bark twisted with age and wisdom. Nestled within its roots was a shimmering pool of water, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Drawn to its ethereal beauty, Leora knelt beside it and peered into its depths. Instead of her reflection, she saw a vision of herself, but older, wiser, aglow with an inner light she had never known. Startled, Leora pulled back, but a gentle voice whispered through the rustling leaves. "Fear not, dear one," it said, soothing as a lullaby. "This is a glimpse of your true self, the person you are destined to become." Confused but entranced, Leora leaned back in to watch the vision unfold. In the reflection, she saw herself engaging in acts of kindness, her hands healing those in need, her voice uplifted in song, spreading joy and peace. She realized this was the change she had sensed, a transformation not of her surroundings, but of her spirit. As the vision faded, Leora felt a warmth enveloping her, like the embrace of an old friend. She knew she could not ignore this calling. With a resolute heart, she rose and made her way back home, the path through the forest now alive with possibility. In the days that followed, Leora sought the counsel of her dear friend, Bryn, a wise old owl who had watched over the forest for many moons. Perched high in his oak, Bryn listened intently as Leora poured out her heart, sharing the vision and her fears of change. Transformation is a part of life, dear Leora, Bryn cooed softly. It is the thread that weaves the tapestry of our existence. Embrace it, and you will discover the strength and beauty that lies within. Encouraged by Bryn's words, Leora began her journey of self-discovery. She spent her days learning the ancient arts of healing and song, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle creatures who inhabited it. Each step she took brought her closer to the vision she had seen, her spirit blossoming like the wildflowers in her garden. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora found herself once again by the ancient oak and its enchanted pool. This time, she gazed into the water with a heart full of acceptance and gratitude. The vision returned, clearer and brighter than before. Leora saw herself embracing her newfound gifts, spreading light and love throughout the land. She understood now that this was not an end, but a beginning, a journey of continuous growth and discovery. With a serene smile, Leora rose from the pool, her heart at peace. The forest around her seemed to hum with approval, the trees swaying gently in the evening breeze. She knew she was not alone on this path. The forest, her friends, and the magic within her would guide her steps. As she made her way back home, the glow of the firelight welcoming her from afar, Leora felt a profound sense of belonging. She had learned that true transformation comes from within, and that by embracing change, she had unlocked the limitless potential of her own soul. And so, under the starlit canopy of the forest, Leora's journey continued, a tale of growth, friendship, and the magical power of embracing one's true self. And in the warmth of her cottage, nestled by the crackling fire, she drifted into dreams, knowing that with each new day, her heart would continue to expand, like the timeless beauty of the forest itself. Story 71. Story 72. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees wore cloaks of emerald leaves and whispered secrets with the wind, there existed a hidden realm teeming with life and magic. The air was perfumed with the scent of pine and moss, and the ground was soft beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, gently crunching underfoot like a soft symphony. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden beams, creating patches of warmth that danced on the forest floor, while shadows played in the cooler, deeper parts. Here, amid the rustle of leaves and the melodious calls of forest birds, lived creatures both ordinary and extraordinary. Among them was a gentle doe named Lyra, whose steps were as light as the falling leaves. Her coat was the soft brown of sun-dappled earth, and her eyes were as deep and warm as the forest itself. Lyra was beloved by all the forest dwellers for her wisdom and kindness, always ready to lend an ear or share a piece of advice. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was painted in hues of amber and gold, a chill breeze carried the first whispers of winter. Lyra sensed a change approaching, a shift in the balance of the forest's harmony. Concerned, she set off to consult Elder Maple, the oldest and most revered tree in the forest, whose branches stretched wide like arms welcoming the sky. As Lyra approached Elder Maple, the tree's leaves rustled softly, a welcome and a promise of guidance. "Dear Lyra," the tree intoned, its voice a deep, comforting rumble, "the winds of change are upon us, and with it comes the challenge of maintaining our delicate harmony." The doe listened intently, her ears twitching in earnest attention. "How can we ensure balance, Elder? What must we do?" she asked, her voice as gentle as a breeze through the leaves. Elder Maple's branches swayed thoughtfully. "Each season brings its own magic and responsibility," it explained. "The task of this season is to prepare for the coming winter. But more than gathering and storing, we must also ensure that every creature finds its place, its part in this cycle. With gratitude in her heart, Lyra set off to spread Elder Maple's wisdom. She trotted through the forest where the air was sweet and crisp, sharing the message with every creature she met. She spoke to the busy squirrels, their cheeks full of acorns, and the songbirds, perched high above, their feathers ruffled against the cool breeze. Each listened and understood, knowing that their actions would weave the fabric of their shared home. As the days grew shorter and the nights cooler, the forest community came together in a flurry of activity. The squirrels gathered nuts with renewed vigor, guided by Lyra's gentle encouragement. The birds, taking heed of her words, sang the songs of the changing season, their melodies a reminder of the cycle of life. In the evenings, when the sky turned to a tapestry of twilight colors, Lyra would gather with her friends by a quiet brook. The water shimmered beneath the moonlight, and a gentle mist rose from its surface, carrying with it the earthy scent of damp leaves. Here, by the brook's edge, they shared stories of the forest, tales of old told by their ancestors. One such evening, as the stars twinkled like scattered jewels in the sky, a young fox named Finn approached Lyra. His fur was a vibrant red, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and the eagerness of youth. "Lyra," he began, his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety, "as the forest prepares for winter, I find myself unsure of where I fit in. What is my role in this grand tapestry?" Lyra smiled warmly, her gaze soft and assuring. "Dear Finn," she replied, "every creature has a place and purpose, just as every leaf has its branch, and every branch its tree. You are a guardian of stories, a keeper of our history. Share your tales, remind us of who we are and where we've been. In doing so, you strengthen the ties that bind us." Finn's eyes shone with understanding, and he nodded, feeling a deep sense of belonging. The gentle wisdom passed down from Elder Maple through Lyra to Finn was like a thread weaving through the forest, connecting each creature in a tapestry of unity and purpose. As winter's breath finally settled over the forest, a hush fell upon the land. Snow blanketed the earth in a pristine quilt, and the air was crisp and invigorating. The creatures, nestled in their dens and nests, remembered Lyra's guidance and the stories shared by Finn. They felt the warmth of their community, the comfort of knowing they were part of something greater. In this enchanted forest, where magic and reality danced in harmony, the cycle of life continued, ever turning. And there, beside the crackling fireplace of their shared spirit, the creatures of the forest knew peace, each playing their part in the eternal song of the natural world. Story 73. Story 74. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Story 75, Story 76, Story 77, Story 78, Story 79, Story 80, Story 81, Story 82. Once upon a time in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, But one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled. "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. Story 83. In a village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a young bookbinder named Sylvie, whose hands could mend torn pages, but whose heart feared torn routines. Each morning she traced the same path through the cobblestone square, past the baker's cinnamon-scented chimney, under the clock tower's bronze chimes, into her workshop where leather-bound volumes sighed like old friends. Change came softly that autumn, not with a storm but with a single maple leaf that fluttered persistently against her window pane, its edges glowing like molten copper even in moonlight. The leaf led her eyes to what she tried not to see, the ivy on her workshop walls curling inward protectively, the inkwells drying up overnight, the faint tremor in her fingers when she tried to glue a spine. "It's just the season shifting," insisted her neighbor, a retired cartographer named Oren, who now grew luminous mushrooms in teacups. But Sylvie noticed how the village children's laughter now carried a silvery echo, how shadows pooled differently under the willow trees, how the world seemed to hold its breath between one moment and the next. One twilight, as Sylvie organized her dwindling stock of parchment, a book fell from her highest shelf, a volume she didn't recognize, bound in cloth that shifted from moss green to dawn pink depending on the angle. Its pages unfolded into a map of their valley, but not as it was. Here, the river branched into spirals, the forest formed concentric circles, and where her workshop stood bloomed a great tree with roots like woven thread. A pressed maple leaf marked the northern woods, its veins pulsing faintly. "Ah," said Oren the next morning, tracing the map's contours with a mushroom-stained finger. "The veil of unspooling. They say whatever you carry too tightly, regrets, fears, even talents, gets unraveled there so you can weave it back wiser." He poured her mint-steeped tea that swirled itself into constellations. "But you'd need a guide who remembers both tangling and untangling." The guide arrived at sundown, a fox with fur like ember smoke, one ear tipped with white. It pawed gently at her bootlace until she followed, past the last lantern's glow into woods, where ferns unfurled guidance in bioluminescent curls. The air tasted of elderflower and possibility. Yet with each step Sylvie's worries crystallized, her father's unfinished manuscripts gathering dust in her attic, the way customers increasingly sought printed books over hand-bound ones, the terrifying freedom of blank pages. In a clearing where trees formed a cathedral arch, the fox halted. Moonlight pooled in a stone basin filled with liquid starlight, or perhaps it was the other way around. "Drink," came a voice neither male nor female, older than the hills and as fresh as new sap. Sylvie realized the fox's shadow now held the shape of a woman spinning thread. "Taste what you've been afraid to swallow." The starlight water carried shocking warmth, not burning, but like sunlight held tenderly in palms. Visions flickered, her father laughing as she inked her first clumsy letters, the comforting weight of a bone folder smoothing paper, the hidden thrill she'd felt at 12 when rebinding a water-damaged novel into something wholly new. But layered beneath were darker threads, sleepless nights fearing irrelevance, resentment toward bustling printers, grief for pages no longer touched with reverence. When Sylvie opened tear-damp eyes, the clearing had transformed. The stone basin now overflowed with ribbons of every hue. No, not ribbons, but book bindings, silk, leather, even woven strands of dandelion fluff. The foxwoman gestured to a loom made of birch branches. What will you make from the unraveled? Her first weave was clumsy, all tight knots and clashing colors. The loom rejected it, the threads snapped, falling as autumn leaves. The second attempt tried too hard to recreate what she'd lost, a perfect mirror of her old workshop. It crumbled like overcooked gingerbread. The fox watched patiently as twilight deepened into a velvety purple, fireflies blinking like scattered punctuation marks. On the third try, Sylvie let her hands remember instead of her mind. She wove the silk of spiderwebs taught by her mother, the resilience of oak bark paper from her apprenticeship days, threads spun from the luminous mushrooms Oren grew. When she reached for the fear, the cold dread of obsolescence, she found it had softened into something pliable, almost sweet, like beeswax waiting to seal a letter. The loom hummed approval as the tapestry grew, not a recreation, but an evolution. There were spaces left open for unknown futures, patterns that changed when viewed from different angles, a central panel that glowed gently, awaiting new stories. Dawn found Sylvie back in her workshop, but nothing was quite the same. The ivy had retreated to reveal walls embedded with smooth river stones that glinted like hidden secrets. Her tools had rearranged themselves, a jar of iridescent beetle wing veneers beside the traditional marbled papers, a new shelf holding empty volumes bound in bark and starlight-infused resin. Outside, Oren stood admiring a mushroom spiral that perfectly mimicked the map's concentric forest. He offered her a steaming cup. Chaga and lavender, for boldness softened by grace, I think. As weeks passed, the village discovered subtle shifts. Children found storybooks where the endings changed to match their hopes. Gardeners traded vegetables for handcrafted journals to document sprouting miracles. And Sylvie's workshop became a crossroads, for elders wanting their memories bound in scented cedar, for artists experimenting with animated pop-up pages, even for the maple tree that shed leaves inscribed with gentle riddles. On the first snowfall, the fox returned, accompanied by a young apprentice printer nervous about his craft's soulless reputation. Sylvie served him rosehip tea and spoke of how press type could dance with hand-drawn illuminations. Outside, their mingled laughter sent up a puff of breath that crystallized into temporary constellations, a fleeting masterpiece like all living stories. The brook continued its lullaby, the pines their whispering. But now, when the wind turned, you could hear the rustle of pages being tenderly turned, and the soft, contented sigh of a world learning to hold its stories both loosely and lovingly. Story 84. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches stood like sentinels and ferns curled into emerald trumpets, there existed a glade known only to its most tender guardians. Here the air hummed with the secrets of centuries, and the streams carried melodies older than memory. It was in this glade that a young girl named Leela tended to the moss grove, an ancient tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stories and whose branches held the fragile magic of the seasons. Leela had been chosen as the moss grove's keeper by the creatures of the forest, the rabbits who wove moonlight into their burrows, the owls with star-speckled feathers, and the foxes whose tails flickered like candle flames. Her days were spent listening to the tree's murmurs, learning the language of rustling leaves and creaking bark. But one crisp autumn morning, the moss grove's usual song faltered. Its leaves, usually a tapestry of amber and scarlet, began to curl and gray at the edges. A chill seeped into the air, sharper than the season warranted, and the brook that trickled beside the tree's roots slowed to a syrupy crawl. A plump hedgehog named Thistle, his spines dusted with dew, trundled to Layla's side. "The Frostfang stirs early," he warned, his voice a gravelly whisper. "It gnaws at the roots of balance. If the moss grove fails, winter will claim the woods before its time and never loosen its grip." Leela knelt, her breath clouding in the unnatural cold. "How do we stop it?" "Seek the emberleaf," Thistle said. "A relic from the time when fireflies were born from sunbeams. It lies hidden in the Chamber of Echoes, deep within the Stonemire caves, but the path is perilous, and the chamber guards its secrets jealously." Determination kindled in Layla's chest like a tiny flame. She packed a satchel with honeyed chestnuts, a vial of glowshroom light, and a cloak spun from moth silk. As she set off, the forest rallied around her. Aria, a red squirrel with a tail like a maple seed, scampered ahead to scout the trails. Orlin, a badger whose fur shimmered with the pearly sheen of dawn, shouldered through thorny thickets. And Wynn, a firefly with wings like stained glass, lit their way with constellations of gold. Their journey carried them through valleys where mist clung to the earth like a lover, over hills where heather buzzed with drowsy bees, and into the shadow of the Stonemire caves, a labyrinth of jagged rock where the air tasted of iron and old storms. The entrance yawned like a stone throat, and within, the walls pulsed with faint, bioluminescent lichen. "The Chamber of Echoes remembers," Orlin rumbled, his claws clicking against the stone. "Speak only truths here, lest the shadows twist your words." The group pressed deeper, their footsteps echoing in eerie harmony. Strange whispers coiled around them, fragments of long-ago conversations, the laughter of forgotten creatures, the sigh of seasons past. At last they reached a vast cavern where stalactites dripped liquid crystal into pools below. At its center, floating atop a plinth of quartz, was the emberleaf, a single leaf forged of molten copper, its veins glowing with captured sunlight. But as Leela reached for it, the ground shuddered. From the shadows emerged a creature of living obsidian, the chamber's guardian, its eyes two smoldering coals. "Why do you seek the emberleaf?" it intoned, its voice like grinding tectonic plates. Leela stood tall, though her heart fluttered. "To save the moss grove, the frostfang threatens the balance. Without the tree, the seasons will unravel, and all who depend on them, the blooming flowers, the hibernating bears, the migrating geese, will suffer." The guardian tilted its head, sending cracks of orange light spiderwebbing across its form. "And what will you sacrifice to protect this balance?" She hesitated, then drew a small wooden flute from her satchel, a gift from her grandmother, carved from the moss grove's own branches. "This," she said softly, "it's the first thing the forest ever gave me. Without the moss grove, its song would be silence anyway." The guardian's fiery gaze softened. "Your heart understands reciprocity." It stepped aside, and the emberleaf floated into Leela's palms, warm as a sun-baked stone. Returning to the glade, they found the frostfang's blight spreading. Icicles clawed at the moss grove's trunk, and the air bit with glass-sharp cold. Working quickly, Layla placed the emberleaf against the tree's heartwood. Aria gathered last autumn's acorns, planting them in a circle to anchor the magic. Orlin dug channels in the soil, guiding the brook's thawing waters to the roots. Wynn and his kin swarmed above, their light merging with the emberleaf's glow until the glade blazed like a captured sunrise. The moss grove shuddered, then sang, a deep, resonant note that shook loose the ice. New leaves unfurled, tender and green, as the tree drew strength from its allies. The frostfang recoiled, its grip shattered by the warmth of shared purpose. By dawn, balance was restored. The first snowflakes of true winter drifted down, gentle and timely, melting into the moss grove's roots without malice. The creatures gathered, sharing a feast of roasted hazelnuts and elderberry wine, their breath mingling in grateful plumes. "The forest thrives not by one will, but by many," Thistle said, toasting Leela with a thimble of dewdrop cider. You reminded us that even the smallest light can banish the deepest cold. As seasons turned, the tale of the emberleaf wove itself into the moss grove's bark, a new ring in its eternal story. Leela still plays her flute at dusk, its melody a lullaby to the woods, a reminder that harmony is never a solitary act, but a chorus of rustling leaves, trickling streams, and hearts brave enough to kindle light in the dark. And on the coldest nights, when the frostfang's breath nips at the edges of the glade, the creatures nestle close to the moss grove, warmed by the truth that no winter lasts forever, so long as there are hands to hold the flame. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In a small village cradled between velvet green hills, there lived a quiet girl named Sylvie who collected lost buttons. Her pockets jingled with pearlescent shirt fasteners, wooden toggle buttons shaped like acorns, and one singular sapphire coat button that glimmered like captured starlight. She'd find them nestled in cobblestone cracks, dangling from hedgerows, or resting in bird baths, each one whispering tales of where they'd been. But Sylvie never imagined that her humble collection would lead her to the greatest discovery of all, hidden in the last place anyone might look, her grandmother's dusty attic. One drizzly afternoon, while sorting buttons into egg cartons, Sylvie noticed something peculiar. The sapphire button, the crown jewel of her collection, had begun to hum. It vibrated gently against her palm, casting liquid blue shadows that danced across her bedroom wall. When she held it to her ear, she heard not the expected ticking of a clock or buzzing of bees, but a soft, melodic whisper, "Find the thread, follow the thread." Curiosity fluttering in her chest like moth wings, Sylvie tiptoed up the creaking attic stairs. Dust motes swirled in slanting amber light as she pushed open the door. There, beneath a sheet yellowed with age, sat an enormous loom. Its wooden frame was carved with vines and creatures, owls with wise, unblinking eyes, foxes mid-leap, rabbits peeking through leaves. But what truly stole Sylvie's breath was the half-woven tapestry still stretched across it. The threads shimmered faintly, though no sunlight touched them, depicting a forest where trees bore silver leaves and rivers flowed upward into the sky. The sapphire button's hum grew louder. As Sylvie stepped closer, the loom's shuttle, a smooth piece of rowan wood shaped like a crescent moon, levitated and nudged her hand. The moment her fingers closed around it, the attic dissolved. She stood in the tapestry's world. Silver leaves chimed like wind chimes above her, and the air smelled of crushed pine needles and honey. Before her wound a path of glowing blue thread, the exact hue of her sapphire button. But the thread was frayed, its light flickering. A mournful sound echoed through the trees, making the ground tremble. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "is the sound." Sylvie turned to find a great horned owl perched on a branch, his feathers the color of storm clouds. "I'm Oren," he said, blinking amber eyes. "You've come to mend the thread song, I presume." The thread song. Sylvie clutched the shuttle, now warm in her hand. The melody that weaves this world together. Oren nodded toward the fraying path. When the thread song weakens, colors fade, rivers forget their courses, even memories unravel. He sighed. The loom guardian disappeared seasons ago, without their care. A sudden giggle interrupted him. From a bush burst a creature no taller than Sylvie's knee, a hedgehog with quills like frosted ferns and a cloak of woven moss. "Uo, a new weaver," she trilled, twirling on tiny boots. "I'm Pippet, let's fix the glowy string." Oren hooted in exasperation. "This isn't a game, Pippet. The sound grows hungrier by the hour." "What's the sound?" Sylvie asked. Pippet's cheer faltered. "A sadness that wasn't loved enough. It eats beauty." She pointed to a distant hill where the trees twisted into skeletal shapes. Dark mist coiled there, pulsing with that same mournful wail. Orin spread his wings. "To repair the thread song, you must gather 3 things: starlight spun to silk, a tear wept without sorrow, and the true name of the sound. But be swift, little weaver." Their journey began in the Valley of Spiders, where orb weavers the size of teacups spun constellations between juniper branches. "They'll trade starlight silk for stories," Orin advised. Sylvie hesitated, then offered her sapphire button. This once held a captain's coat as he sailed through a storm. He lost it while saving his crew from a wave. The spiders clicked approvingly. One gifted her a skein of silk that hummed with distant galaxies. Next they trekked to the Pool of Echoes, a spring where reflections showed not faces, but hearts. "Tears without sorrow come from joy remembered in grief," said Pippet, patting Sylvie's hand. Sylvie gazed into the water. She saw her grandmother teaching her to sew, laughing as Sylvie tangled her thread. The memory ached sweetly. A single tear fell, crystallizing into a dewdrop as it touched the pool. But the final task loomed darkly. As they neared the hill, the sound's wail pierced Sylvie's bones. The mist solidified into a shapeless creature with hollow eyes. "Leave," it groaned. "No name remains for me." Sylvie stepped forward, shuttle glowing. "Wait," she whispered. "Will you tell me your story?" The sound recoiled. "Stories are for things that matter." "Everything matters," Sylvie said firmly. She opened her button pouch. "Even broken things get kept." One by one she shared her buttons' tales: the acorn toggle from a woodsman's lost hat, the pearlescent button from a wedding gown outgrown. With each story the sound's mist thinned. Finally it spoke. "I was once a lullaby sung to a child who stopped listening." Sylvie's heart clenched. Gently she sang the only lullaby she knew, her grandmother's. The sound shuddered, darkness peeling away to reveal a wisp of silvery song. As Sylvie sang, Pippet hummed along, then Orin, until the very trees added their rustling chorus. The wisp brightened, curling into the shape of a nightingale. Leora, it trilled its true name. With a burst of light, it dissolved into the thread song. Back at the loom, Sylvie wove the silk, tear, and name into the tapestry. Colors bloomed vibrant again, the frayed threads knit themselves whole. When she stepped back, breathless, Orin bowed. "The thread song remembers you, weaver." Pippet hugged her ankle. "Visit again, I'll make clover tea." But Sylvie's hands tingled. Looking down, she found new buttons in her pouch, a silver one shaped like an owl, a moss-green one with hedgehog quills. When she returned to the attic, the loom sat silent, yet the air thrummed with invisible music. That night, Sylvie's grandmother paused in the doorway, watching Sylvie mend a torn quilt. "Your stitches improve, darling," she murmured. Sylvie smiled, running her thumb over the owl button in her pocket. Outside, the wind carried a faint, familiar trill, a nightingale's song, tender and unbroken. And high in the attic, though no one was there to see, the tapestry shimmered softly, its newly mended threads glowing like promises kept. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky veiled in perpetual twilight, lived a young squirrel named Pip. His world was a tapestry of moss-cushioned paths, dappled sunlight, and secrets rustling beneath every fern. Here, the boundary between the ordinary and the magical was as thin as a spider's silk. Dewdrops held miniature rainbows, stones hummed lullabies when touched, and the seasons danced not by the calendar, but by the heartbeat of the forest itself. Pip's grandmother, Old Maple, had taught him that harmony flowed through all things, the burrowing badgers aerating the soil, the bees pollinating the bluebells, even the patient fungi weaving networks beneath their paws. Balance, she'd murmur, her voice like wind through dry leaves, is the forest's oldest song. One crisp autumn morning, Pip scampered along a birch branch, his nose twitching at the scent of ripening acorns. But something felt wrong. The air hung unnaturally still. No birds trilled their dawn chorus. Even the creek's usual giggle had faded to a listless murmur. As Pip reached the glimmering glade, a clearing where moonflowers bloomed by day and stardust settled on the grass, he froze. Frost coated the petals like shattered glass, and a chill deeper than winter gnawed at his bones. At the glade's heart stood the Heartstone, a mossy monolith pulsing with seasonal magic. Normally its surface shimmered with autumn's gold and crimson. Now it was dull and ice-cracked, leaking silvery cold that withered the ferns. Pip raced to Old Maple's hollow. Inside, the air smelled of dried herbs and warm earth. His grandmother sat by a glow-moss lamp, her eyes clouded with worry. The Heartstone's rhythm is broken, she sighed. Without it, winter will never yield to spring. The frost will spread until life itself sleeps forever. She explained that generations ago, the forest's guardians had entrusted the stone's care to all creatures. But the knowledge of mending it, she admitted, was kept by the frostfire foxes, shy beings of ice and flame. They vanished long before my time. Determined, Pip set out. He traversed valleys where whispering willows wept frozen tears, and hills where badgers shivered in snow-dusted burrows. He met Thistle, a prickly but kind-hearted hedgehog, whose spines glittered with rime. The foxes lived near the singing caves, Thistle recalled, nose poking from her nest of frost-nipped bracken. But the path is treacherous now. Together they navigated ice-slicked roots, their breath puffing white in the unnatural chill. At the caves, stalactites dripped melancholy tunes, but the caverns were empty, save for ancient murals depicting foxes weaving auroras across the sky. As despair crept in, Pip noticed a faint warmth near a mural of a fox curled around a flame. Pressing his paw to the stone, he felt a vibration, a memory of magic. Look, Thistle pointed. Carved beneath the flame were intersecting circles, one of frost crystals, one of embers. A puzzle, Pip realized. Remembering Old Maple's lessons, he gathered ice from the cavern floor and struck it against a flinty rock. Sparks flew, but fizzled out. Thistle nudged him gently. Harmony needs many voices, little friend. They rallied the forest. Badgers tunneled to find dormant embers buried deep in the earth. Bees, sluggish with cold, hummed melodies to coax warmth into the sparks. Spiders spun silk-thin threads to cradle the embers, while ants carried thawing droplets of sap. In the glade, Pip arranged the ice and fire into the mural's pattern. Still, the Heartstone remained silent. It needs the fox's song, whispered a voice. Pip turned to see a ghostly fox materializing from the mist, a spirit guardian, her form shimmering like a mirage. We faded when the forest forgot our role, she lamented. But the song lives in all who cherish balance. Pip closed his eyes, recalling Old Maple's stories, the sigh of spring sap rising, the crackle of summer bonfires, the rustle of autumn leaves, the hush of winter snow. Softly, he began to hum. Thistle joined, her spines rattling like rain sticks. The badgers rumbled a earthy bass, the bees buzzed a harmonic drone, and even the wind whistled through the frozen branches. Their voices wove together, a tapestry of belonging. The ice on the Heartstone softened. Frostfire foxes, ethereal and radiant, materialized from the collective song, their tails trailing sparks and snowflakes. They circled the stone, their voices rising in a celestial chorus that resonated through Pip's very bones. Warmth bloomed from the monolith's core, melting the frost in ripples of gold and green. Color flooded back into the glade, moss-greened, moonflowers unfurled silver petals, and the creek burst into joyful song. As the first true snow of winter began to fall, gentle and timely, the foxes bowed to Pip. "You remembered," their leader murmured, eyes like captured stars. "Harmony is not one note, but the chorus of all." With a promise to guard the seasons anew, they vanished into the aurora-streaked sky. Pip returned to Old Maple, the forest sighing in relief around him. Fireflies now dotted the twilight like scattered embers, and the oaks creaked contentedly. "You see, little one," his grandmother whispered, tucking him into a bed of fragrant pine needles, "wisdom isn't just remembered, it's lived. In every creature's breath, in every shared struggle." Outside, snowflakes settled like blessings, each one a promise of spring's return. Pip curled into the warmth, the forest's heartbeat steady and strong in the darkness, a lullaby of balance sung by countless voices, forever intertwined. And as he drifted to sleep, the stone's soft pulse echoed through his dreams, gentle, eternal, and perfectly at peace. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The Sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of nature itself. In this enchanted realm, the whispers of the wind carried ancient melodies, and the babbling brooks sang softly of the secrets they had witnessed over the centuries. At the heart of this mystical forest dwelled a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with the memories of 1,000 summers. Perched among its branches was a family of owls, guardians of the woodland lore. The eldest owl, whose eyes shone like 2 moons, had seen the forest through countless cycles of rebirth and renewal. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the ways of the forest. The wise old owl cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice rich and melodious. "My dear ones, this forest is a sacred place, where every living being plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. From the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, each creature has a purpose, a thread woven into the tapestry of life." The owlets listened intently, their feathers ruffling in the cool night air. "Look around you, my children," the elder continued. "See how the squirrels meticulously gather their winter stores, ensuring the survival of their kind. Observe the bees as they flit from flower to flower, pollinating the plants that sustain us all. Even the mushrooms that sprout from the fallen logs play their part, recycling the nutrients of the earth." As the wise owl spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chittering of insects, and the distant call of a nightingale. The owlets marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded them. "But our forest is not merely a place of survival," the elder added, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "It is a realm where magic breathes life into every season, where the cycles of nature are celebrated with reverence and wonder." With a sweep of his wing, the old owl gestured towards the distant horizon, where the first hints of autumn's fiery hues were beginning to blaze across the treetops. As the leaves turn crimson and gold, the forest prepares for its annual slumber, embracing the chill of winter with grace and acceptance. It is during this time that the fairies gather, spinning their gossamer threads to weave blankets of warmth for the slumbering creatures. The owlets gasped in delight, for they had heard tales of the elusive fairies, but had never glimpsed their enchanting presence. "And when the first snowflakes drift down from the heavens," the elder continued, the spirits of the forest awaken, their icy breath painting intricate patterns upon the frozen ponds and streams. These spirits are the guardians of winter, ensuring that the forest rests peacefully until the first buds of spring emerge. As the night deepened, the old owl's voice grew softer, lulling the owlets into a state of tranquil wonder. He spoke of the magical renewal of springtime, when the earth awakened from its slumber, and the forest was alive with the songs of nesting birds and the gentle unfurling of new leaves. He described the vibrant energy of summer, when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers. Throughout his tales, the wise old owl wove a tapestry of interconnectedness, reminding his young charges that every creature, every plant, and every element of the forest played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. "Remember, my dear ones," he whispered as the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy. "The wisdom of the forest has been passed down through generations, a sacred trust that we must honor and protect. For it is only through our reverence for the natural world that we can ensure its beauty and magic will endure for centuries to come." As the sun rose over the ancient forest, the owlets blinked sleepily, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them. They knew that the lessons of the wise old oak would guide them through their lives, reminding them of the sacred harmony that bound all creatures together in nature's eternal dance. Deep in the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than winter quilts and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, older than the stones in the creek bed. It was a place where the boundaries between the world and something more were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web kissed by dawn dew. Among the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak named Old Man Thistle lived a community of mosskin. Small folk barely taller than a buttercup, they wore tunics woven from spider silk dyed with crushed berries and lichen. Their leader was a gentle elder named Birch, his face as lined and wise as the bark of his home tree. Birch's granddaughter, a bright-eyed sprite named Fern with hair the color of sun-dappled ferns, was known for her boundless curiosity about the Whisperwood's deepest secrets. The Whisperwood thrived on a delicate balance, a symphony conducted by the seasons. In spring, the lumina petals bloomed, their soft, internal light painting the forest floor with constellations that mirrored the sky above. Their sweet, honeyed scent summoned the dreamwing butterflies, whose iridescent wings scattered pollen carrying whispered wishes and gentle dreams. Summer brought the rain singers, tiny frog-like beings who lived in the crystal-clear pools. When clouds gathered, they climbed onto lily pads and sang complex, rhythmic songs that coaxed the rain down gently, drop by drop, ensuring no seedling thirsted. Autumn saw the leaf weavers, industrious squirrels with coats the color of russet leaves, meticulously guiding each falling leaf to blanket the earth, insulating roots and nurturing the soil with their decay. Winter belonged to the frost sprites, ethereal beings formed from the first breath of cold air. They danced silently on the frozen streams, tracing intricate, glittering patterns that held the promise of spring's return deep within their icy hearts. Fern loved listening to Birch recount the old ways beside their glowing hearth mushroom. The warm, earthy smell of the mushroom mingled with the comforting scent of cedar bark burning low. Birch's voice, soft as rustling leaves, wove tales of the great heartwood tree, rumored to stand at the very center of the Whisperwood. It was said to be the source of the forest's magic, its roots drinking deep from hidden springs of starlight, its leaves capturing the moon's silver song. The heartwood's rhythm pulsed through the forest, unseen but felt in the thrum of life, the unfurling of a bud, the steady beat of a woodpecker's drum. "Balance, little Fern," Birch would murmur, the firelight dancing in his kind eyes, "is the forest's truest magic. Each creature, each season, each drop of rain and ray of sun plays its part. We listen, we respect, and we give back. That is the wisdom carried on the wind through countless turnings of the seasons." One unusually crisp autumn morning, Fern felt a strange unease prickling beneath her skin, like static before a storm, but without the storm's promise. The air, usually crisp and scented with ripe nuts and damp earth, felt thin, brittle. The lumina petals, usually fading gently as autumn deepened, seemed to dim prematurely, their soft glow flickering weakly. Worse, the rain singer's songs, normally a comforting counterpoint to the rustling leaves, sounded thin and faltering. The streams, fed by their magic, ran lower than they should. "Grandfather," Fern whispered, her voice small against the sudden quiet of the woods, "something feels wrong. The magic feels thin, like stretched spider silk." Birch's face, usually serene, creased with deep concern. He closed his eyes, placing a gnarled hand on the trunk of Old Man Thistle. Fern watched as a faint tremor ran through his fingers. "You feel truly, child," he murmured, his voice heavy. "The rhythm, the heartwood song, it's fading, the balance is shifting." A ripple of worry spread through the Moskin community. The leaf weavers reported finding patches of earth where leaves crumbled to lifeless dust instead of nourishing the soil. The dreamwing butterflies fluttered listlessly, their colors muted. Even the frost sprites glimpsed early near the shaded creek banks seemed less substantial, their icy patterns melting too quickly. Birch gathered the Moskin elders under the vast canopy of a weeping willow, its long fronds brushing the moss like gentle fingers. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a scent that now held an undercurrent of anxiety. "The heartwood weakens," Birch announced, his voice carrying a weight that silenced the rustling fronds. "The ancient pact, the flow of magic that binds us all, is faltering. We must discover why." Fern stepped forward, her small frame trembling but her voice surprisingly steady. "I'll go, Grandfather, to the great heartwood. I can follow the old paths, the ones you told me about." Her heart hammered against her ribs, but the image of the dimming lumina petals and the rain singer's strained songs spurred her on. Birch looked at his granddaughter, seeing not just the child, but the spark of the forest's future. He nodded slowly. "The journey is long and the paths are guarded by the forest's oldest memories. Go with the wisdom of the wind, little Fern. Listen to the whispers of the trees, the guidance of the stones. Seek the keeper." Equipped with a pouch of nourishing seed cakes, sweet with wild blueberries, a cloak spun from shimmering moth wings for warmth, and a tiny lantern crafted from a hollowed firefly abdomen that glowed with a soft, steady light, Fern set out. The deeper she ventured into the Whisperwood, the stronger the sense of imbalance grew. The air tasted stale. The usual chorus of bird song was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the dry rattle of leaves. The scent of healthy decay was overpowered by a faint, acrid tang, like metal left in the rain. She crossed a meadow where lumina petals lay scattered, their light extinguished like fallen stars. The sight filled her with a profound sadness. Guided by Birch's teachings, Fern listened intently. She pressed her ear to the cool, damp bark of an ancient yew tree. A deep, sorrowful groan vibrated through the wood, speaking of choked roots and poisoned soil deeper within the forest. A cluster of smooth river stones, warmed by a rare patch of sunlight, hummed a warning of tainted water seeping from the direction of the distant mountains. A family of badgers, their faces etched with worry, spoke of strange, bitter smells carried on the wind from the north, where human settlements edged the forest. After days of travel, guided by the fading pulse of the forest's magic, and the subtle signs Birch had taught her to read the way moss grew thicker on one side of a tree, the specific constellation of mushrooms pointing the way Fern reached a hidden valley. It was shielded by towering, impossibly old sequoias whose bark felt like warm, living stone beneath her tiny hand. The air here was still thick with unease, but beneath it, Fern sensed a deep, resonant thrumming, weak but persistent. It was the heartbeat of the heartwood. In the center of the valley stood the great heartwood tree. It was magnificent beyond words, its trunk wider than a dozen Moskin homes, its branches reaching towards the sky like open arms, cradling the clouds. But Fern gasped. Great swaths of its bark were cracked and gray, like parched earth. Its leaves, normally a vibrant tapestry of emerald and silver, hung limp and dull, many already fallen, carpeting the ground in a sorrowful blanket. The air around it vibrated with a palpable sense of exhaustion and pain. The scent here was complex, the rich, ancient smell of deep wood, overlaid with the sickly sweetness of decay and a harsh, metallic tang that made Fern's eyes water. At the base of the immense trunk sat the keeper. Not a towering giant, but a figure woven from living vines, moss, and shifting shadows, shaped vaguely like an ancient, wise badger. Its eyes were pools of deep, still water reflecting the fading light. It radiated immense age and profound weariness. Little listener, the keeper's voice was the sound of wind sighing through deep canyons, low and resonant, echoing slightly in the quiet valley. You feel the fading song, you have journeyed far. Fern bowed low, her heart pounding. Keeper, the Whisperwood is ill. The lumina dims, the rain singers falter, the balance breaks. We felt the heartwood's pain. What harms it? The keeper shifted, vines rustling like dry parchment. Its watery eyes seemed to gaze far beyond Fern. The harmony is frayed. From the north, beyond the stone-teeth mountains, comes a slow sickness. Humans dig deep, seeking bright stones that burn. They poison the earth's blood, the water that feeds my roots. They cut the ancient sentinels whose roots spoke to mine, whose leaves sang with the wind. The connection weakens, the magic starves. A deep sigh, like stones grinding together, escaped it. The old ways are forgotten, the pact of respect fades. Fern felt a chill deeper than winter's touch. But what can we do? We are so small, and the sickness comes from so far away. The keeper's form seemed to gather the fading light. Small you are, but connected. The heartwood's strength lies not just in itself, but in the web of life it sustains and which sustains it. The pact is not broken, only strained. The magic sleeps, it does not die. It needs remembrance. It needs the song. The song. Fern asked, hope flickering like her tiny lantern. The heart song, the keeper murmured. The song of belonging, of gratitude, of connection, sung not by one but by all. Sung with pure intent, it resonates with the heartwood's core, reminding it of the life that depends on its rhythm, strengthening the frayed threads. It is the oldest magic, passed down since the first leaf unfurled. Your elder knows the seed of it. Fern remembered. Birch on quiet evenings would hum a simple, wordless melody, a tune that felt like roots sinking into cool earth, like sunlight warming moss. He called it the forest's lullaby. But how can all sing? Fern wondered, looking at the vast, suffering tree. The creatures are scattered, frightened. The song starts small, the keeper whispered, its voice growing fainter, its form seeming to blend more with the shadows at the heartwood's base. Like a single raindrop finding the stream, it needs a conductor, a focus of pure heart, carry the seed back, plant it with belief. Let the forest remember its own voice. Go now, little listener. Time flows like the tainted stream. Fern didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, the image of the dying heartwood burning in her mind, the keeper's words echoing, remembrance. The song. All. The journey back felt longer, the forest's distress more acute. The metallic tang seemed stronger, the silence heavier. When she finally stumbled into the mosskin hollow beneath Old Man Thistle, weary and coated in forest dust, Birch was waiting. The worry on his face deepened as he saw her expression, but also a flicker of hope. Fern poured out her tale, the dying heartwood, the poisoned earth's blood from the north, the forgotten pact, and the keeper's words about the heart song. A heavy silence fell over the gathered mosskin, the only sound the crackle of the hearth mushroom and the sigh of the wind through Thistle's branches, carrying the scent of distant decay. The heart song. Birch breathed, his eyes distant. I remember the tune passed from my grandmother's grandmother, but it is a whisper, Fern. How can a whisper reach the heartwood now? The keeper said it needs to start small, Fern insisted, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. But but it needs to grow. It needs all of us. And it needs belief. We need to remind the forest who it is, what it means to be connected. Birch looked at his granddaughter, then at the worried faces of his people. He saw the dimming light of their own hearth mushroom. He saw the resolve in Fern's eyes, mirroring the determination he'd carried in his youth. He nodded slowly, a spark rekindling in his own gaze. Then we begin, here now, we sing the seed. Gathered under the protective boughs of Old Man Thistle, as the first true snowflakes of winter began to drift down like frozen whispers, the mosskin formed a circle. Birch closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the cold, pine-scented air, and began to hum. It was the simple, ancient melody, the forest's lullaby. It started soft, hesitant, a fragile thread of sound in the vast, troubled woods. Fern joined in, pouring all her love for the Whisperwood, all her hope, all her belief in the keeper's words into the notes. Her clear voice wove around Birch's deeper hum. One by one, the other mosskin added their voices, timidly at first, then stronger. The song wasn't loud, but it was pure. It spoke of cool moss underfoot, the scent of rain on hot earth, the taste of wild strawberries, the comforting darkness of a tree hollow, the joyful dance of fireflies on a summer night. It was a song of home, of belonging, of gratitude for the sheltering branches and the nourishing soil. As they sang, something remarkable happened. The hearth mushrooms glow brightened, casting warmer, steadier light. The falling snowflakes seemed to dance gently to the rhythm. A family of field mice, drawn by the sound, peeked from their burrow, their tiny eyes wide. A weary robin huddled on a branch, puffed out its chest, and added a tentative, sweet trill to the melody. Word traveled, carried by the wind, by the chattering squirrels, by the silent flight of an owl. Fern, guided by the mosskin elders, journeyed to the rain singers' pools. She hummed the melody to them. Their large, luminous eyes blinked, and then one brave singer climbed onto a half-frozen lily pad. Its song, usually reserved for rain, now wove the mosskin's melody into its own complex rhythms, creating a new, hopeful harmony that rippled across the water. The sound carried far. Fern visited the leaf weavers in their autumn-gilded dens. She sang the heart song's core. The squirrels, initially skeptical, found the tune settling into their busy hearts. As they worked, guiding leaves to the earth, they began to hum it, a steady, grounding rhythm that vibrated through the soil. The decaying leaves seemed to settle with more purpose, releasing their nutrients with a sigh of contentment. She sought out the frost sprites near the icy streams. Communicating through feelings and gentle touches on their shimmering forms, Fern shared the song's essence, warmth not of fire, but of connection. The sprites, embodiments of quiet winter, began to trace their frost patterns in time with the melody, their icy spirals holding the promise of the song within their delicate structures. The mosskin sang every dusk and dawn under Old Man Thistle. The rain singers added their watery harmonies from their pools. The leaf weavers hummed as they worked. The frost sprites danced their silent symphony. Birds picked up the tune, weaving it into their calls. Even the wind seemed to catch the melody, sighing it through the branches. It started as scattered notes across the vast Whisperwood, like the first stars appearing at twilight. But gradually the notes found each other. The forest began to remember its own voice, its own deep connection. The pure collective intent, the gratitude, the belonging, the shared love for their home began to resonate. Deep in the hidden valley, the great heartwood tree shuddered. The weak, faltering pulse within its ancient core began to steady. A faint, silvery light, unseen for seasons, flickered deep within its cracked bark. The metallic tang in the air lessened, replaced by the faint, sweet smell of sap beginning to stir, even in winter's heart. The keeper, a shadowy figure at its base, lifted its head. The pools of its eyes reflected not just fading light, but a burgeoning spark. A deep, resonant thrum, felt more than heard, vibrated outwards from the heartwood, a counterpoint to the forest's growing song. The change wasn't instant, nor was it a cure for the deep sickness creeping from the north. But the balance, the vital harmony, began to knit itself back together, thread by shimmering thread. The lumina petals didn't suddenly blaze, but their fading light steadied. The rain singers found strength returning to their voices. The streams, while still low, flowed with a cleaner sound. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative but growing chorus of the heart song, woven through the natural sounds of the forest. Back under Old Man Thistle, the moskins sang with renewed vigor as the first true thaw began. Tiny green shoots, brave and bright, pushed through the snow near their hearth mushroom. The air, crisp and cold, carried the clean scent of melting snow, and underneath it, the undeniable fragrance of life stirring, of resilience. Birch placed a gnarled hand on Fern's shoulder as they sang, their voices blending with the drip of melting ice and the distant chorus of the forest. He looked not just at the returning green, but at his granddaughter, whose courage and belief had carried the seed of the song. The wisdom of generations, whispered under mossy roots, had found fertile ground in a young heart. The magic of the Whisperwood hadn't died. It had merely been sleeping, waiting to be remembered, waiting for the pure, shared song of belonging to awaken it once more. The heart song continued, a gentle, constant hum beneath the rustle of leaves and the babble of streams. It was a lullaby for the forest itself, a reminder of the deep, unbreakable connection binding root to rock, creature to tree, season to season. And as the first fireflies of the coming spring blinked their tiny lanterns in the velvet dusk, they blinked in time with the song, a constellation of hope echoing the ancient rhythm of the great heartwood tree, strong and steady once again. The Whisperwood breathed its magic, a soft, resilient glow in the gathering twilight, a testament to the enduring power of harmony, remembrance, and a song sung together. The rain whispered secrets against the window pane of old Mr. Thimblebee's clockwork shop. Inside, the air hummed with the steady tick-tock of 100 timepieces and smelled of oiled brass, polished wood, and the faintest hint of cinnamon from the tea mister Thimblebee always kept brewing. His apprentice, a quiet boy named Leo with ink-smudged fingers and a head full of cogs and springs, was sorting through a dusty box of forgotten parts. He sighed. Nothing but broken mainsprings and chipped gears. Then his fingers brushed something smooth and cool beneath the tangle of metal. He pulled out a teacup. Not brass or porcelain, but something else entirely like polished moonlight held in a curve. It felt impossibly light, yet solid. Delicate swirls like captured smoke danced just beneath its surface. Leo held it up, utterly bewildered. How had this ended up in a box of clock parts? He carried it to Mr. Thimbleby, who peered over his spectacles. "Ah," the old man murmured, his voice like a well-oiled gear. The luminous cup, thought it was lost to the dust bunnies years ago. He didn't seem surprised, only thoughtful. Not for telling time, that one, for finding things. Finding things. Leo echoed. "Lost things, Mr. Thimbleby clarified, tapping the cup gently. Pour warm tea into it, see what appears." Intrigued, Leo filled the small kettle, lit the spirit lamp beneath it, and selected Mr. Thimblebee's special chamomile blend. As the water heated, filling the shop with its gentle, floral scent, he placed the luminous cup carefully on the workbench. He poured the steaming tea. Instantly, the liquid inside the cup began to shimmer, not reflecting the lamplight, but glowing with its own soft, internal light. Wisps of steam curled upwards, forming shapes. Leo gasped. Within the steam, he saw a miniature image not of the shop, but of a sun-dappled forest path. And there, lying half-buried in fallen leaves beside a gnarled oak root, was the tiny, perfect image of his most treasured possession, his father's old brass compass, lost weeks ago during a walk in the Whispering Woods. His heart leapt. "Mr. Thimbleby, it shows the compass, in the woods," Leo exclaimed. The old clockmaker smiled faintly. "It shows what the heart seeks most when lost, but the cup only shows the where. Finding it, that's the journey, and journeys are best not taken alone, especially into the whispering woods near dusk. Be mindful, Leo. Wisdom sees clearer than haste." Leo understood. He filled a small thermos with the fragrant tea, carefully wrapped the luminous cup in soft cloth, and set out. The rain had softened to a mist that clung to the cobblestones as he left the cozy glow of the shop. The image in the cup led him towards the edge of town, where the neat houses gave way to the ancient, towering trees of the whispering woods. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth, pine resin, and secrets. His first helper appeared near the old stone bridge. Mrs. Nettle the baker was wrestling with a sack of flour that had tipped precariously from her cart. She was a woman built like a sturdy loaf herself, cheeks rosy and perpetually dusted with flour. "Blast this stubborn thing," she huffed. "Can I help, Mrs. Nettle?" Leo offered. She beamed. "Bless you, lad, strong arms are welcome." Together they righted the sack. Seeing Leo glance towards the woods, she asked about his journey. He showed her the cup, pouring a little warm tea into it. The swirling steam reformed, showing the compass nestled by the oak root, deeper in the woods. Mrs. Nettle's eyes widened. "Lost things finding their way back, that's a bit of magic, that is. Here." She rummaged in her cart and handed him a small, warm parcel. "Hazelnut shortbread for the path. And remember, lad," she added, her voice softening, "sometimes the loudest problems crumble like pastry if you give him a gentle touch, not a shove." Her kindness was like the warmth from the thermos against his chest. Deeper into the woods, the mist thickened, and the light grew dimmer. The path became tangled and confusing. Doubt began to creep into Leo's heart. Had he taken a wrong turn? He poured a little more tea. The image flickered, the compass still waiting, but the path around it seemed obscured by shifting shadows. Suddenly, a soft, rhythmic clink-clink echoed nearby. Following the sound, Leo found Mr. Filbert, the lamplighter, perched precariously on a ladder, carefully cleaning one of the rare glass lanterns that marked the safe paths through the deeper woods. He was a thin, quiet man who moved with deliberate grace. He saw Leo's worried face and the glowing cup. "Lost, young master?" "Mr." Filbert asked, his voice as soft as lamplight. "Not lost," Leo said, showing him the cup's image. "But the path seems hidden now." Mr. Filbert studied the steam picture, then the surrounding gloom. "Ah, the glimmer moss is thick here after the rain, tricks the eyes, makes straight paths seem crooked and safe ground look treacherous." He descended the ladder. "Come, I'll walk with you a ways. These old lamps need tending deeper in, regardless." Walking beside the quiet lamplighter was calming. Mr. Filbert pointed out things Leo would have missed: the safe stepping stones across a gurgling stream, the subtle notch on an ancient birch tree marking a fork, the way the fireflies gathered where the ground was firmest. "The woods speak," Mr. Filbert murmured, polishing a lantern globe as they walked. "Not in words but in signs. Moss grows thickest where the earth is solid. Birdsong falters near hidden water. Patience listens, young master. Patience sees what haste rushes past." His quiet wisdom was a lantern itself in the growing dusk. Finally, guided by the lamplighter and the occasional sip of tea to renew the cup's vision, they reached the great gnarled oak. And there, just as the image showed, half buried in damp leaves, gleamed Leo's brass compass. Relief washed over him. He knelt to retrieve it. But as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a low, rumbling growl echoed through the trees. A massive shadow detached itself from the deeper gloom beneath the oak. It was a guardian stag, its coat the deep brown of ancient bark, its antlers like tangled branches tipped with points of sharpened moonlight. its eyes, intelligent and wary, fixed on Leo and the compass in his hand. It stood squarely over the path Leo needed to take back. Leo's heart hammered. He remembered Mrs. Nettle's words about gentle touches and Mr. Filbert's advice about patience. He remembered Mr. Thimbleby's warning, wisdom sees clearer than haste. Force wasn't an option against such a majestic creature. What did it want? Why was it guarding the path? He looked at the luminous cup, still warm in his hand. He had one last measure of tea in the thermos. An idea sparked. He poured the tea slowly into the luminous cup. The steam swirled, but instead of showing the compass, Leo focused his thoughts, his deepest wish. Show me what the guardian needs. The steam shimmered, shifted, and reformed. This time it showed not an object, but a scene. The guardian stag limping slightly, its powerful flank marred by a deep, angry gash tangled with thorny vines. The image pulsed with the creature's pain. Understanding dawned. The stag wasn't guarding the path out of malice. It was protecting itself, wounded and vulnerable. Mr. Filbert, Leo whispered urgently, do you have anything sharp, but small? The lamplighter, understanding instantly, pulled a tiny, precise folding knife from his pocket used for trimming wicks. Leo took it gratefully. He held up the luminous cup, showing the stag the image of its own wound. The great beast snorted, its eyes fixed on the glowing steam. Slowly, cautiously, Leo approached, not towards the path, but towards the stag's flank. He spoke softly, words he didn't fully understand, but that felt calm and reassuring, like the ticking of a well-made clock. The stag remained tense but didn't move away. With painstaking care, using the tiny knife, Leo gently began to cut and unwind the cruel thorns biting into the creature's hide. It took time. He moved slowly, deliberately, whispering apologies whenever the stag flinched. Mr. Filbert stood quietly nearby, his presence a steady anchor. Finally, the last thorn came free. Leo stepped back. The guardian stag shook its massive head, then lowered it. Not in threat, but in what looked remarkably like gratitude. It nudged Leo gently with its velvet nose, then turned and limped away, disappearing silently into the trees, leaving the path clear. Leo's hands trembled, but his heart felt light. He had his compass, cold and reassuring, in his palm. He looked at the luminous cup. The steam had faded, leaving only the dregs of chamomile tea. Its magic felt spent for now, but its lesson glowed warmly within him. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The mist still curled, but it seemed softer. The sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl felt like companions, not mysteries. Mr. Filbert walked beside him, his lanterns casting warm pools of light on the path, his quiet presence a comfort. They parted ways at the edge of the woods, the lamplighter heading back to his rounds with a nod and a soft, well-found young master. Back in Mr. Thimbleby's warm, ticking shop, the smell of cinnamon and brass was a welcome embrace. Leo placed the brass compass carefully on the workbench and set the now cool, ordinary-looking luminous cup beside it. He told the old clockmaker everything: the finding, the woods, Mrs. Nettle's kindness, Mr. Filbert's guidance, the guardian stag, the thorns. Mr. Thimbleby listened, polishing a gear with a soft cloth. When Leo finished, the old man nodded, a slow, satisfied smile spreading across his face. Extraordinary secrets hide in ordinary things, lad, he said, his voice a soft rumble. But the greatest magic isn't always in the object. Sometimes it's what the object helps us find within ourselves. Wisdom, patience, kindness, and the courage to use them. He poured fresh tea chamomile into 2 ordinary mugs. You found more than a compass today, Leo. You found your own true north. Leo sipped the warm tea, the gentle floral taste soothing. He looked at the luminous cup, now just a beautiful, silent vessel on the bench. It had shown him the way, but the journey, the helpers, the gentle wisdom to overcome the challenge that had all been his own. The steady tick-tock of the clocks filled the cozy room, a comforting rhythm marking the peaceful end of an extraordinary day. Outside, the night was still and quiet, holding its secrets close, while inside, warmed by tea and accomplishment, Leo felt a deep sense of calm settle over him, as soft and sure as the moonlight finally breaking through the clouds outside the window. He had journeyed, he had discovered, and he had returned, not just with a lost treasure, but with a quiet understanding that would tick steadily within him, like the most reliable clock of all. Sleep, when it came, would be deep and dreamless, wrapped in the cozy certainty that even in a world of hidden wonders, kindness and wisdom were the truest magic. In the heart of an ancient forest where the towering trees whispered secrets to the winds and the ground was carpeted with soft moss, lived a community of creatures who knew the forest as both home and teacher. This forest, dense and boundless, was a place where the realms of reality and magic gracefully intertwined, making each day a new tapestry of wonders waiting to be discovered. Among the inhabitants of this lush haven was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell bore the lines of countless seasons and stories. Bramble was the keeper of the forest's lore, a role he cherished with gentle pride. His days were spent beneath the sprawling canopy of a great oak, where he would share tales of old with the younger creatures who gathered around him, their eyes wide with curiosity. One cool morning, as the first whispers of autumn began to paint the leaves with strokes of gold and crimson, a young squirrel named Nibbles approached Bramble with a question that had been nibbling at his mind like an acorn on a breezy day. "Why do the leaves change color, Bramble?" Nibbles asked, his voice a mixture of wonder and innocence. Bramble chuckled softly, the sound a gentle rumble like distant thunder. "Ah, young one," he began, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "The changing of leaves is one of nature's most beautiful dances. It is a sign of balance and renewal, orchestrated by the magic of the seasons." As Bramble spoke, the air around them seemed to shimmer with an unseen energy. The creatures of the forest paused in their daily activities, drawn into the story like moths to a gentle flame. "Long ago," Bramble continued, "the spirit of the forest, a wise and ancient being, wove a spell into the very fabric of our world. This spell ensured that each season would pass its gifts on to the next, maintaining harmony and balance. Spring brings renewal, summer warmth, autumn change, and winter rest. The changing colors of the leaves are autumn's gift, a reminder that change can be beautiful and necessary." Nibbles listened intently, his little heart swelling with understanding and appreciation. Around them, the forest seemed to nod in agreement, the leaves rustling softly in the breeze. "But Bramble," piped up a timid voice from the back of the gathering, belonging to a young rabbit named Thistle, "what happens if the balance is disturbed?" Bramble's expression grew thoughtful, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. "Balance is delicate, dear Thistle," he explained, "but it is also resilient. When the balance is disturbed, nature finds ways to restore it. Sometimes it takes the wisdom of the creatures who dwell within the forest to help guide it back." As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a tiny crystal of clarity and reflection. The creatures huddled closer, a sense of unity and purpose weaving through them like the tendrils of mist that danced among the trees. In the days that followed, the forest's inhabitants took Bramble's words to heart. They worked together, ensuring that each part of their home was cared for. The beavers reinforced their dams, allowing streams to flow freely. The birds spread seeds, encouraging new growth. Even the smallest insects played their part, aerating the soil with their tiny, industrious legs. Through their collective efforts, the forest thrived, its harmony restored. As the last leaves of autumn fluttered to the ground, a sense of peace settled over the land, as tangible as the fragrant earth beneath their feet. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Nibbles, Thistle, and the other creatures gathered around Bramble once more. The old turtle, with a smile as warm as the summer sun, spoke words that would echo in their hearts for generations to come. "Remember, dear friends, that we are all keepers of this forest. Through wisdom, friendship, and respect for the balance of nature, we ensure the magic of our world endures." With these words, the forest sighed contentedly, as if wrapping itself in a cozy blanket of serenity. And so, beneath a sky filled with twinkling stars and the gentle hum of the night, the creatures settled into the comforting rhythm of their lives, knowing that they were part of something wondrous and timeless. And there, in the embrace of the ancient forest, they found not just a home, but a sanctuary of harmony and magic, where the boundaries between reality and wonder were as seamless as the breeze that whispered through the trees. In the heart of the misty blue forest, where trees wore coats of moss and squirrels played hide-and-seek with the sunbeams, there lay a tiny, bustling village known as Twinklewood Hollow. This was no ordinary village, for its inhabitants were as unique and whimsical as the forest itself. You see, Twinklewood was home to a medley of magical creatures, each with their own delightful peculiarity. At the center of the hollow lived a merry little gnome named Pipkin. Pipkin was known far and wide for his penchant for wearing mismatched socks, believing they brought him good luck. His home was a cozy burrow beneath an ancient oak, with windows framed by ivy and a door that creaked a friendly greeting each time it opened. Pipkin's most cherished possession was a brass kettle that whistled the tune of "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" whenever the tea was ready. Next door to Pipkin, in a treehouse woven from willow branches, lived a sprightly fairy named Flick. Flick had wings as delicate as a dragonfly's, shimmering in hues of lavender and gold. She had an infectious giggle that sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and was known for her remarkable skill in painting the most vibrant rainbows across the sky with her magic paintbrush. A little further down the cobblestone path, one would find the abode of Terence, the talking tortoise. Terence was never in a rush, and he often reminded his friends that the best way to enjoy life was one slow step at a time. His shell was a patchwork of colors, each tile a memory from his travels around the world. Terence was a master storyteller, his tales as rich and layered as the forest floor in autumn. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the meadow like 1,000 tiny diamonds, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence gathered at the village square. They were joined by a lively crowd of other villagers, including the melodic-voiced songbirds, the mischievous squirrel twins, and the wise old owl Hootsworth, who always wore spectacles perched precariously on his beak. The occasion was the annual Twinklewood Festival, a day filled with laughter, games, and feasting. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. As the festivities began, a curious occurrence unfolded. The air shimmered with a peculiar iridescent glow, and suddenly, every sound in the village turned into a melody. The rustling leaves sang a gentle lullaby, the bubbling brook played a merry jig, and even the clattering of dishes at the feast was transformed into a cheerful tune. At first, the villagers found this quite amusing. They danced to the melody of their chores and chuckled at the serenading sounds all around them. However, as the day wore on, it became apparent that this magical melody was more than just a harmless enchantment. Every spoken word was now a song, and trying to communicate became a comical opera of misunderstandings. "We need to solve this musical mystery," declared Pipkin, his words tumbling out in a lively aria that made the crowd giggle. Flick fluttered her wings excitedly, her voice a playful soprano. "Let's head to the Whispering Glade. Perhaps the trees can tell us what's causing this tuneful trouble." The villagers agreed, and off they went, a parade of singing, humming, and whistling creatures, weaving their way through the forest to the Whispering Glade. The glade was a special place where the oldest trees in the forest stood, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. It was said that these trees could speak if you listened closely enough. As they reached the glade, the villagers quieted, their melodic chatter turning into a harmonious hum. Pipkin stepped forward, his mismatched socks peeking out from beneath his trousers, and addressed the trees in a gentle ballad. "O wise trees, what is this magical melody that fills our village? Can you help us find a way to bring back our normal voices?" For a moment the glade was silent, save for the rustling leaves. Then, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the largest tree, its bark as gnarled and wise as time itself. Long ago, a playful sprite named Melody cast a spell upon these woods, leaving behind a treasure of musical enchantments. It seems you have stumbled upon one of her playful charms. Terence, in his slow and deliberate baritone, asked, "Is there a way to undo the spell, dear trees?" The elder tree responded with a gentle rustle. "Ah, yes. To return your voices, you must find Melody's forgotten flute, hidden deep within the enchanted grove. Play a tune of friendship, and the spell shall be undone." With newfound determination, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence set out towards the enchanted grove, a place known for its magical wonders and delightful surprises. The path was lined with flowers that opened and closed like little music boxes, and birds that flew in synchronized patterns, creating an aerial symphony. As they reached the grove, they were greeted by a sight that took their breath away. The trees here were not ordinary. Their trunks twisted into fantastical shapes, and their leaves glowed in every color imaginable. In the center of the grove stood a pedestal made of crystal, and atop it lay a flute, its surface shimmering like a moonlit lake. Flick, with her fairy grace, picked up the flute. "I think I know just the tune," she said, her voice a gentle melody. She placed the flute to her lips and began to play. The notes floated through the air, a sweet, simple tune that spoke of friendship and harmony. As the melody swirled around them, the iridescent glow that had filled the village began to fade, and the sounds returned to their natural state. Back in Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers cheered, their voices at last free from the musical enchantment. They gathered around Pipkin, Flick, and Terence, thanking them with heartfelt gratitude. Pipkin grinned, twirling one of his mismatched socks. "It's good to have our voices back, but I must admit it was quite an adventure." Flick giggled, her wings fluttering with joy. "Yes, and what a wonderful tune it turned out to be." Terence nodded slowly, a contented smile on his face. "Indeed, my friends, sometimes it takes a little magic to remind us of the music in our lives." As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers gathered for a feast beneath the stars. Laughter and the clinking of glasses filled the air, mingling with the gentle hush of the forest. The night ended with Pipkin and Flick leading everyone in a joyful dance, their feet tapping out a merry rhythm on the cobblestone streets. And so, with hearts full of joy and the bonds of friendship stronger than ever, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, comforted by the knowledge that even in a world of magic and melody, the greatest harmony of all was found in their togetherness. The first frost had painted silver cobwebs on Lily's window pane that morning. Now, as twilight deepened into a velvety indigo outside, the familiar shapes of her room, the sturdy oak wardrobe, the bookshelf crammed with well-loved tales, the rocking chair draped with a worn quilt seemed to hold their breath, waiting for the night's story to unfold. Lily burrowed deeper under her patchwork duvet, the scent of lavender sachets mingling with the faint wood smoke drifting from the hearth downstairs. Her gaze drifted to the small, smooth stone resting on her bedside table. It wasn't much to look at by daylight, just a gray river pebble. But in the fading light it held a secret, a faint, pulsing warmth deep within its core, like a captured ember. She'd found it weeks ago, washed up on the bank of the Whispering Creek, and it felt alive. Tonight the stone hummed softly against her palm when she picked it up. A gentle vibration, almost a purr, resonated through her fingers. Lily closed her eyes, breathing in the quiet. That's when she heard it, a sound woven into the silence itself. Not the creak of the house settling, nor the distant hoot of an owl. This was a melody, faint and ethereal, drifting on the cool night air like the scent of moonflowers. It seemed to come from inside the stone, a song of longing and forgotten paths. Curiosity, a familiar friend, nudged Lily. Slipping out of bed, the polished wood floor cool beneath her bare feet, she padded to the window. The melody grew clearer, not from the stone now, but seemingly from the ancient oak tree that stood sentinel at the bottom of her garden. Its gnarled branches, silhouetted against the star-strewn sky, seemed to beckon. The stone pulsed warmly in her hand, its inner light flaring briefly, illuminating tiny veins of gold and amber within its gray surface. It felt like an answer, a key. Pulling on her thickest woolen socks and wrapping her faded dressing gown tightly around her, Lily slipped out of her room. The house was quiet, filled only with the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall. The cool night air kissed her face as she opened the back door, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves sharp and inviting. Holding the glowing stone aloft like a tiny lantern, its soft amber light casting long, dancing shadows, she made her way down the dew-kissed garden path towards the old oak. As she approached, the melody swelled, no longer faint but rich and complex, the sound of wind through crystalline leaves, of water trickling over ancient stones, of laughter echoing down long corridors of time. It emanated from the massive, moss-covered roots that erupted from the earth like petrified serpents. Nestled between two particularly large roots, half hidden by curtains of ivy, Lily saw something she'd never noticed before, a gap. Not a crack, but an opening, dark and inviting, shaped like an arched doorway. The stone in her hand flared brightly, its warmth intensifying, pulling her gently forward. Taking a deep breath, the song filling her ears and the stone's light guiding her way, Lily stepped through the root arch. The air changed instantly. It became warmer, thicker, tasting faintly of ozone and damp moss. Instead of the expected darkness of a hollow tree, she found herself on a winding, downward path. It wasn't earth or wood beneath her feet, but smooth, cool stone, worn by time and countless unseen footsteps. Bioluminescent fungi clung to the walls, casting an eerie, beautiful blue-green glow that mingled with the warm amber light from her stone. Giant, luminous mushrooms like parasols spun from moonlight dotted the path. The air hummed with unseen life, a soft chorus of chirps and rustles accompanying the haunting melody. She had stepped into the gloaming. The path descended gently, spiraling deeper. Strange, luminous flowers unfurled petals like spun glass. Tiny winged creatures, no larger than fireflies but shaped like miniature birds with iridescent scales, darted through the air, leaving trails of shimmering dust. Lily walked in wide-eyed wonder, the stone clutched tightly, her heart pounding not with fear but with a thrilling sense of discovery. She was in a hidden world, a secret heart beating beneath her own garden. The path opened into a vast, subterranean cavern. It took Lily's breath away. Above, the ceiling shimmered with constellations of embedded crystals, reflecting the soft light below. Below, a network of canals wound through the cavern floor, filled not with water, but with liquid light, a shimmering, golden substance that flowed silently, illuminating everything with a warm, buttery radiance. Buildings, if you could call them that, were carved directly into the cavern walls, or built from luminous fungi and woven vines. They looked like giant, intricate bird nests or clusters of glowing gourds. Bridges made of woven light spanned the canals, and everywhere moved the inhabitants of the gloaming. They were small, perhaps knee-high to Lily, with skin the color of polished walnut or smooth river stones. Large, luminous eyes, like pools of liquid moonlight, dominated their gentle faces. Some had delicate, moth-like wings shimmering on their backs, others had fur like soft moss, and still others seemed woven from shadow and starlight. They moved with a quiet grace, tending luminous gardens, weaving strands of light on intricate looms, or simply sitting by the canals, their reflections shimmering in the golden flow. The melody Lily had followed was everywhere here, woven into the very air, sung by the people and echoed by the cavern itself. Lily stood frozen at the cavern's edge, a giant in this miniature world. Her presence hadn't gone unnoticed. The gentle activities ceased. Hundreds of luminous eyes turned towards her, wide with shock, and Lily feared suspicion. A ripple of silence spread outwards from her. She felt enormous, clumsy, and utterly alien. Then a small figure detached itself from the shadows near a cluster of giant, glowing toadstools. It moved towards her with surprising speed, not flying, but skittering on quick, tiny legs. It was roughly the size of a hedgehog, covered in short, velvety fur the deep blue of twilight. Large, intelligent eyes, the color of periwinkles, regarded her intently from beneath tufted brows. Instead of wings, it had delicate, feathery antennae that twitched constantly. It stopped a few feet away, puffing itself up slightly, and let out a series of high-pitched chirps and clicks that sounded remarkably like a question. "Hello," Lily whispered, crouching down slowly, trying to make herself less imposing. "My name is Lily. I followed the song." The little creature tilted its head, antennae quivering. It took a cautious step closer, sniffing the air, its eyes fixed on the stone in Lily's hand. With another series of rapid clicks, it pointed a tiny, clawed finger at the stone, then at Lily, then back at the stone. You know this stone?" Lily asked, holding it out carefully. The stone pulsed warmly, and its inner light seemed to brighten in response to the creature's proximity. The blue-furred being let out a soft trill, its posture relaxing. It skittered closer, reaching out a tentative paw to touch the stone. As its tiny claws brushed the surface, the stone flared brilliantly, bathing both of them in warm, amber light. A wave of understanding, wordless but profound, washed over Lily. She felt the creature's surprise, its curiosity, and beneath it, a deep, resonant sadness. She also felt its name, Pip. Pip, Lily thought, the name feeling right. "You're Pip." Pip's large eyes widened further. It chirped excitedly, a sound like tiny bells. It touched the stone again, then pointed urgently towards the center of the cavern, where a magnificent structure rose, a towering spire, seemingly grown from a single, colossal crystal, pulsating with a soft, internal light. Pip's clicks and chirps grew frantic, laced with unmistakable worry. It pointed to the crystal spire, then made a gesture like something breaking, accompanied by a mournful whine. It then mimed holding something precious and looking around desperately. The song. Lily breathed, understanding dawning. "The melody I heard, it came from there, and it's fading. Something's wrong." Pip nodded vigorously, antennae drooping. The beautiful melody that filled the cavern was changing. Where it had been rich and full, now thin, discordant threads wove through it, like a tapestry beginning to unravel. A murmur of unease ran through the watching, gloaming folk. Their luminous eyes were no longer fixed solely on Lily, but darted nervously towards the central spire. Pip tugged gently on the hem of Lily's dressing gown, chittering insistently. It pointed again towards the spire, then back at Lily's stone, its tiny face etched with desperate hope. Lily looked from the anxious Pip to the troubled faces of the gloaming folk, then to the pulsing crystal spire whose light seemed to flicker uncertainly. The humming stone in her hand felt like an anchor, its warmth spreading courage through her. This hidden world, this fragile, beautiful place beneath her feet, was in trouble. And somehow Pip believed her stone, and perhaps her, could help. "I don't know how," Lily whispered, more to herself than to Pip, "but we have to try." She straightened up, meeting Pip's determined gaze. "Lead the way, Pip." A collective sigh, like wind through reeds, seemed to ripple through the cavern. The suspicion in the luminous eyes softened into wary curiosity and a flicker of desperate hope. Pip gave a determined little chirp and scampered off along a path of smooth, glowing stones that wound towards the crystal spire. Lily followed, her bare feet silent on the cool surface, the stone held aloft like a beacon. The gloaming folk parted silently before her, their watchful gazes now carrying the weight of their world's fragile song. The path led to the base of the immense crystal spire. Close up, it was even more breathtaking. Veins of gold, silver, and deepest amethyst ran through its translucent heart, pulsing slowly with light that seemed to breathe. The discordant notes in the cavern's melody were stronger here, jarring against the spire's inherent harmony. At the spire's base was an arched opening, leading into its cool, shimmering interior. Inside, the air hummed with power. The walls glowed softly, casting shifting patterns of light on the smooth floor. In the very center of the chamber stood a pedestal carved from the same living crystal. Resting upon it wasn't a grand gem or a complex machine, but something surprisingly simple. A large, perfect seashell, spiraled like a unicorn's horn, crafted from mother-of-pearl that shimmered with all the colors of dawn and dusk. This, Lily understood instinctively, was the heart shell. It was the source of the gloaming's song, the focus of its harmony. But its light was dim, flickering erratically. Fine cracks like spiderwebs of shadow marred its luminous surface. The beautiful melody emanating from it was strained, thin, and punctuated by jarring silences. Surrounding the pedestal were three elderly gloaming folk, their fur or skin etched with deep lines, their large eyes clouded with worry. They were singing, their voices high and pure, weaving intricate harmonies aimed at the heart shell. But their song seemed weak, unable to penetrate the shadowy cracks or mend the fraying melody. One of them, a being with bark-like skin and hair like silvery moss, looked up as Lily and Pip entered. His eyes, ancient and weary, widened slightly at the sight of Lily, then fixed on the stone in her hand. A spark of something recognition, disbelief, flickered within them. Pip skittered forward, chattering urgently at the elders, pointing emphatically at Lily and her stone. The elder with bark-like skin listened, his gaze never leaving the pulsing pebble. He raised a gnarled hand, silencing Pip. His voice, when he spoke, was surprisingly deep and resonant, like stones shifting in a deep riverbed, yet Lily understood its meaning through the same wordless connection the stone seemed to provide. The songstone, he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. It returns after so many turnings of the great wheel. He stepped towards Lily, his movements slow and deliberate. Child of the surface, bearer of the sun's echo, you hold a fragment of the first light, a piece of the world heart that birthed both our realms. The heart shell weakens, the veil between worlds thins, and shadow seeps in, stealing our harmony. He gestured towards the cracked shell. Our song alone is not enough. The songstone, it remembers the first song. It can mend what is broken, but only if its light can reach the heart. Lily looked down at the warm stone in her hand, then at the faltering heart shell. The weight of responsibility settled on her small shoulders, but it felt less like a burden and more like a purpose. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady. "You must sing," the elder said simply. "Sing with your heart, let the songstone guide you. Its light carries the memory of the first song. Your voice, amplified by its power, might reach where ours cannot. Sing." Lily's heart fluttered nervously. She loved to hum to herself in the garden, but singing here, in front of these ancient beings, to save their world. The discordant notes from the heart shell seemed to mock her uncertainty. Pip nudged her ankle, chirping softly, its large eyes filled with unwavering trust. Lily looked at her small friend, then at the worried faces of the elders, and finally at the beautiful, suffering heart shell. This hidden world, discovered through wonder and a strange stone, needed her. Taking a deep breath, Lily stepped closer to the pedestal. The air vibrated with the strained song of the heart shell and the weakening harmonies of the elders. She closed her eyes, shutting out the enormity of the crystal chamber and the watchful eyes. She focused instead on the warm, pulsing stone in her hand. It felt like holding a tiny sun, a fragment of pure, ancient light. She remembered the melody that had drawn her here, the song of the gloaming, the song of the heart shell in its strength. It was a song of roots delving deep, of stars reflected in underground rivers, of quiet growth and enduring peace. She opened her mouth. No practiced melody came out, just a single, clear note. It was hesitant at first, thin as a spider's thread. But as the note hung in the air, the songstone in her hand flared. Its warm amber light intensified, bathing her and the pedestal in its glow. The light didn't just illuminate, it seemed to resonate with her voice, amplifying it, enriching it, weaving threads of golden sound around her simple note. Encouraged, Lily sang another note, then another. She didn't think about words or complex tunes. She poured her feelings into the sound, her awe for this hidden world, her worry for Pip and the gloaming folk, her hope for the heartshell. She sang of the cool garden earth, the rustling leaves of the old oak, the comforting crackle of the fireplace, the vast, starry sky above. She sang of connection, of light finding its way through darkness, of strength found in kindness. The songstone blazed. Its light streamed from her hand, not as a beam, but as tendrils of liquid gold, flowing towards the cracked heart shell. Where the light touched the shadowy cracks, they hissed faintly, like ice meeting fire. The darkness recoiled. Lily's voice, amplified and transformed by the stone's power, filled the crystal chamber. It wasn't loud, but it was profound, rich with the warmth of the surface world and the ancient memory held within the stone. It wove around the faltering song of the elders, strengthening it, guiding it. The discordant notes faltered. The jarring silences shortened. The heartshell itself began to glow brighter, its internal light fighting back against the invading shadows. The mother of pearl shimmered fiercely, the colors deepening. Lily felt the resistance, a cold, clinging darkness that fought the warm light pouring from the songstone and her voice. It felt like singing against a gale. Her throat ached. Doubt whispered. Could she hold on? Then a new sound joined hers. A soft, determined chirping. Pip, standing tall beside her, was singing too. Its tiny voice, pure and high, wove into Lily's melody, adding a thread of fierce courage. Then one of the elders joined, his deep voice rumbling like bedrock, adding strength. Another added their harmony, then the third. The combined song lilies amplified by the songstone, Pip's bright chirp, and the elders' ancient harmonies became a powerful river of sound and light, washing over the heartshell. With a final, resonant chime that echoed through the entire cavern, the last shadowy crack sealing the heartshell vanished. The shell blazed with pure, radiant light, bathing the crystal spire in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. The melody that burst forth was triumphant, healing, and whole, the true song of the gloaming, restored in all its breathtaking complexity and beauty. It surged outwards from the spire, filling the cavern, washing over the gloaming folk who stood watching. A collective sigh of relief and joy rose from them, like leaves rustling in a grateful wind. Tears streamed down Lily's cheeks, but they were tears of pure, exhausted joy. The songstone's light slowly subsided, returning to its gentle, pulsing warmth. Lily lowered it, her voice falling silent. She felt utterly drained, yet filled with a profound sense of peace. Pip leaped up, chattering excitedly, doing a little jig of pure happiness. The elder with bark-like skin approached Lily. He placed a gnarled hand over his heart and bowed deeply. "Bearer of the sun's echo," he said, his voice thick with gratitude, "you have restored the heart song. You have saved the gloaming. Our harmony is your harmony now. You will always find welcome here." Lily smiled, a tired but radiant smile. "I just sang," she whispered. "The stone and Pip and all of you, we did it together." She looked around the now brilliantly lit chamber, the restored heart-shell pulsing steadily. The fear and suspicion in the luminous eyes had vanished, replaced by warmth, gratitude, and wonder. She had come seeking the source of a song and found a hidden world and a friend. She had faced a darkness she didn't understand and found the courage to sing against it. The timid girl who had crept from her bed felt different, stronger, connected. The journey back through the luminous cavern felt like a dream. Gloaming folk bowed or waved as she passed, their faces alight with smiles. Pip scampered proudly beside her, occasionally darting off to excitedly chirp the news to others. The path upwards, lit by the gentle glow of the fungi and her now softly humming stone, seemed shorter. Stepping back through the root arch into her own cool, quiet garden felt like emerging from a vivid dream into comforting reality. Dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky, painting the frost on the grass with pale pinks and golds. The melody of the gloaming was a soft, contented hum in her mind now, no longer a call, but a gentle connection. Back in her room, the familiar shapes welcomed her. She placed the songstone back on her bedside table. It was warm, its inner light pulsing slowly, peacefully, like a resting heartbeat. The faint, beautiful melody of the gloaming seemed to resonate softly from it, a lullaby just for her. Pip had insisted on accompanying her to the surface, a tiny, blue-furred guardian. It now curled up contentedly on Lily's pillow, its feathery antennae twitching softly in sleep. Lily climbed back into bed, pulling the patchwork duvet up to her chin. The scent of lavender and wood smoke was sweeter than ever. She felt the cool sheets, heard the first tentative chirps of waking birds outside. She looked at the stone, then at the sleeping Pip, a small, miraculous friend from a world beneath the roots. She had journeyed into the unknown, faced darkness with light and song, and discovered that courage wasn't about being unafraid, but about singing anyway when something precious needed saving. She had learned that friendship could bridge worlds, and that the smallest stone could hold the greatest light. As the first rays of true dawn painted her windowpane gold, Lily closed her eyes. The gentle melody from the stone, intertwined with Pip's soft snores, wove around her like a blanket woven from starlight and gratitude. The world above and the world below felt connected, held in harmony by the song in her heart and the warm, pulsing stone beside her. Sleep deep and peaceful claimed her, filled with the quiet certainty that she was part of something vast and beautiful, a guardian of light and song, forever changed by the wonders hidden just beneath the surface. And somewhere deep below, in the heart of the gloaming, the restored heartshell pulsed with a melody of enduring peace, a silent thank you echoing through the roots of the ancient oak, reaching up to the girl who had sung their world whole. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns, where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep, rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Teros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend Anteros. And on Teros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with a soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, A soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. "And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood." As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander, whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than velvet and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, the boundaries between what is and what could be shimmered like heat haze on a summer afternoon. Here, beneath the watchful gaze of stars, seen only through the leafy canopy, lived creatures who understood the forest's quiet heartbeat. Among them was Pip, a young squirrel with fur the warm brown of freshly turned earth and eyes that held the sparkle of dew-kissed cobwebs. Pip loved the turning seasons. He thrilled to the crisp crackle of autumn leaves underfoot, the sleepy hush of winter snows muffling the world, the vibrant explosion of green and blossom in spring, and the drowsy, sun-drenched hum of high summer. Each shift was marked by subtle magics known only to the forest's inhabitants. Spring arrived on the breath of the zephyr sprites, tiny beings woven from wind and pollen, who danced through the branches, coaxing buds to unfurl with their laughter. Summer was ushered in by the sunfire beetles, whose glowing carapaces cast warm, shifting patterns on the forest floor at dusk, encouraging berries to plump and sweeten. Autumn belonged to the amber weavers, spider-like creatures spinning threads of pure golden light that painted the leaves in fiery hues and guided them gently earthward. And winter was the domain of the frost whisperers, gentle spirits who breathed intricate frost patterns on frozen streams and tucked seeds safely beneath a blanket of white. This delicate balance, this intricate dance of magic and nature, was the forest's lifeblood. It was wisdom passed down through generations, from the oldest, gnarled badger in her deep-set burrow to the newest hatchling in a robin's nest. Pip learned it from Bramble, a wise old hedgehog whose spines held fragments of forgotten moonlight, and whose voice was as comforting as the rustle of dry ferns. "The forest breathes, little Pip," Bramble would murmur, her dark eyes kind. "Each season is an inhalation and exhalation. The magic is the rhythm, the creatures the steady beat. Disturb one, and the song falters." One unusually warm autumn, Pip noticed something amiss. The air, usually crisp and smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, felt thick and sluggish, tasting faintly of dust. The vibrant tapestry woven by the amber weavers seemed muted, patches of leaves turning a sickly brown instead of gold and crimson. The streams, normally chuckling over stones smoothed by centuries, ran low and silent. Most worrying, the zephyr sprites were nowhere to be seen, and the sunfire beetle's glow was dim, casting long, melancholy shadows instead of warm light. The forest felt tired. Perched high in his oak tree home, Pip felt a prickle of unease. He remembered Bramble's words about the rhythm faltering. Gathering his courage, he scampered down to the mossy clearing where Bramble often rested near the great heartstone, a smooth, moss-covered boulder that pulsed with a faint, warm light, said to be the forest's anchor. Bramble was already there, her snout twitching as she sampled the heavy air. "The song is off-key, Pip," she sighed, her voice thick with concern. "The amber weavers grow weak, the pools of seasonal essence they are not filling as they should. The connection is blocked." Pip knew of the pools. Deep within the whispering woods, hidden in root-choked grottos or beneath waterfalls, were sacred places where the pure essence of each season pooled. These pools fed the magic that sustained the sprites, the beetles, the weavers, and the whisperers. If they were blocked. "We must find out why," Pip declared, his small chest puffing out. "For the forest." Bramble nodded slowly. "Wisdom lies in seeking, little one, but remember, harmony requires many voices. Seek the elder." The elder was Thorn, an ancient owl who lived in the hollow heart of the oldest oak, a tree whose roots were rumored to touch the very soul of the world. Pip journeyed towards the sentinel oak, the path unfamiliar in the oppressive stillness. The usual symphony of bird calls was muted. The rustle in the undergrowth sounded hesitant. The scent of decay hung heavier than the scent of fallen leaves. Reaching the sentinel oak felt like stepping into a cool, green cathedral. Moonbeams, even in daylight, seemed to filter through the dense canopy, illuminating the intricate carvings of lichen on the bark. Pip chirruped a soft greeting. Slowly, with immense dignity, Thorn emerged from the shadowed hollow. His feathers were the color of storm clouds in ancient silver, and his eyes, large and luminous, held the depth of star-strewn skies. "Little Pip," Thorn hooted, his voice a soft rumble like distant thunder. "The forest whispers of imbalance. You feel it too in the heavy air, the fading colors." "Yes, Elder Thorn." Pip chattered urgently. "Bramble says the seasonal pools are blocked, the amber weavers are weak, autumn isn't singing right." Thorn closed his great eyes for a moment, as if listening to a voice only he could hear. "The spring pool," he intoned. "Deep within the fern grotto, where the zephyr sprites draw their first breath, a great stone, shaken loose by the grumbling earth in the deep places, has fallen across its mouth. The essence cannot flow. Spring's renewal is stifled, weakening the chain that follows. Summer cannot fully wane, and autumn cannot fully awaken." "But how can we move a great stone?" Pip asked, his heart sinking. He was just a squirrel. Alone. Thorn opened his eyes, a spark of gentle wisdom within them. "No creature of the whispering woods stands truly alone. Strength lies in the root, not just the branch. Seek the diggers, seek the lifters, seek the clearers. Remember the harmony." Pip understood. He raced back through the unnervingly quiet woods, his small heart pounding not just with fear, but with purpose. He found Badger Clan near their set. Brock, the sturdy leader, listened gravely to Pip's tale, the scent of disturbed earth clinging to his fur. "A blockage." Brock grunted. Badgers know the ways of earth and stone. We will dig for the forest. Next, Pip sought the mighty stags. Orion, the herd leader, stood tall and proud, his antlers like a crown of polished wood catching the weak sunlight. The stone is large. Orion mused, his voice deep and calm. Strength we have, we will lift for the forest. Finally, Pip scurried to the banks of the silver thread stream, where the water voles lived. Their matriarch Willow, sleek and quick-eyed, listened intently. Debris clogs the path, she chittered. Water voles know the flow, we will clear for the forest. Guided by Thorn's silent wisdom carried on the wind, the unlikely procession made its way to the fern grotto. It was a hidden sanctuary, usually vibrant with maidenhair ferns and the sound of trickling water. Now it felt choked. The air was stale. At its heart, where crystal-clear water should have bubbled from a cleft in the rock, a massive, moss-slicked boulder lay lodged, completely blocking the entrance. Behind it, a faint, struggling blue-green light pulsed weakly the trapped essence of spring. Without a word, the Badger clan set to work. Powerful claws, used to digging deep burrows, scraped and pulled at the earth around the base of the boulder, loosening its grip. The scent of damp soil filled the grotto. Orion and the strongest stags lowered their magnificent heads. With a collective grunt of effort that echoed softly off the stone walls, they pressed their broad foreheads and mighty shoulders against the boulder. Muscles strained, tendons stood out like ropes. The stone groaned, shifted infinitesimally. But it was not enough. Soil and smaller rocks, dislodged by the Badger's digging, threatened to tumble back and block the path further. This is where Willow and her water voles sprang into action. With incredible agility and teamwork, they darted in, their small, strong paws swiftly pushing aside loose earth and pebbles, clearing channels for the water that would eventually flow, ensuring the path remained open. Pip, feeling a surge of determination, joined them. He might not move mountains, but he could carry small stones, clear tiny paths, chirp encouragement to the straining stags. It was hard, slow work. The air grew thick with effort and the smell of damp fur and earth. Moonlight began to filter into the grotto, painting the struggling creatures in silver. Pip's paws ached, his fur was matted with mud, but he looked around at the Badgers digging tirelessly, the stags straining with noble effort, the voles darting with precise purpose, and felt a profound sense of belonging. This was the forest harmony, different strengths, different skills, working together for the whole. Finally, with a deep, grating rumble that vibrated through Pip's small bones, the boulder yielded. It rolled ponderously aside, crashing onto the soft earth the Badgers had prepared. A gasp seemed to go through the grotto. Then, with a sound like 1,000 tiny sighs of relief, the trapped spring essence surged forth. It wasn't water, but pure, liquid light, cool, blue-green, smelling of snowmelt and crocuses and the very first breath of dawn. It flowed over the stones, soaking the earth, revitalizing the drooping ferns instantly. They unfurled, glowing with renewed life. The effect was immediate and magical. Outside the grotto, the oppressive warmth began to lift, replaced by the true, crisp kiss of autumn air. A gentle breeze, carrying the faintest giggle, rustled the leaves the zephyr sprites, revived, darting through the canopy. High above, the dim glow of the sunfire beetles flickered, then brightened steadily, casting warm, dancing patterns once more. And most gloriously, Pip saw the amber weavers emerge from hidden crevices. They moved with renewed energy, their spinnerets glowing. Where their threads touched the leaves, the sickly brown vanished, replaced by vibrant golds, fiery oranges, and deep, regal reds. Autumn's true colors began to blaze across the whispering woods. Exhausted but elated, the creatures gathered near the now freely flowing spring pool. The blue-green light pulsed healthily, reflecting in their weary but happy eyes. Orion dipped his great head to drink the cool, magical essence. Brock nodded solemnly. Willow chittered softly with her kin. Pip scampered up onto Bramble's back, who had arrived silently to witness the restoration. "See, Pip," Bramble murmured, her voice thick with emotion, as she watched the amber weavers paint a nearby maple in brilliant crimson. "No single root holds up the tree, no single note makes the song. It is the harmony, the digging, the lifting, the clearing, the caring that keeps the forest breathing. The wisdom passed down is not just knowledge, but the understanding of connection." High in his sentinel oak, Elder Thorn watched the transformed woods. The air hummed with the restored magic, clean and sharp. The leaves rustled a joyful chorus in the proper autumn breeze. The silver thread stream chuckled over its stones, reflecting the brighter glow of the sunfire beetles and the newly vibrant canopy. He gave a soft, satisfied hoot that echoed like a benediction through the trees. Pip snuggled into his nest later that night, woven from soft moss and lined with thistledown. The air drifting in was properly cool, carrying the rich, comforting scent of damp earth and wood smoke. Through his little window in the oak, he saw the forest bathed in moonlight. The leaves, now ablaze with the amber weaver's artistry, shimmered like stained glass. The gentle chirp of crickets, the distant hoot of thorn, the rustle of a badger settling into its set, it was the sound of balance restored, a deep, peaceful sigh from the ancient woods. He thought of the straining stags, the digging badgers, the darting voles, the wise guidance of bramble and thorn. The lesson wasn't loud or preaky. It was woven into the very fabric of the night, as tangible as the moonlight on his fur. True strength wasn't about size or power alone. It was about knowing your part in the great, interconnected web of life and acting with kindness and cooperation to preserve its delicate, beautiful harmony. The forest breathed evenly once more, its magical rhythm steady and sure. And as Pip drifted into a deep, contented sleep, the whispering woods cradled him in its timeless, peaceful embrace, whispering its ancient secrets of balance on the gentle autumn wind. The story of the blocked pool and the creatures who mended it would become another thread in the tapestry of wisdom passed down, a quiet reminder that even the smallest paw, guided by a kind heart and joined with others, could help heal the world. In a quaint and quiet village nestled between rolling emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, where sunflowers nodded lazily in the breeze, and the scent of lavender hung sweetly in the air. Leora had often felt a whispering call from the past, a gentle nudge that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. Her grandmother, a wise woman who seemed to know the secrets of the earth and sky, had once shared stories of their ancestors, guardians of an ancient legacy that had long been forgotten. These tales, softly spoken beside the warmth of the kitchen hearth, painted pictures of wondrous artifacts imbued with magic and meaning. One golden morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dewdrops on her garden leaves, Leora discovered a curious object half buried in the soil. It was a small, intricately carved box of warm mahogany, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the light. Her heart skipped with a sense of familiarity, as if the box had been waiting for her all along. With gentle care, she brushed away the earth and opened the box. Inside lay a delicate necklace, its pendant a translucent stone that shimmered like captured starlight. As her fingers traced the cool surface, a warm glow enveloped her, and she felt a connection to something far greater than herself. It was as if the voices of her ancestors whispered through the ages, guiding her toward an understanding that had eluded her until now. Eager to uncover the story behind this enchanting find, Leora sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted sage named Tavian, known for his deep knowledge of the old ways. His cottage was a haven of serenity, filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and the soft, flickering light of candles. Tavian listened intently as Leora recounted her discovery, nodding with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have found the Heartstone, a symbol of unity and strength passed down through generations. It holds the essence of our heritage and the wisdom of those who came before us." The elders shared tales of their ancestors, a community bound by friendship and harmony, who revered the natural world and lived in balance with its rhythms. The Heartstone, he explained, was a reminder of their values, kindness, courage, and the enduring power of love. As Leora listened, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the threads of her life were weaving into a tapestry that spanned across time. The lessons of her ancestors resonated within her, teaching her that true strength lies in the bonds we forge and the love we share. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to her garden, the Heartstone resting warmly against her chest. She began to see her world through different eyes, the vibrant colors of the flowers, the gentle rustle of the leaves, the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. Each moment was a gift, a reflection of the legacy she now carried forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora sat beneath the old willow tree, its branches swaying softly in the evening breeze. She felt at peace, embraced by the gentle glow of the Heartstone, a beacon of the love and wisdom that flowed through her veins. In that tranquil moment, she understood that the journey of discovery was not just about uncovering the past, but about embracing the present with gratitude and grace. The legacy of her ancestors was alive within her, a guiding light that would illuminate her path and inspire others to seek the beauty in their own stories. And so, with the stars twinkling like distant ancestors watching over her, Leora closed her eyes, her heart full and content. She had found her place in the world, a place of connection, understanding, and endless possibilities. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the legacy of the Heartstone would continue to glow brightly, a timeless testament to the enduring power of love and unity. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder, "a rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The Heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light, guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. Leo had always been enchanted by the whispers of the old oak tree in his grandmother's garden. Its gnarled branches stretched like sleepy fingers toward the stars, and its roots formed secret hollows where fireflies danced on summer evenings. On his 10th birthday, grandmother placed a small velvet box in his hands. "This belonged to my mother," she murmured, her voice as soft as rustling leaves. Inside lay a music box no larger than Leo's palm, carved from wood that shimmered with veins of silver. "Wind it when the moon is full," she advised, her eyes twinkling with unspoken secrets. That night, moonlight poured through Leo's window like liquid silver. He wound the tiny key, and the music box sprang to life with a melody unlike any he'd ever heard, a cascade of notes that sounded like raindrops on petals and wind humming through reeds. As the tune swelled, the oak tree outside his window began to glow. One massive root curled upward, revealing a hidden staircase spiraling down into the earth. Heart-pounding, Leo tucked the music box into his pocket and stepped into the darkness. The air grew cool and sweet with the scent of damp soil and blooming night-blooming jasmine. He descended into Rootwood, a hidden realm where mushrooms glowed like lanterns, rivers flowed with liquid starlight, and trees bore crystalline leaves that chimed in the breeze. Yet the beauty felt fragile. Brittle cracks marred the glowing mushrooms, the starry rivers ran sluggish and dim, and an uneasy silence hung where music should have been. A mournful sigh echoed nearby. Leo followed the sound to a clearing where a creature with thorny fur and luminous green eyes huddled beneath a wilting moonflower. "You shouldn't be here," it rasped, its voice like stones tumbling in a brook. "The Heartwood is dying." The creature introduced herself as Bramble, guardian of Rootwood. She explained that the realm's vitality came from the Heartwood, an ancient tree at the center of the forest, whose roots channeled starlight into life. But a shadow had crept in, silencing the Heartwood's song and draining its light. "Your music box," Bramble whispered, pointing a clawed paw at Leo's pocket. "It's a keystone, only its melody can awaken the Heartwood, but the shadow guards it fiercely." Leo hesitated, eyeing Bramble's thorns. Yet when a crack splintered the ground near them, she swiftly pulled him to safety, her touch surprisingly gentle. "Trust must be given before it's earned, little traveler," she said softly. Leo nodded. An unexpected friendship kindled in the gloom. Their journey to the Heartwood led them through wonders and perils. They crossed meadows where flowers sang harmonies, only to be silenced by creeping tendrils of darkness. They navigated caves where echoes of lost melodies taunted them, and scaled cliffs where stone birds offered rides on their backs, their feathers chiming like broken bells. When shadow beasts made of swirling obsidian attacked, Bramble fought them off with thorny swipes, while Leo used the music box's light to scatter them like smoke. The shadow feeds on fear, Bramble panted after one skirmish, a shallow cut on her arm weeping silvery sap. But courage, that blinds it. One evening, resting by a fading starlight river, Bramble shared Rootwood's history. Long ago, humans and Rootwood's guardians were allies, but fear grew. Humans sealed the realms apart. She touched her thorns. These weren't always here. They grew when loneliness did. Leo thought of how he'd flinched at her appearance. He showed her his music box. Grandmother said it was a bridge between worlds. Bramble's eyes softened. Perhaps it's time to rebuild it. Near the heartwood, the air thickened with despair. The great tree stood encased in jagged black ice, its crystalline branches lifeless. Before it lurked the shadow weaver, a shifting form of night and cold whispers. Turn back, it hissed, its voice freezing Leo's bones. This world is beyond saving. Bramble stepped forward, thorns bristling. You feed on forgotten joy. Leo clutched the music box, doubt gnawing at him. What if his courage wasn't enough? Then he remembered Bramble's wounds, her kindness, the way she'd hummed a broken lullaby to a dying glowworm. Friendship had defied the impossible already. As the shadow weaver lunged, Leo wound the music box with trembling hands. Instead of playing it, he pressed it into Bramble's paws. Together, he urged. Their fingers, one small and human, one clawed and thorny, turned the key. The melody burst forth, brighter than before, weaving with Bramble's own low, resonant hum. Light erupted, not just from the box, but from their joined hands, a radiant gold that melted the black ice like morning sun on frost. The shadow weaver shrieked, dissolving into harmless mist. The heartwood shuddered. Crystalline leaves blazed with light, roots pulsed like veins of gold, and a single, pure note rang out, a sound of deep earth and high stars. Instantly, Rootwood bloomed anew. Mushrooms glowed fiercely, rivers surged with brilliant light, and the air thrummed with choruses of unseen singers. Bramble's thorns softened into velvety moss, revealing the gentle guardian beneath. You didn't just save Rootwood, Leo, she whispered, tears like dewdrops in her eyes. You reminded it that light exists in the joining of different hearts. As dawn tinged the sky, Leo stood before the oak-root staircase. Bramble pressed a seed into his hand, smooth and warm, glowing with captured starlight. Plant it under your moon, she said. It will grow where worlds touch. Back in his room, Leo watched the staircase seal into solid wood. Outside, he buried the seed. Days later, a sapling sprouted, its leaves silver-veined, its flowers chiming softly in the wind. Grandmother smiled, recognizing the magic. Rootwood's song is in our world now, Leo told her. Years passed. The sapling grew into a tree where fireflies and star motes danced together. Leo often sat beneath it, the music box in his lap. Sometimes in the corner of his eye, he'd glimpse a mossy paw or hear a familiar, resonant hum in the rustling leaves. He'd smile, knowing Bramble was near. He'd learned that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it, that friendship could bloom in the unlikeliest soil, and that magic lived not just in hidden worlds, but in the quiet connections that bridge the dark. As moonlight washed over the garden, Leo wound the music box. Its melody intertwined with the tree's gentle chimes, a lullaby for two worlds, humming of shadows overcome, friendships forged, and the enduring light kindled when one small heart chooses to trust. And in that harmony, under a canopy of stars and silver leaves, Leo knew no darkness could ever truly prevail. The stars above the emerald meadows of Terraloon shimmered like spilled sugar across velvet darkness, their light filtering through the translucent leaves of whisperwillow trees. Beneath their gentle glow, a small humanoid girl with moss-green hair and bark-textured skin knelt by a bubbling brook, her luminescent amber eyes reflecting the water's dance. Leela's fingers trailed through liquid starlight as she hummed the evening song, her melody harmonizing with the chiming crickets and rustling ferns. The piece shattered when a metallic screech tore through the night, followed by an earth-shaking crash that sent fireflies scattering in panicked constellations. Through the smoke and sparking debris emerged a hulking figure of angular obsidian plates, its faceted eyes glowing crimson. Zorblax of the crystal wastes coughed static, his jagged hands clutching a fractured power core that hissed violet vapor. Organic life form detected, his translator box crackled in monotone. Surrender nutrient-rich soil samples or face disintegration. Layla's initial fear melted into confusion as she noticed the alien's trembling joints and flickering chest lights. "You're leaking," she observed, pointing at the viscous purple fluid pooling around his triangular feet. When Zorblax staggered, his threat protocols misfiring sparks, the Terralunar did something unprecedented in his 87 solar cycles of existence. She offered a hand wrapped in healing lichen. Their first week together passed in halting exchanges and comic misunderstandings. Zorblax nearly vaporized Leela's herb garden while attempting to increase photosynthetic efficiency with gamma-ray pruning. Leela, in turn, nearly short-circuited his systems by offering a hug after noticing his depressed humming frequency. Yet through these fumbles, fragile bridges formed. The crystalline warrior learned to distinguish between invasive weeds and snack blossoms, while the planetary caretaker deciphered the meaning behind his prismatic eye flashes. The true test came when ancient defense drones awakened beneath Terralune's crust, their rusted cannons targeting both native and alien as equal contaminants. During a frantic retreat through glowing mushroom caves, Layla's ankle twisted in a crystal fissure. To her astonishment, Zorblax abandoned his prized plasma sawblade to carry her, his normally efficient speech patterns glitching with unfamiliar urgency. "Friend unit integrity. Paramount," he stuttered, shielding her body with his own as energy bolts sizzled against his backplates. In the smoldering aftermath, Leela tended his scorched armor with bioluminescent salve. "Why risk yourself?" she whispered. Zorblax rotated his trapezoidal head, studying the way moonlight refracted through her tear-filled eyes. Calculation: 73% probability of mutual destruction if separated, 27% chance of... His vocal emitter crackled, then emitted a sound like grinding quartz that she somehow recognized as laughter. Revised analysis: some variables defy quantification. Their final alliance against the drone hive became legend across 3 spiral arms. Leela's knowledge of subterranean route networks guided them through labyrinthine tunnels, while Zorblax's combat algorithms predicted attack patterns. Victory came not through force, but when the mismatched pair jury-rigged an empathic pulse transmitter, combining his neutron battery with her neural connection to the planet's mycelial network. As the ancient machines stilled, their visual sensors finally perceiving the world's beauty, Leela noticed Zorblax's new habit of collecting iridescent pebbles for optimal tactical arrangements that suspiciously resembled Terralunar wind chimes. On the dawn of his repaired ship's departure, the crystalline warrior stood awkwardly at the meadow's edge, his shadow stretching across dewy grass. Conclusion: this unit's mission parameters have expanded, he announced, extending a clawed hand holding a tiny sapling potted in recycled armor plating. Proposal: designate Terralune as secondary maintenance hub, frequency indefinite. Leela's answering smile outshone the rising sun as she pressed a seed capsule into his buzzing palm. Translation: friends are family we choose across the stars. Now, when meteor showers dance above Terralune, villagers smile at the glinting object in synchronous orbit, part warship, part greenhouse, its prismatic sails tuned to sing harmonies with the evening song. And across the galaxy, a certain ambassador teaches that understanding blooms brightest not through sameness, but in the spaces where jagged edges and tender roots intertwine. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the hills like cobwebs at dawn, and the river sang lullabies over smooth stones. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows lived a quiet boy named Theo, who found comfort in small, ordinary things. The way sunlight pooled on the kitchen floor, the hum of bees in the lavender patch, and especially the rhythm of his grandmother's wooden spoon as she stirred her famous berry jam. The spoon was unremarkable, carved from oak so old its grain had deepened into whorls like secret maps, its handle worn smooth by generations of loving hands. Theo never imagined it held magic until the autumn his grandmother's laughter grew thin as parchment, and her memories began to drift away like dandelion seeds. One chilly evening, as Theo wiped the spoon clean after supper, he noticed a faint, golden shimmer ripple across its surface. When he touched it, warmth spread up his arm, and suddenly, he wasn't in the kitchen anymore. He stood in a sun-drenched meadow, watching his grandmother as a young woman, dancing with wildflowers in her hair while the spoon stirred a pot over a campfire. The scent of crushed mint and honey filled the air, so vivid Theo could taste it. As quickly as it came, the vision vanished, leaving him breathless beside the cold hearth. That night he whispered his discovery to the moonlit room. The spoon hummed softly in reply, and Theo knew it wasn't just wood. It was a keeper of lost moments, a bridge to the past. But its glow was fading, mirroring his grandmother's fading spirit. If he didn't act, both might vanish forever. So began Theo's journey to the Whispering Woods, where legend said the oldest magic took root. He tucked the spoon into his satchel, its weight a comforting secret against his side. At the forest's edge, he met two unexpected guides. First was Bramble, a tortoise with a moss-dappled shell and eyes like polished river stones, who moved with the patience of centuries. "Lost things find their way home here, little traveler," Bramble rumbled, his voice a slow, earthy cadence that soothed Theo's nerves. "But the woods guard their gifts. You must listen deeper than the wind." Next came Pip, a sparrow with feathers like autumn leaves and a chirp as bright as a bell. "Ooh, a quest, I know every twig and tweet in this place," she trilled, darting around Theo's head. "Follow me, but watch for the thistle shadows. They nip at your heels if you rush." Together, they ventured into the dappled gloom. The woods unfolded like a living storybook, trees with bark etched in silver runes, streams that giggled over quartz, and mushrooms glowing like tiny lanterns. Yet beneath the beauty lurked unease. The deeper they went, the colder the air grew, and the spoon's light dimmed to a feeble pulse. Theo's heart ached, fearing he'd fail his grandmother. At dusk they reached the Gloomroot Hollow, a place where gnarled roots twisted into archways, and the very air tasted of forgotten sorrow. Here the thistle shadows swirled, dark, prickly wisps that whispered doubts. "Turn back," they hissed. "Her memories are gone, the spoon's magic is dying, you're too small to mend what's broken." Theo's hands trembled, but Bramble nudged his ankle. "Wisdom grows in stillness, child, breathe with the forest." Pip perched on Theo's shoulder, her tiny body warm. "Don't listen to those many mists, your grandma's stories are in that spoon, I know it." Theo closed his eyes, letting Bramble's calm and Pip's courage steady him. Instead of fighting the shadows, he drew the spoon and stirred the chilly air, slow and rhythmic, as his grandmother did when making jam. As he moved it, golden threads unwound from the wood, weaving a tapestry of light. He poured his love into each stir, memories of her singing him to sleep, teaching him to knead dough, her hands guiding his around the spoon's handle. The shadows recoiled not from force, but from the warmth of remembered joy. "Magic isn't in holding tight," Theo murmured, understanding blooming like a flower in his chest. "It's in sharing what's cherished." The hollow brightened, the roots softening into velvet moss, and a single radiant berry, the color of dawn, appeared in the spoon's bowl. It pulsed with the heartbeat of the woods. Their return was swifter. Pip leading them on sunbeam paths, while Bramble shared tales of resilient roots and seasons that always turned. Back in the cottage, Theo found his grandmother staring blankly at the cold hearth. Gently, he stirred the berry into her evening tea. As she sipped, color bloomed in her cheeks. Her eyes cleared and she smiled, a real, deep smile. "Why, Theo," she whispered, touching his face. "I dreamed of dancing in the meadow with your grandfather." The spoon glowed steadily now, nestled in her palm, no longer a relic but a living thread between past and present. Theo learned that magic isn't in grand spells or loud triumphs, but in quiet acts of love. The stir of a spoon, the patience of a tortoise, the cheer of a sparrow, and the courage to face shadows with an open heart. His grandmother's memories didn't all return, but the ones that mattered most, the feel of sunlight, the taste of jam, the sound of laughter, anchored her like roots in good soil. And every evening, as firelight danced on the walls, Theo would stir stories into existence with the spoon, weaving tales of brave helpers and kind wisdom for his grandmother, their cottage brimming with the cozy magic of shared moments. Outside, the river sang on, carrying their peace into the starlit night, a gentle reminder that even ordinary things hold extraordinary light when tended with care. The end. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. Once upon a time, in the far reaches of the Andromeda Galaxy, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Viridia. Viridia was renowned for its lush emerald forests and skies that danced with hues of azure and amethyst. It was here, amidst this verdant splendor, that the first of our companions resided, a gentle creature named Leora. Leora was a Viridian, a species known for their ability to communicate with flora and fauna. Her long, silvery tendrils, which cascaded down her back like a waterfall of moonlight, allowed her to tune into the whispers of the forest. Her eyes, a deep shade of jade, sparkled with an understanding beyond her years. She lived in harmony with the world around her, tending to the needs of the forest with a nurturing touch. One day, as Leora wandered through the sun-dappled glades, she stumbled upon something quite peculiar, an object unlike anything she had ever seen. It was smooth, metallic, and shaped like a small vessel. As she approached, a curious sound caught her attention, a soft hum, like a distant lullaby carried on the wind. From within the vessel emerged a being unlike any she had encountered. He was Zin, a traveler from the distant planet of Athura. The Etherians were a technologically advanced species, their bodies composed of shimmering, translucent energy. Zin's form glowed with a gentle iridescence, his eyes a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted with his emotions. At first, Leora and Zin regarded each other with cautious curiosity. Their worlds were so vastly different, their ways of life seemingly incompatible. Leora, with her connection to nature, found Zin's reliance on technology bewildering. Zin, on the other hand, marveled at Leora's ability to converse with the natural world, a skill that seemed as foreign to him as his technology did to her. Their initial encounters were riddled with misunderstandings. Leora's attempt to offer Zin a fruit from the forest was met with hesitation, as he was unsure if it was safe for him to consume. Zin's efforts to show Leora his holographic projections of the stars were met with confusion, as she struggled to comprehend the intricate devices he used. Yet, despite these initial challenges, a bond began to form between them. They found themselves drawn to each other's differences, intrigued by the chance to learn and grow. Leora was fascinated by the stories Zin shared of his travels across the galaxy, tales of far-off worlds and wondrous civilizations. In turn, Zin was captivated by Leora's gentle wisdom, her ability to listen and understand the world in ways he had never considered. One day, as they sat beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient Viridian tree, Leora and Zin faced a shared challenge that would bring them closer than ever before. A sudden storm, fierce and unyielding, swept across the landscape, its winds howling through the trees like a wild symphony. The forest, which had always been a place of peace, was now a tumult of swaying branches and swirling leaves. As the storm raged around them, Leora and Zin found themselves working together, their differences becoming strengths. Leora used her connection with the forest to calm the trees, whispering soothing words to still their frantic dance. Zin, with his technological prowess, projected a barrier of energy to shield them from the worst of the storm's fury. In that moment, as they stood side by side, they realized the true power of their friendship. Their differences had become their greatest asset, allowing them to overcome the storm's wrath through a blend of nature and technology, wisdom and innovation. When the storm finally subsided, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora and Zin sat together, their hearts filled with a newfound understanding. They had learned that friendship transcended the boundaries of species and worlds, that it was a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual respect. In the days that followed, Leora and Zin continued to explore the wonders of Viridia together, their friendship a beacon of warmth and light. They taught each other the songs of their worlds, shared the stories of their people, and discovered the beauty in their differences. And so, in the heart of the Andromeda Galaxy, beneath the sheltering canopy of Viridia's ancient trees, Leora and Zin found not only a friendship that defied the stars, but a home in each other's hearts. They learned that true friendship was like a garden, a place where differences could bloom into understanding, where challenges could be overcome through unity, and where the seeds of kindness and compassion could grow into something beautiful and enduring. As the nights grew longer and the stars shone brighter, their laughter echoed through the forest, a melody of joy and companionship that would forever be remembered as a testament to the power of unlikely companions discovering the true meaning of friendship. The village of Hearthglen nestled in a valley where morning mist clung to cobblestone streets like silver lace. Chimneys puffed sleepy spirals into the crisp autumn air, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke wove through gardens of frost-touched marigolds. Young Finn lived here with his grandfather in a cottage crowned by a thatched roof, where ivy curled around the windows like green ribbons. Finn loved Hearthglen's gentle rhythms, until the week the teacups began singing. It started subtly. Mrs. Gable's porcelain teapot would hum during afternoon tea, a soft melody like distant wind chimes. Then Old Man Hemlock's favorite mug crooned folk tunes at dawn. Soon every ceramic vessel in the village chimed, clinked, or warbled at unpredictable hours. Though the songs were sweet, the constant chorus frayed nerves. Baker Brenner's scones burned thrice because her mixing bowls harmonized too loudly. Finn noticed patterns others missed. The singing only happened near water, a sink, a rain barrel, or the moss-edged well in the square. And the tunes grew strongest when dew glistened on spiderwebs at dawn. Armed with a notebook and his grandfather's advice, "Listen deeper than the noise, lad," Finn sought the reclusive moss-keeper. She dwelled beyond Sunfall Creek in a cottage woven from living willow branches, her only companion a badger with starlight-dappled fur named Nimbus. "Ah," murmured the moss-keeper when Finn described the singing. Her fingers, knotted like tree roots, stroked Nimbus's fur. Ceramics absorb memories like sponges, but this is the work of brook sprites, shy little things drawn to laughter trapped in clay. She explained that brook sprites polished forgotten joys inside pottery, their magic making memories resonate. "But why now?" Finn asked. The moss-keeper's eyes clouded. "Something frightens them. Sprites only sing this urgently when seeking refuge." Guided by Nimbus's twitching nose, Finn traced the sprite trails, glimmers no brighter than dust motes, along the creek bank. At the mossy hollow where 3 birch trees embraced, he found the source. A once bubbling spring feeding Sunfall Creek had clogged with storm-wrenched branches. The blockage silenced the water's whisper, and without its soothing song, the sprites huddled trembling in cracked acorn caps, their light flickering like guttering candles. They'd fled to the village ceramics, pouring their anxiety into every cup and saucer. But the branches were too heavy for Finn's small hands. Remembering the moss-keeper's wisdom, kindness asks for help, wisdom accepts it, he whistled the lullaby his grandfather sang at bedtime. From fern-shaded tunnels emerged earth giants no taller than Finn's knee, stoic stone dwarves with lichen beards and fists like river rocks. They grumbled in gravelly voices, but nodded at Finn's polite bow. With synchronized heaves, they dislodged the branches. Water gushed free, its melody a liquid sigh. The brook sprites burst upward in a helix of blue light, brushing Finn's cheeks with cool, grateful kisses before diving into the rejuvenated spring. That evening, as Hearthglen gathered in the square, teacups sat silent upon checkered cloths, until Mayor Thistle filled her grandmother's wedding china cup. Instead of chaotic singing, the cup released a single clear note that hung in the air like a frozen raindrop. Then, like an echo, every vessel in the village chimed softly in harmony, a grateful lullaby that curled around the villagers like a warm shawl. Finn's grandfather smiled, stirring honey into his own quiet cup. "Sprites polished more than memories today," he said as fireflies blinked gold above them. "They reminded us that even broken things hold music, if we clear the debris together." Under a sky embroidered with stars, Hearthglen sipped their tea, listening to the creek's contented murmur carry the sprite's lullaby into the dreaming woods. And Finn, wrapped in his grandfather's knitted blanket, knew some mysteries weren't meant to be solved alone, only shared like steam rising from a cup into the cool, kind night. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like cobwebs at dawn. It was a quiet place where days unfolded with the gentle rhythm of rain on rooftops and the scent of baking bread. Young Theo, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet disposition, often felt like a misplaced stitch in its comfortable tapestry. While others chased butterflies or built forts, Theo found solace in the dusty corners of his grandmother's attic, drawn to forgotten things. One rainy afternoon, while seeking shelter from a sudden downpour, Theo unearthed a small, unassuming wooden box tucked beneath a pile of yellowed lace. Inside, cushioned by velvet as soft as a moth's wing, lay a teacup. It wasn't grand porcelain or gleaming silver. It was simple earthenware, the color of warm honey, with a single hairline crack running from its rim. But as Theo's fingers brushed its surface, a shiver ran through him, not cold, but a hum, like the low note of a distant bell. He felt a warmth spread up his arm, carrying with it the faint scent of cinnamon and sunshine. Curiosity, a quiet but insistent friend, tugged at him. Theo filled the cup with rainwater dripping from the eaves. As the first drop touched the crack, something extraordinary happened. The water didn't leak. Instead, the crack shimmered faintly like trapped starlight, and the water inside changed. It wasn't just water anymore. Looking into the cup, Theo saw not his reflection, but a miniature scene. A sun-drenched meadow he'd never seen, filled with flowers that pulsed with soft, internal light. A wave of profound peace washed over him, settling into his bones like warm honey. This was the cup of whispers, his grandmother later murmured, her voice hushed with reverence. It showed not just places, but the hidden heart of things, their truest, calmest essence. Theo felt a shift within himself, a connection to the cup's quiet magic. But the village began to change subtly. Flowers in Widow Hemsley's garden wilted overnight, their colors leaching away. The cheerful babble of the brook behind the mill became a fretful murmur. The comforting warmth of freshly baked bread seemed to vanish too quickly. The cup of whispers, Theo discovered, showed him the lack of peace as well. When he peered into it near the wilting flowers, he saw only gray mist and heard a faint, discordant sigh. The heart of Willowbrook was fading. The journey began not with footsteps on a road, but with a growing conviction in Theo's own heart. He needed to understand why the village's quiet magic was unraveling. His first helper arrived unexpectedly. Bartholomew, a portly badger with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, emerged from the roots of the ancient oak by the brook one twilight. Bartholomew was the keeper of deep roots, possessing an encyclopedic, if somewhat slow and methodical, knowledge of the valley's hidden history and natural rhythms. He spoke in measured tones, punctuated by thoughtful snuffles. Disturbance, Bartholomew rumbled, adjusting his spectacles as he peered at the wilting flowers. The balance is askew, the ley lines beneath us, they hum a troubled tune. He explained that the valley's magic, woven from the land's natural peace, and the villagers' quiet contentment, was like a tapestry. A thread had snapped. The second helper was Pip, a skittish finch with feathers the color of spun gold and a voice like tinkling bells. Pip was the messenger of sunbeams, flitting everywhere, seeing everything in bright, fleeting glimpses. The old stone. Pip chirruped one morning, landing on Theo's windowsill. By the north field it looks sad, dark moss grows where sunlight used to kiss it. Pip's perspective was fragmented, but vital. She noticed the small things others missed. Theo, Bartholomew, and Pip became an unlikely trio. Bartholomew provided the slow, deep understanding, the history of the standing stones that anchored the ley lines, the way the brook's song reflected the village spirit. Pip brought bright flashes of insight, a patch of unnaturally dark earth near the mill, the way the wind sowed mournfully around the old well. Theo, guided by the cup of whispers, learned to interpret its visions. Near the standing stone Pip mentioned, the cup showed only jagged shards of darkness where once there had been a warm, amber glow. The heart of the stone was wounded. The challenge wasn't a dragon or a dark wizard. It was a fracture, a deep, unseen crack in the ancient foundation stone of the northern boundary, likely caused by a recent, unnoticed tremor. This fracture was draining the valley's inherent peace, its quiet magic seeping away like water from a broken vessel. Force was useless. Trying to mend the stone physically would be like trying to glue back a shattered dream. Wisdom was needed. Theo gathered his friends under the gnarled branches of the oak. Bartholomew snuffled thoughtfully. The magic is the land's breath, the village's calm heart. The fracture is a wound in that calm. Pip flitted nervously. Can we sing to it, make it happy again? Theo looked into the cup of whispers. He saw the valley not as it was, but as it could be, vibrant, peaceful, whole. He saw the fracture not as a jagged scar, but as a line waiting to be filled with light. Not force, Theo murmured, understanding dawning. Connection, we need to remind the valley of its own peace, its own wholeness. We need to weave the calm back together. It wasn't about fixing the stone. It was about healing the feeling the stone represented. Bartholomew nodded slowly, a deep rumble of approval in his chest. Pip chirped excitedly. Their plan was gentle, woven from the very essence of Willowbrook. On the night of the full moon, when the hidden currents of the world flowed strongest, they gathered at the fractured stone. Theo placed the cup of whispers carefully on the ground before it. Bartholomew, connecting his paws to the earth, began a low, resonant hum, a sound like roots growing deep into bedrock, steady and grounding. Pip, fluttering above, sang a melody pure and bright as sunlight on dew, weaving threads of joy and hope into the air. Theo closed his eyes, holding the image of the valley's heart from the cup, the peaceful meadows, the singing brook, the warm kitchens. He poured his own quiet wish for wholeness into the cup. As he focused, the hairline crack on the cup of whispers began to glow, not with the trapped starlight of before, but with a soft, golden radiance. This light spilled out not as a beam, but as a gentle mist, flowing towards the fracture in the standing stone. It wasn't an explosion, but a sigh of relief. The golden mist seeped into the dark crack in the ancient stone. Where it touched, the jagged darkness softened, filled with a warm, honey-colored light that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. Bartholomew's hum deepened, resonating with the stone. Pip's song soared, clear and sweet. Theo felt the cup of whispers grow warm in his hands, a conduit for their combined intention not to force, but to remind, to reconnect. Slowly, steadily, the light filled the fracture completely. It didn't vanish, it became a luminous seam, a beautiful scar of mended magic. As the last tendril of mist settled, a wave of profound peace washed outwards, silent but immense. It flowed through the grass, rustled the leaves, and settled over Willowbrook like a warm blanket. Theo opened his eyes. The standing stone stood whole, the luminous seam fading to a soft, warm glow that matched the earthenware cup. In the cup of whispers, the water now showed the meadow bathed in moonlight, flowers glowing softly, utterly serene. The heart of the valley was whole again. The next morning, Widow Hemsley's flowers bloomed with impossible brilliance. The brook sang its cheerful song. The scent of baking bread seemed richer, warmer, lingering longer. Willowbrook hadn't changed drastically, it was simply more itself. More peaceful, more content, more deeply woven with quiet magic. Theo understood now. His journey hadn't taken him far in miles, but deep within himself and his connection to the world. He learned that the greatest magic wasn't in grand displays, but in quiet attention, in gentle connection, and in the courage to mend what was broken with understanding rather than force. He learned that even a crack like the one in the cup or the stone could hold light and become a thing of beauty, a testament to healing. Bartholomew returned to his roots, his spectacles glinting with quiet satisfaction. Pip continued her sunbeam messages, her song a little brighter. And Theo. He still visited the attic, but now he often sat by his window, the simple honey-colored cup in his hands. He'd fill it with water or tea and gaze into its depths, not always seeing visions, but always feeling the deep, resonant peace of his mended home, a gentle hum in his heart. The cup of whispers rested beside his bed, a quiet guardian, its hairline crack a luminous thread in the moonlight, a reminder that even the smallest things and the quietest hearts can hold extraordinary secrets and the power to heal. And with that comforting warmth settling around him like the softest quilt, Theo drifted into a peaceful sleep, the scent of cinnamon and sunshine a gentle lullaby in the quiet night.